Chapter 617. In the feng shui forbidden land, black hurricanes howled, and the sky and earth surged. The dangerous land made it difficult for people to move. The extreme yang energy in Ning Chen's body was also rapidly growing under the nourishment of the majestic spiritual qi, and his cultivation progressed rapidly. Seeing this, Ling Luojin became more cautious about his safety and blocked all the dangers by herself. However, compared to Ning Chen, the one who benefited the most was Yin Er. In just a few days, her cultivation had reached the peak of heaven's reach, and she could enter the next realm at any time. A 15-year-old peak Hotian was beyond imagination and rare. Seeing that Yin Er's cultivation showed signs of breaking through to the Khanate realm, Ning Chen suppressed the girl's rising realm. A 15-year-old peak Hotian was acceptable, but a 15-year-old Khanate was too early. It was not a good thing to reach the sky in a single step. If it affected one's foundation, it would not be worth it. In the dim world, the three continued to move forward. The surrounding raging waves surged endlessly, and the extremely bad environment increased the danger of the forbidden land. Suddenly, 2 black hurricanes attacked, blocking the way forward again. Ling Luojin stopped and turned her palm to open a path. The road appeared, and the 3 did not hesitate and quickly passed through. Time passed by, and the road ahead became more and more difficult. There was no turning back in the feng shui forbidden land, and only by moving forward could there be a chance to get out. Ling Luojin looked at the young man beside her with hesitation. There was an area in the feng shui forbidden land that could help her suppress her cultivation, but it was too dangerous. With old Ninth's cultivation, it was difficult to go too far inside. However, if they separated, she would not be able to save him if he encountered danger in the forbidden land. After hesitating for a while, Ling Luojin looked at him and said softly, "Ninth junior brother, I need to go to a place. Come with me." Ning Chen stopped and nodded after a moment. Yin Er gently squeezed his hand and whispered, "Could it be dangerous?" "I know." Ning Chen nodded and transmitted his voice, "No matter what happens later, stay close to me and don't let go." "Yes." Yin Er nodded vigorously and replied. In the depths of the feng shui forbidden land, there was a dangerous land surrounded by hurricanes. Waves of fire rolled, and the scene of burning the sky made people feel indescribable fear even before they got close. Not long after, the 3 walked over. Ling Luojin turned her palm to shake off the hurricane and opened a path. As soon as the 3 of them walked in, a monstrous wave of fire slammed down. It was dozens of feet tall, obscuring everything in front of them. Ling Luojin took a step forward and silver light rose around her. She turned her palm and condensed the moon, using her own strength to resist the heavenly might. With a bang, the waves of fire scattered in all directions, turning into a rain of fire that fell from the sky. The 3 of them continued forward. The rain of fire did not touch their bodies, and they moved away silently. The sea of fire was boundless. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the temperature became. At the center of the fire waves, the entire space started to distort, unable to withstand the might of the flames. If you find that you can't hold on any longer, stop immediately. Although you've cultivated the Sun Sutra, you haven't cultivated it for long. You won't be able to resist the flames here, Ling Luojin reminded him. Ning Chen nodded and calmly agreed. After reminding Zhang Xian, Ling Luojin didn't say anything else and focused on advancing forward. The fiery world in front of him was burning the sky and boiling the sea. Everywhere was scarlet red. The temperature was shockingly high and the ground was charred. Ning Chen used his phoenix origin to protect the little girl, cautiously resisting the waves of fire coming from all directions. The phoenix bathed in fire, undergoing nirvana and rebirth. Putting aside his cultivation, Ning Chen's ability to withstand flames was unparalleled in the world. Ling Luojin gradually realized that Zhang Xian was unusual and the worry in her heart lessened. After a few hundred feet, layers of flames surged and roared in front of them. The terrifying might made it difficult for them to take even half a step forward. Ling Luozhen stopped and looked at the reddish-black flames in the depths of the sea of fire. A trace of seriousness flashed in her eyes. "Ninth junior brother, I'll go in first. Be careful. Don't force yourself." After saying that, Ling Luozhen's moon force rose to the extreme, protecting her as she rushed into the center of the sea of fire. "Ning Chen, are we going in?" asked Yin fearfully from the side. Ning Chen looked ahead and said softly, "Let's go in. It's fine. Don't be afraid." Yin nodded and unconsciously tightened her grip on Zhang Xian's hand. The two of them continued forward. Waves of fire came crashing down with shocking might. Ning Chen focused, and the phoenix origin around him shone brightly, blocking the flames that came close to him. This formless, ownerless flame had a might comparable to the divine flame of the underworld king back then. It had the power of creation, and it was truly shocking. The further in they went, the faster the pressure increased. The demonic qi sealed by the underworld divine seal in Ning Chen's body sensed the threat from outside and began to circulate on its own. He raised his hand, and the image of a phoenix appeared. It spread its wings, and the surrounding flames gathered and entered the phoenix's body. A god of fire, the most sacred yang, bathed in the sea of fire without being injured at all. In an instant, the reddish-black flames within 100 feet receded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the pressure also weakened. Just as the power of the flames was weakening, a bird's cry rang out from the depths of the sea of fire. A fiery red bird spread its wings and flew out. Ning Chen's expression immediately turned cold when he saw this. The vermilion bird. Without wasting any time, he pulled out the Taisher sword, and a fatal light appeared. The vermilion bird transformed into a red robe with a similar appearance. It waved its hand, and a scarlet feather sword appeared. It blocked the Taisher sword with a clang. "Jiming, long time no see," said the vermilion bird calmly with a cold gaze. "Fate truly is a joyous thing," replied Ning Chen coldly. Ning Chen replied coldly. The Taisher sword in his hand condensed the fire essence in all directions and shot out again. The vermilion bird also waved its feather sword, absorbing fire yuan as it met Taisher's attack. "Phoenix, your progress has disappointed me." The vermilion bird knocked away the person in front of it and coldly mocked. "Your sharp tongue can't change the fact that you're about to go to hell." Ning Chen condensed his yuan and refined his yang energy. The sea of fire surged into the air, forming a terrifying scene that made the world wail. Seeing this shocking move, the vermilion bird gathered qi in its palm and slashed its sword. In an instant, red sword light rose up, shining like stars. The two extremes collided, and the sea of fire fiercely roiled. Waves of fire soared into the sky, shocking the world. Two figures, one black and one red, retreated from the shock waves, but they soon pressed forward once more. In the struggle for survival, they showed no mercy. The phoenix and the vermilion bird were both gods of fire, and they were destined to never coexist. Now, they were determined to devour each other and advance to the next level. After clashing several times, they knew each other's foundation. There were no secrets between them. There was only a clash of absolute strength, and each sword chased after the other's soul. The surging sword qi carved out deep trenches in the sea of fire. The two swords at the peak of the sword qi continued to vibrate, one sound after another. The sun and moon moved in the sky, and the gods of fire fought. Since they were destined to never coexist, they would fight for a place in the book of life and death for themselves. The two swords clashed, and the world tilted. The mournful wails of the swords added to the tragic beauty of the battle. In the sky, the sun set and the moon rose. In the fire, swords came and went. There was no right or wrong, no position. Swords were up and down, and the battle decided life and death. Your sword has slowed down. The vermilion bird turned its head, and its sword shot out once more. It was extremely fast and unrestrained. Ning Chen snorted coldly and pointed his finger at the moon. A wave of fire surged 3,000 feet, and the sword's sole cut opened the path to the underworld. There was no one on the bridge of helplessness. With a loud explosion, the wind and clouds on the sword changed. Blood splattered into the air, and the 2 injured people were sent flying 30 feet. Nirvana! As soon as he took a step, his sword intent soared into the sky. The black-robed figure jumped up, and a magnificent sword light formed in front of him. In the next moment, it turned into a stream of swords. When the vermilion bird saw this, its expression became serious. It rose into the air, and with a flap of its wings, thousands of scarlet feathers transformed into streaks of sword light. They whistled through the air and collided with the Nirvana sword. With a muffled groan, the red figure fell from the sky. Blood flowed out of its right shoulder. Its final attack was slightly inferior. The vermilion bird that had yet to remove its wings was unable to display its ancestors' might. It had lost the battle between the phoenix and the sparrow. However, at that moment, the falling vermilion bird suddenly opened its eyes. It was unwilling to admit defeat, and it will cause the world to change. Waves of fire surged around its body, and a red pillar of light soared into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. I understand. The vermilion bird's figure stopped. An incomparably vigorous primordial energy surged out of its body. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the world instantly became miserable. 3 lives revolving fate, vermilion bird godhood. This sword was unavoidable and unstoppable. It was an extremely shocking sword that cut open heaven and earth. It was an ancient martial arts show, and gods and ghosts were frightened. The sword that cut through time and space was like the vermilion bird godhood of ancient times. Thousands of demons were subdued, and hundreds of disasters were quelled. The sword was won, and it was indescribable. Before the phoenix, the vermilion bird had proven its own Tao. Witnessing the vermilion bird's Tao, Ning Chen's expression became serious. He pulled Yin behind him, and thousands of swords gathered from all directions to block the godhood sword. With a bang, blood splattered. Ning Chen's figure was pushed back dozens of feet. Blood dripped from his arm, dyeing the sword red. Phoenix, it's over. The vermilion bird arrived, and the sword slashed down. This sword was going to completely end this battle between the gods that had been passed down for thousands of years. At the critical moment, Ning Chen shouted. The Yellow Spring seal was activated, and vast demonic energy was activated. Suddenly, a silver-clothed and silver-haired figure appeared in front of him. The great Yin sword edge knocked back the vermilion bird sword. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately suppressed the demonic energy that was about to explode in his body. Are you okay? Ling Luozhen turned around and asked. I'm fine, Ning Chen said calmly. Stepping into the celestial realm, looking at the silver-haired woman in front of her, the vermilion bird narrowed her eyes. She did not continue fighting and quickly retreated. Jiming, thank you for your help today. I look forward to meeting you again in the future. With that, the vermilion bird melted into the sea of fire, and there was no trace of her. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. This is troublesome. Let's go. We've been here for a long time. The Western Celestial World is about to open, and we have to leave as soon as possible, Ling Luozhen said. Ning Chen nodded and stepped forward to follow her. At the same time, far away from Mo Planet, in the fog that covered half of the star field, a broken continent floated past. No one knew where it came from or where it was going. The Western Celestial World, one of the 4 great celestial worlds in the ancient times, collapsed in the ancient times. Everyone in the celestial world died in a day, and no one survived. From then on, the famous Queen Mother of the West also disappeared from the world, never to appear again. Today, the Western celestial world reappeared, and the world changed. Chapter 6:18. The celestial world appeared in the star domain's fog. The floating broken continent slowly moved towards an unknown direction. On the various stars, old figures that had been sleeping for a long time woke up. They looked at the star domain's fog with yearning in their eyes. After waiting for hundreds of years, the celestial world finally appeared. For a time the earth trembled. Old monsters with terrifying auras walked out of their slumber and appeared in front of everyone again. On the Red Lawan Mo planet, Qingming, and other large stars, there were constantly peak experts stepping into the air and flying towards the star domain's fog. On Mo planet, U Peak, for figures stood respectfully in front of the platform, waiting for orders. The opportunity to enter the celestial world only appeared once every 10 years. It was abnormally precious. Even a peak existence like Master Mo attached great importance to it. In ancient times, cultivation was to become an immortal and seek the Tao. Now, cultivation was to become immortal. The obstacle between the two was actually one word: celestial. Be careful this time. Act according to Third Brother's orders. On the platform, Master Mo looked at the four below and said, "Yes." The four respectfully bowed and replied, "Go." Master Mo waved his hand and said. The four bowed again and immediately turned to leave. Looking at the four's departing figures, Master Mo's eyes flashed with a faint light. This time, he hoped that they wouldn't disappoint him again. In the feng shui forbidden land, 10,000 lightning bolts fell from the sky and buried the path ahead. After entering for nearly a month, the three were finally about to reach the end of the danger zone. The three swam in the sea of lightning, avoiding the lightning attacks and quickly rushing forward. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell unceasingly. It was like 1,000 years of screeching, abnormally ear-piercing. The power of extreme Yin opened the path, blocking the lightning that couldn't be avoided. It was the final test before stepping out of the danger zone. In a moment of carelessness, the lightning in the sky broke through the obstruction of extreme Yin. The clouds broke through the sky and shocked the sky. A huge azure lightning bolt came crashing down and buried the two behind. Ninth junior brother. Ling Luojan's pupils shrank as she looked back. She wanted to help, but it was already too late. She was shocked to see a body blocking the lightning and protecting the person beside her in a dazzling brilliance. Blood dripped down, and her face was warm. Yin raised her head and looked at the figure protecting her in his arms. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Ling Luojan immediately went forward and waved her hand to disperse the remaining lightning. "It's fine." Ning Chen straightened his body and said calmly. After that, he stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears on the little girl's face and said, "Don't cry." The charred black clothes on his back were stained with blood. How could the physical body block the might of thunder? Yin raised her small hand to wipe away the tears on her face and sobbed, "Don't cry." "Let's continue," said Ningqin as he looked at the silver-haired woman. Ling Luojan collected her thoughts and nodded. She flipped her palm and opened up the path of extreme Yin again. Ningqin pulled Yin, to keep up. His steps were firm, just like a portrayal of his entire life. Since he had chosen the path ahead, he would not regret it. Yin, Oi's small hand tightly grasped the former's large hand. He was the last thing she could rely on, and she was unwilling to let go. In front of them, Ling Luojan saw the two people behind him from the corner of his eyes. He remained silent. There were two goshawks living on the 8th peak. Every time there was danger, the adult goshawks would use their wings to protect their chicks. However, could humans do the same? The interweaving lightning in the sky illuminated the faces of the people below. It also illuminated the hearts of the people under the masks. Trust, promises, and doubts were revealed one by one without a doubt. The demonic cultivator had lost his heart, but he remembered his promise and followed through with it. He had no complaints or regrets. The human heart abandoned righteousness. The demonic cultivator kept his promise, and humans and demons were inverted. How ironic! Thunder rumbled as if it was crying for this sad truth. The Western celestial world was a vast and boundless world. Everywhere was desolate. The void kept collapsing as if the sky was falling. It was shocking. The broken celestial world had gone through countless years after the ancient era. It was obviously on the verge of collapse. No one knew when it would be completely destroyed. Time was merciless and covered up too many truths. The 4 celestial worlds had collapsed, and the Queen Mother of the West and the other 3 celestial world lords had gone missing. These shocking events that had been buried in the ancient era were now difficult to find out. The purpose of cultivation was to seek the Tao and live forever. However, after the collapse of the celestial world, there were fewer and fewer grand cultivators. One of the reasons was that there was not enough celestial source. There were very few places in the human world that could produce celestial source. It could not be compared to the 4 celestial worlds in the ancient era. During the primordial age and the ancient era, the celestial world was a place that all cultivators in the human world yearned for because of the celestial source. Only with the celestial source could it be possible to continue cultivating. Of course, other than the celestial source, there was another thing in the celestial world that also made cultivators in the human world scramble for it. The way to live forever. The most enviable thing about the celestial world was that one could live forever. This was also the biggest reason why cultivators in the human world had been constantly searching for traces of the celestial world for hundreds of thousands of years after its collapse. In the rolling space above the starry sky, figures flashed past one after another like shooting stars, speeding towards the western celestial world. Among them, an old man was particularly eye-catching. There was a smile on his old face, and a little boy followed beside him. He looked to be only 7 or 8 years old and was very cute. However, it was this seemingly harmless old man that made people want to avoid him. Many supreme masters who were invincible in the human world deliberately avoided him when they saw him. Xing, Grandpa will be able to live forever soon. Are you happy? The old man smiled kindly. I'm happy. The little boy nodded vigorously and replied. The old man chuckled and did not say anything more. He continued to walk forward with the little boy. At the same time, on the Red Lawn planet, in a secret realm guarded by various sects, a woman in a long dress walked out. The young man in red beside her was silent, and the confusion in his eyes was clearly visible. The Red Lawn secret technique, the art of bewitchment, trapped the wings of a phoenix. The woman in red knew her destiny, and she fell into the love tribulation. She would never be able to escape from the reincarnation of the mortal world. This mission is difficult. I need your help. Princess Hong Luan looked at the young man in red beside her and said softly, Okay. The young man in red nodded and agreed. Just as Princess Hong Luan walked out of the Red Luan planet in the Xiaochang, and in Jinxi City, thousands of miles away, the woman playing the zither felt an inexplicable panic in her heart, and the sound of the zither changed. In the bright guest room, the owner of the Xiaya Tower, who was tidying up the flowers and plants, looked at the platform on the first floor and said faintly, Hong Wan, your heart is not calm. Hearing this, Hong Wan suppressed the panic in her heart and concentrated on playing the zither again. In the bright guest room, Mo Shaoi withdrew his gaze and said no more, continuing to tidy up the flowers and plants in front of him. In just a few days, the Western immortal world reappeared in the fog of the star field, causing many changes in the situation. The entire Red Luan star zone looked at the starry sky, looking forward to the immortal opportunity that they had been waiting for hundreds of years. In the Feng Shui Forbidden Land, after going through the trials of water, fire, wind, and thunder, the three of them finally saw the way out. The light that was close at hand was in sharp contrast to the darkness of the Forbidden Land. Just as they were about to go out, Ling Luozhen stopped and waited for the person behind her to catch up. Ninth junior brother. Seeing the former approaching, Ling Luozhen said softly. Ningchen stopped and looked at the former with a puzzled expression. Some words can't be said after going out. Remember, on the path of cultivation, don't be impatient. Don't be in a hurry to enter the immortal realm, understand? Ling Luozhen reminded again. Hearing this, Ning Chun narrowed his eyes. It was the third time. What was Ling Luozhen trying to say? I know you are suspicious, but you helped me once, so I won't harm you. Remember what I said today, and you will understand in the future. Ling Luozhen said seriously. I'll remember it. Ning Chin nodded calmly. That's good. The Western immortal world is about to open. Let's go out quickly. After saying that, Ling Luozhen turned and continued walking forward. She sighed softly in her heart, hoping that he would really remember her words. Ning Chen held the little girl's hand and followed her out. At the Legacy Peak, the white-robed Master Mo was sitting cross-legged on a platform. 7-colored light floated around him, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Not long after, Lord Amo opened his eyes and looked to the west. A light flashed in his old eyes. Has he finally come out? Master. 10 breaths later, 2 figures appeared and bowed respectfully. Not bad. Amo Zhu looked at the 2 people below the platform and said, Thank you for your praise, Master. The 2 of them replied, The Western immortal world is about to open. Your 4 senior brothers have already set off. You 2 should also set off, said Master Amo calmly. Yes. The 2 of them respectfully accepted the order and turned to leave. Seeing the 2 of them leave, Master Amo closed his eyes again and sat down cross-legged. Outside the Legacy Peak, Yin who was waiting, immediately ran over when she saw the 2 of them. Are we leaving? Yes. Ning Chin nodded. He looked at the woman beside him and asked, Master sent us out. Just what is it that you're looking for? A sword. Ling Luozhen's expression turned serious. According to legend, each of the 4 great immortal worlds has an immortal sword guarding their karmic luck. Its power is world-shaking. However, after the 4 great immortal worlds collapsed, the 4 immortal swords also disappeared. The 4 immortal swords. Ning Chin frowned. So you also know about this. Ling Luozhen was slightly surprised, but then she understood. Although few people knew about this, it wasn't an absolute secret. It was recorded in the ancient books of many peak sections. The Western immortal world's immortal sword is called the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. No one has found it yet. However, when the immortal world opened last time, someone said that they saw traces of the immortal sword, and it wasn't just one person. Thus, many people will go this time, continued Ling Luozhen. Why doesn't Master go personally? Asked Ningchen. The Western immortal world is already on the verge of collapse. It can't withstand a late-stage immortal corporeal expert. In addition, Master doesn't go because she wants to intimidate other corporeal experts, said Ling Luozhen. There are other corporeal experts in the Hong Wan Starfield. Ningchen frowned. Yes. Ling Luozhen nodded. A trace of reminiscence flashed through her eyes. At that time, I had just become Master's disciple. A purple-robed swordsman came to challenge me with a sword. He easily defeated several of my senior apprentice brothers. In the end, it was Master who stepped in and barely managed to defeat him. Ning Chen's eyes brightened. A immortal corporeal expert? So there were such existences in this world. Chapter 619. The Starfield Fog Sea, the Western Immortal World. After 600 years, one figure after another arrived. The vast immortal world was filled with desolation and vastness. The aura of time blew against his face, making him sigh with emotion. Experts from different large planets appeared and tacitly avoided each other. As long as there was no direct conflict of interest, no one would want to make enemies. Chi Huan and the other three had also arrived. The appearance of Mo Gate's 4 disciples attracted quite a few people's attention. Mo Gate's strength was well known by many, so Mo Gate naturally became the focus of many experts. Split up and search. If you discover a secret technique, alert us, said the yellow-robed man among the 4. Yes. Chi Huan and the other 2 nodded. The 4 of them split up, each heading in a different direction. Mo Gate's 4 disciples, interesting. The old man in sackcloth appeared with the little boy. Looking at the 4 people who had parted ways, an indecipherable smile appeared on his aged face. Not long after, the rumbling of phoenix carriages appeared in the distance. Multicolored light covered the sun. A powerful pressure descended upon the immortal realm. 5 women with extraordinary auras appeared. Each of them had a cultivation base at the peak of the immortal realm. 2 of them had even stepped into the immortal, treading realm. The shocking scene immediately attracted everyone's attention, and shock appeared on their faces. This isn't the Red Phoenix, Starfield's inheritance. Unfamiliar auras and unfamiliar faces. They had never seen or heard of them before. Suppressing their shock, they sped up their search for immortal karma. Even the inheritances of other realms had sent people over. The opening of the Western immortal world this time would probably cause a terrifying storm of blood. Half a day later, Ling Luozhen and Ning Qin appeared, once again attracting quite a few people's attention. It was extremely rare for Mo Gate's 6 disciples to appear together. The 6 of them have all come. It seems Mo Gate's master is determined to obtain the immortal sword, said a supremacy looking at the 2 of them. It won't be that easy. Let's not even talk about whether or not we can find the immortal sword. Even if we can find it, with so many peak experts present, it won't be easy for Mo Gate to obtain the immortal sword, said another supremacy. At the very least, Mo Gate has the most hope. Mo Gate's 8th brother, 3rd brother, and 5th brother are all immortal treading experts. Adding on the other 3, they're practically unstoppable, continued the first person. Let's wait and see. I have a feeling that this battle for the immortal's sword will be unprecedentedly bitter. Boom! Just as the 2 of them were conversing, the heavens and earth in the distance began to rumble. The sounds of a great battle could be heard, and the aftershocks shook the area. Expanse after expanse of the void collapsed and spread out continuously. Immortal origin, the unconcealable fluctuation of spiritual energy, was so dense that the nearest group of people were shocked and immediately rushed over. Ning Qin, who was about to leave in the opposite direction, narrowed his eyes and stopped. Without hesitation, Ning Qin held Er's hand and quickly rushed towards the place where the immortal source would appear. 9th junior brother. Ling Luozhen was startled and called out. The black-robed man didn't stop. His figure flashed by at an extremely fast speed. In a few breaths' time, he had surpassed everyone and was rushing towards the center of the battle. In the battle, a woman in a red robe and an old woman were fighting fiercely. The old woman's aura had already reached the great circle, but the woman in the red robe wasn't weak either. She danced like a fairy, and her charming appearance was even more eye-catching. Not far from the 2 of them, the floating stone formation rotated. Within it, the mountain-like celestial sources exuded an astonishing amount of spiritual qi. There were at least several thousand of them. Vaguely, the power of laws vibrated, causing people to go crazy. Outside the stone formation, the battle for the celestial sources was becoming more and more intense. Wherever the shock waves passed, space would constantly collapse and disappear. Seeing this, the black-robed man broke the stone formation with a sword and took the celestial sources with a flip of his hand. Impudent! The old woman and the woman in the red robe's expressions both changed. They condensed vast origin energy in their palms and blocked the black-robed man. However, the black-robed man was like an illusion. He took strange steps and instantly dodged their attacks. He waved his hand and took all the celestial sources. The sudden change made the old woman and the woman in the red robe unable to restrain their anger. Without saying anything, they attacked the black-robed man in front of them. His sword blocked the two attacks, and he took advantage of the momentum to retreat several meters. He didn't want to continue fighting and was about to retreat. Suddenly, a powerful palm force came from behind, blocking his path of retreat. Ning Qin turned around and waved his sword to disperse the palm. He looked at the green-robed woman who had appeared in the battle. His deep eyes didn't change in the slightest. "Hand over the celestial sources, and I'll spare your life," said the green-robed woman coldly. "Come." The three surrounded him. Ning Chen held his sword in front of him and said indifferently, "The celestial sources are in my hands. If you have the ability, come and take them." His savage words were cold and arrogant. In this celestial world where the strong preyed on the weak, only the winner was king. There were no rules, so the demon didn't need to hide his nature. Een hugged the former's left hand and took half a step back. She hid behind him obediently and didn't say anything. In the face of this provocation, the three became even angrier. They stepped forward and attacked together. When the three arrived, Ning Chen waved his hand. First, he used the Sun Sutra martial art. In an instant, the power of extreme yang was activated. The vast power of yang gathered in his sword and shot out. With a boom, the three retreated at the same time. The extreme yang entered their bodies and caused their blood to boil. Too weak. The motionless demon didn't hide the mockery in his eyes. His sword was cold, declaring the madness of a demon. After a short confrontation, experts arrived one after another to observe the battle. The situation was clear. 3 against 1. There was no need to guess. It was clear who was on the other side. Just as the battle was about to begin, an extremely powerful, white-robed figure walked over. After a few steps, she arrived at the battlefield. Seeing her 2 fellow disciples, she calmly asked, "What's going on?" "Senior apprentice sister, the celestial sources were taken by him," said the woman in robes, unable to conceal her anger. The white-robed woman frowned slightly. She looked at the black-robed youth in front of her. She didn't say anything. Her figure flashed, and her slender hand turned into a heavenly net that reached for his shoulder blade. "People of the spirit void, Starfield, you've overstepped your boundaries." Just at this moment, silver hair fluttered in the wind. The extreme heavenly net blocked the white-robed woman with a palm. "Emo Gates' 8th disciple lives up to his name," said the white-robed woman indifferently as she retreated. "You're too kind," said Ling Luojan calmly. "Caning Biel, let's go," said the white-robed woman before turning and leaving. The 2 women glanced unwillingly at the black-robed youth in front of them before following her. Not far away, when the spectating experts saw Ling Luojan intervene, they sighed inside. Although they were unwilling, they could only leave. A late immortal void expert was practically unrivaled in the immortal world. Offending such an expert for a few celestial sources was not worth it. "Junior apprentice brother, let's go," said Ling Luojan. Ning Chen nodded. He waved his hand and put away his sword. He held Yu Ling, Oi's hand, and followed. "Ning Chen, can you beat that sister just now?" On the way, waved her hand and asked softly. "I can't," said Ning Chen honestly. "Then, what if big sister Ling Luo can't attack in time?" "Your identity can't be known by others," said angrily. "Run," said Ning Chen matter-of-factly. When heard this, she almost choked to death. After thinking about it, she broke free from the big hand and ran to the front. She held the silver-haired woman's hand and said sweetly, "Big sister Ling Luo, the people here are so fierce. Ning Chen's cultivation level is too low. He can't beat them." Ling Luojan was startled. She wasn't used to this, but she still nodded. Seeing this, Broke into a smile. Her pretty little face was even more adorable. Seeing the little lass's innocent smile, Ling Luojan's cold expression softened a lot. After walking with the woman for a while, quietly ran to the back and held his hand once more. "Now I'm not afraid." Raised her head and giggled. Ning Chen rubbed her hair. His expression was calm, and he didn't say anything. This girl was becoming more and more crafty. Just as the three of them were searching for the immortal sword, two figures were walking side by side in the opposite direction. The woman in the white dress and the red-robed man were a perfect match. Suddenly, the ground in front of them rumbled. Arrow light shot out from the ground towards the two of them. The red-robed man waved his right hand, and an ink-black sword appeared. With a slash of his sword, the thousands of arrows shattered. As the arrows shattered, the ground continued to rumble. In the blink of an eye, thousands more arrows tore through the air. In that moment of crisis, the red-robed man brought the woman with him and rapidly retreated. He then stabbed his sword into the ground, causing the ground to collapse. Amidst the dust, a rusty ancient war chariot appeared. Its huge metal body emitted an eerie chill that made people feel a chill down their backs. The war chariot was extremely large, dozens of meters long and wide. It was completely rusty, and there were countless runes engraved on its body. A faint light flickered as it constantly absorbed the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. Bronze war chariot. Princess Hong Luan narrowed her eyes. "Haha, this thing isn't bad. I want it." At this moment, an old man's laughter rang out. An old man in linen robes walked out with a young boy. He extended his hand towards the azure dragon war chariot. "Can Hong?" The red-robed man instantly moved. His sword was extremely fast, and his figure was extremely fast. His sword was dyed red. With a ripping sound, the old man's robes were torn apart. Blood poured out of his outstretched arm, sprinkling onto the ground. "Oh, it seems I've underestimated you." The hemp-robed old man's expression darkened. His figure moved, and his withered palm slapped out with the force of 10,000 kilograms. The red-robed man brandished his sword, and with a bang he met the palm head-on. The palm and sword collided, and both sides retreated half a step. The sword in the red-robed man's hand changed again, and a phoenix appeared behind him. His sword moved, and the wind and clouds were chaotic. The phoenix was extremely fast, and without a trace, each strike was fatal. The old man blocked a sword and was struck again. His palm was as heavy as a mountain, and he slapped down once more. However, the red-robed man immediately withdrew his sword, dodging the attack. Troublesome brat. Seeing that his opponent was not ordinary, the old man coldly sneered. His palm suddenly changed direction, and he slapped toward the woman not far away. The woman was in danger, but the red-robed man's expression was not the slightest bit flustered. The mocking smile on his face was clearly visible. "Ghost slave, after escaping from the Red Luan King's realm, have you forgotten your master's appearance?" Princess Hong Luan calmly spoke a sentence as the palm energy neared her. She raised her hand and calmed the wind and clouds. Soon after, she slammed her palm towards the old man's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "Red Luan royal family." The old man groaned, and his eyes were filled with shock. He did not dare to stay any longer, and he quickly retreated with the young boy. Chapter 620. In the southeast of the western celestial world, there was an abyss as deep as the sea, with waves crashing against it. It was an immortal realm, shrouded in mist. A silver-haired woman walked over, followed by two figures, one large and one small, as they walked into the abyss. Compared to other places, this place was still relatively intact. Clear springs flowed, and a cool breeze blew. It was peaceful. Don't be careless. The celestial world's laws have been destroyed for a long time. "No place is safe," reminded Ling Luojan softly. "Yes." Ning Chen looked around and nodded. When Yin-Er heard this, she also tightly held onto the person beside her, feeling a bit nervous. The three of them walked forward, doing their best to restrain their auras so as not to affect the changes in the world around them. However, when the three of them reached the center of the abyss, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. Crack! A heart-shaking sound rang out. The originally intact space suddenly split open, and a huge crack appeared. Gales howled, and the wind and clouds were constantly sucked into the crack. A moment later, the entire abyss collapsed. The mountains and rivers were quickly swallowed by the void, disappearing without a trace. "Let's go!" Ling Luojan's expression changed slightly, and she let out a shout and rushed forward. Ning Chen grabbed the little girl next to him and immediately followed after him. The collapsing world rapidly spread, swallowing everything in its path. It was eerie and bone-chilling. The moment the three of them escaped from the abyss, the entire void behind them collapsed. A huge black hole spread out for hundreds of miles. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, a 7-colored paper crane flew out. It wasn't large, only the size of a palm. It held a translucent jade hairpin in its mouth, and it emitted a dazzling light. Western King Hairpin. Ling Luojan's body shook when she saw the hairpin in the paper crane's mouth. It was rumored that during the ancient war between the Celestial World and the Celestial World, when the Celestial World's army was on the verge of collapse, the Queen Mother of the West appeared. She took off the hairpin that bound her hair and forcibly drew a river between heaven and earth, blocking the path of the 100,000 celestial demon soldiers. She had never thought that the legend was true. The Western King hairpin really did exist. In the sky, the 7-colored paper crane flew away. It was extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing the paper crane leave, Ningchen didn't have time to say anything. He turned into a streak of light and chased after it with Paper cranes and phoenixes competed with extreme speed. They swept past the skies of the immortal world in the blink of an eye, so fast that even their afterimages couldn't be recognized. It was truly shocking. Since the collapse of the immortal realm, many rare treasures had disappeared with the passage of time. However, every time the immortal realm opened, rare treasures would appear. The 4 immortal swords were undoubtedly the best treasures. The hairpin of the Western King was slightly inferior, but it was also hard to find. The paper crane was intelligent. It constantly changed directions as it fled, avoiding obstacles along the way. It did not stop for even a moment. Ning Chen followed closely behind, not giving a single step back. He was exceptionally cautious. Along the way, many people saw this scene, but before they could give chase, they lost track of the man and the crane. They moved with extreme speed, passed through the restrictions of space, and tore apart expanse after expanse of space. In next to no time, they completely shook off the group of pursuers behind them. The immortal realm was vast. As the streak of light moved faster and faster, it attracted more and more people's attention. The few women from the Spirit Void Star zone who had a conflict with Ningchen saw this. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the woman in white, who was the leader, and she quickly followed. The woman's movement technique was extremely shocking. It was actually not inferior to the 7-colored paper crane and the phoenix. With every step she took, countless runes were destroyed. It was so close yet so far away. It was extremely fast. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, chased for an unknown period of time. In front of the immortal mountain, the 7-colored paper crane changed directions again and rushed into the depths of the immortal mountain. At the same time in the immortal mountain, Queen Hongwan and the red-clothed man, who were walking side by side, felt the aura behind them and stopped. Wave after wave of pressure quickly approached. When she saw the jade hairpin in the paper crane's mouth, Queen Hongwan's expression also became serious. She said, "I will block that treading immortal. You go and get the jade hairpin." "Okay." The red-clothed young man nodded. He waved his hand and held his sword. Immediately his figure flashed, and his sword cut through the air. The seven-colored paper crane did not have time to dodge the sudden, extremely fast sword light. With a loud tremor, the brilliance around her flickered. After that sword, Tysher's sword light arrived. Finally, the paper crane could not hold on any longer. It turned into specks of light and disappeared. The jade hairpin fell. Two figures rushed over at the same time, reaching out to grab it. The black-clothed and red-clothed people looked different, but their gazes were shockingly similar. Their palms collided, and they retreated several steps. Between the two, the jade hairpin fell silently. Neither of them could take it. On the other side, Queen Hong-Wan blocked the white-clothed woman. The battle between treading immortals had just started. "Why are you here?" Ning Chen looked at the red-clothed figure in front of him and asked in a low voice. However, the only reply he received was a cold sword light. It was merciless and chaste after his soul to take his life. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Tysher swung his sword to meet the sword. The two swords clashed. The sword wind swept through the surroundings. Wherever the aftershock passed, the sword wind split open the clouds. In terms of extremely fast attack and defense, the red-clothed man had the upper hand. In terms of strength, the black-clothed man stood proudly. In the battle between the two experts, the swords crossed. The sword light was dazzling. The familiar sword, the opponent with the mirror body. The ink in the red-clothed man's hand danced faster and faster, colder and colder. The black-clothed demonic body could not see why the person in front of him had become like this. He could only hold the sword in his hand and fight the phoenix body head-on. Not far away, Queen Hong-Wan, who was fighting with the white-clothed woman, looked at the battle from the corner of her eyes. She was shocked. She did not expect that there would be someone in the immortal world with such sword skills. Distracted in battle, aren't you overconfident? The white-clothed woman's palm moved and pressed towards the former's heart meridian. It's enough for you. Queen Hong-Wan calmed her mind and condensed her yuan energy to block the palm power. The cultivation technique of the Red Luan royal family. It seems like you are the current generation's Queen Hong-Wan. The white-clothed woman retreated half a step. Her delicate hands opened and closed. Wind and thunder gathered from all directions. A supreme divine power shocked the heavens and shattered the earth. Seeing this, Queen Hong-Wan's expression turned serious. She turned her palm and condensed her yuan energy. Red mist curled around her. The aura was decadent and the sky changed color. The two techniques reflected the sun and the moon. The strength of an emptiness realm expert was undoubtedly displayed. In an instant, the two techniques collided. The earth-shattering power destroyed everything in the surroundings. The two people fighting not far away were also affected and retreated a few steps. In the dust, the jade hairpin flew up and shone brightly. The two figures arrived at the same time and their swords collided again. The peak of martial arts and the peak of sword techniques. The two battles reached their climax at the same time. End the battle quickly. After fighting for a while, Queen Hong-Wan felt that her opponent was not ordinary. She looked at the battle at the side and reminded. Hearing this, the red-clothed man responded calmly. Soon after, he condensed his yuan energy. The red light in his hand kept rising. An unprecedented aura spread out. For symbols god sealing, dragon sparrow transformation. The god sealing sword appeared again. The azure dragon and the vermilion bird roared out. Borrowing each other's strength, the two bodies intertwined and slashed towards the black-clothed man. The demonic body focused and pulled behind him. The Tysher sword in his hand moved rapidly. With the support of the sun scripture, endless flames shone and shook the heavens and the earth. The peak techniques collided. The two figures each took a few steps back, and the corners of their mouths were dyed red. The swords on swords stood at the peak. It was difficult to determine the winner. The two figures in one body had become each other's greatest opponent at this moment. At this moment, a 7- or 8-year-old boy appeared out of thin air in the center of the battle. After snatching the jade hairpin, he immediately headed west. The sudden change made the 4 people in the battle look cold. They immediately chased after him. 2 of them were at the peak of sword techniques, and 2 of them were at the ascending immortal realm. They chased after him rapidly. However, the boy's movement technique was extremely strange. He kept disappearing into thin air. Although he could not escape too far each time, he still brought a lot of trouble to the 4. After chasing for a long time, the boy's figure could no longer be seen. What entered their eyes was the desolation after the battle. "Grandpa, I've snatched the jade hairpin." 100 miles away, after temporarily escaping the pursuit of the 4 people, the boy's figure appeared. He handed the jade hairpin to the hemp-clothed old man who was waiting in front. "Good boy." The old man took the jade hairpin and patted the boy's head with a kind face. "Ghost slave, your courage has really made me have a whole new level of respect for you." As the old man spoke, a red mist filled the air. Princess Hongwan, who was wearing a white dress, appeared. Her exceptionally beautiful face carried a trace of coldness as she spoke. "Princess, don't go too far." Seeing the girl appear, the old man's eyes sank. "It seems like you have escaped from the Red Lawn King's territory for too long. You have already forgotten the feeling of being imprisoned." Princess Hongwan walked forward step by step and said coldly. Every step was oppressive, as if she was stepping on his heart. The hemp-clothed old man made up his mind and rushed out, taking the initiative to gain the initiative. "Impudent!" Princess Hongwan's eyes shone brightly. With a bang, the old man's knees sank and he involuntarily knelt down. Once a slave, he would be bound for life. The old man's face was filled with unwillingness. He kept struggling, wanting to get up but failed again and again. Why? The old man's expression was malevolent as he roared. "Because I am the master and you are the slave." Princess Hongwan said indifferently. With a wave of her hand, a red light scattered and sent the old man flying. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the immortal world red. The old man had no chance to retaliate. He crawled on the ground, blood flowing out of his mouth. He struggled to get up, but was unable to do so. With a bang, he knelt down again. The old man laughed madly. Blood dyed his body red. Half of the bones in his knees were shattered. It was difficult for him to resist the difference in status between the two. With his body heavily injured, the old man's body flickered with light. The effect of the disguise technique disappeared and his old face changed, turning into a young man who looked to be in his 20s. His clothes were messy and his hair was dyed red. Gui Nu endured the pain in his knees and forced himself to stand up. Not far away, the little boy ran over with a panicked expression and supported the old man. "It's time to return what belongs to the Red Lawn royal family." Princess Hongwan raised her hand and the jade hairpin flew out of the little boy's hand. "If I can't get it, no one can." Gui Nu shouted malevolently. He gathered all his strength in his palm and chopped towards the jade hairpin. Princess Hongwan's expression changed. She did not expect this and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. It was the full power of a treading immortal expert. Cracks appeared on the jade hairpin, and soon after it shattered. In an instant, a golden light soared into the sky, illuminating the world. Immediately, the entire immortal world shook violently. Above the void, palaces appeared one after another. They were majestic and majestic, shocking everyone. Chapter 6:21. Above the void, the immortal palace appeared. It was majestic and majestic, shocking everyone in the immortal world. The West Palace. the powerhouses cried out. Since the collapse of the Western immortal world, the immortal palace had also disappeared. For hundreds of thousands of years, everyone thought that the immortal palace had been destroyed in the changes of the immortal world. No one expected that it would appear again today. After a short period of shock, the powerhouses in the immortal world regained their senses and rushed toward the immortal palace. With the appearance of the West Palace, the treasures hidden in the immortal palace would also appear one by one. The first to arrive would have a better chance. Outside the immortal mountain, Princess Hongwan looked at the immortal palace in the distance. A strange look flashed across her beautiful eyes. Without further delay, her figure flashed and flew toward the sky. Not far away, the young man in red saw this and also flew toward the immortal palace. For a moment, streams of light streaked across the sky of the immortal realm, coming from all directions and rushing towards the West Palace in the sky. In the sky of the immortal world, the majestic immortal palace floated, ancient and solemn, symbolizing the supreme power of the immortal world. Today it appeared again. In front of the crowd, a golden stream of light flew past quickly. Upon closer inspection, the golden hairpin with a dragon and a phoenix showed its true appearance. After the seal was broken, it returned to the immortal palace. In the blink of an eye, the golden hairpin flew into the immortal palace and disappeared completely. In the next moment, the black-robed and red-robed men arrived at the same time. The moment they passed each other, the two swords clashed. The sword light surged and scattered for hundreds of feet. Mahis Sek's ninth brother! Behind them, someone recognized the black-robed young man who entered the immortal palace first and exclaimed in surprise, "It's ninth brother!" Chi Huan and the others also noticed the situation and flew toward the immortal palace at a faster speed. The black-robed and red-robed men were faster than everyone else. Even the powerhouses in the immortal realm were slightly slower than the phoenix. Who is that person? His speed is not inferior to Mahis Sek's ninth brother. I don't know. I've never heard of him. Seeing that someone had entered the immortal palace, everyone behind them sped up, unwilling to fall behind. The two figures disappeared. Behind them, the white-robed woman also entered the immortal palace. Her speed was not inferior. Then came Princess Hongwan, Ling Luozhen, and other treading immortals. Their unusually powerful auras shocked the people behind them. Above the immortal palace, halls after halls were arranged in a crisscrossing pattern. The aura of time assaulted his senses, boundless and heavy. Time was precious. Red Coat and Black Coat chose to stop fighting at the same time and rushed in the direction where the golden hairpin disappeared. The two of them moved side by side, stopping in front of an enormous palace. They looked at the tightly shut immortal palace, brandishing their swords to cut through the air. With a loud bang, the door to the palace collapsed. The celestial palace that had been sealed for countless years once again appeared before the world. The two walked into immortal palace with cautious expressions, not daring to act carelessly in the slightest. Inside the immortal palace, there was not a single person on the high and mighty throne. The once supreme master of the Western immortal realm had completely disappeared in the long river of time. 10 steps away from the throne, the two of them approached. Suddenly, the earth trembled and a silver armored figure appeared amidst a dazzling brilliance. A halberd whistled through the air and forced the two of them back. A startling change occurred. The silver-armored man in front of him was young and handsome. He was extraordinarily valiant, and with a halberd in hand he dared to block an army of 1,000. Drip, drip, the sound of blood dripping rang out. Red Coat and Black Coat. Blood dripped from their sword-wielding hands. With just a single move, they suffered serious injuries. Behind Black Coat, the little girl's expression was abnormally nervous. She understood that encountering any living existence in this immortal realm was the most terrifying thing. After a moment of confrontation, the two of them did not say a word and once again rushed forward. The two swords moved at extreme speed, threatening to kill the war spirit. The silver-armored general brandished his halberd to meet the battle. Silver brilliance flickered, and there were no openings. The two swords were unable to move an inch. His speed was restricted, and the demonic body's momentum changed. His sword was like a falling mountain, chopping towards the former. The combination of power and speed was flawless. One fast and one heavy, and the battle began again. As they clashed, sword light and halberd light scattered in all directions. On the ground of the immortal palace, glaring ravines appeared one after another. The valiant and skilled immortal general was fighting one against two, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Vaguely, he gradually suppressed the sharpness of the two swords. Strength and speed were the first to show weakness. The expressions of the two of them became more and more serious. Their combination of speed and speed was unstoppable, but it was in vain. As the battle was about to collapse, figures arrived from behind. The white-clothed woman, Princess Hongwan, Chi Huan, and the others appeared. Looking at the battle before them, they stopped. Immortal General Wang, Princess Hongwan said seriously, "This is troublesome." Chi Huan, Ling Luojin, and the other three peak masters also became serious. The immortal general in front of them was obviously just a remnant soul, but he had such a terrifying, oppressive force. "Let's join forces. Otherwise, no one will be able to pass." Seeing that the two swords were about to collapse, the yellow-clothed third peak master beside Chi Huan looked at everyone and said, "Okay." Princess Hongwan, the white-clothed woman, and several other immortal treading experts nodded and agreed. Mahe's sect, Princess Hongwan, the people of the Spirit Void Star Zone, and the experts of the various stars, almost 10 immortal treading experts and dozens of immortal treading experts joined forces. 10 steps before the throne, the young general in silver armor moved at the same time. His spinning halberd shocked the experts. His valiant fighting spirit did not allow anyone to take half a step forward. In the battle, the demon body pulled the little girl out. Looking forward, there were not many changes in his deep eyes. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, but there were still people in the celestial palace. Even if they were souls, it was still unbelievable. One could imagine how powerful this person was when they were alive to be able to hold on until now with just a remnant soul. In addition, the phoenix body's change was also very strange. Previously in the Xiaoyachang and restaurant, he felt that something was wrong from the sword wound on Hong Wan's face. With the phoenix body's personality, she would never do such a thing to an innocent girl. While he was thinking, outside the battle, a young man in linen clothes appeared with a little boy. He quietly observed the battle, and a hint of coldness flashed across his sinister face from time to time. Many experts arrived. In front of the throne, the battle became more and more intense. Dozens of experts above the immortal treading realm joined forces and went against the immortal treading path. Powerful forces swept through the entire celestial palace. With a halberd in hand, the silver-armored general blocked the pass alone. Even someone as strong as the immortal treading path couldn't pass the heavenly pass. Just as the battle reached its climax, outside the celestial palace, heaven and earth trembled. A terrifying sword aura appeared without any warning and broke through the air. The demon body sensed it and immediately retreated dozens of feet to avoid the sword aura. However, the immortal treading realm experts in the battle weren't so lucky. The sword aura passed through their bodies, and before they could react, they exploded. Everyone was shocked and immediately retreated. However, the sword aura and the halberd collided. With a loud bang, the silver-armored general retreated for the first time. Outside the celestial palace, a purple-clad figure walked in. He looked to be around 30 years old and held a divine, gold longsword in his hand. The sword intent was domineering and terrifying. Purple Marquis, Chi Huan, Ling Luojin, and the other 3 peak masters of the Mahis sect changed their expressions. No one expected this person to appear here. 100 years ago, Purple Marquis challenged the EU peak with a sword. Many disciples of the Mahist sect joined forces, but couldn't stop him. In the end, the Mahist sect master took action, but only won by a narrow margin and forced him to retreat. It could be said that in the entire Red Lawn Star region, Purple Marquis was an expert who stood at the peak. There were few who could match him. When Purple Marquis appeared, everyone subconsciously retreated. An existence who had stepped into the immortal corporeal realm was practically a symbol of invincibility. In front of the throne, the silver-armored general's calm eyes focused for the first time. He held his halberd horizontally, not retreating even half a step. The immortal world has already been destroyed. Your era has already passed. You shouldn't exist, Purple Marquis coldly said. His body moved, and the divine gold longsword slashed down. It was forceful and domineering. The sword and halberd collided. The silver-armored general was forced back 3 steps. His soul was violently shaken. The remnant soul that had persisted for countless years and was already on the verge of dissipating had finally dissipated. "I'll take your life in 3 moves." Purple Marquis coldly snorted. The sword in his hand drew upon the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. A majestic second sword slashed down once more. With a loud explosion, the silver-armored general was forced back 3 steps. Cracks appeared on the halberd in his hand. Time was merciless. Even divine weapons couldn't last forever. Outside the battle, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. An expert who had stepped into the mortal corporeal realm was actually this powerful. "You've already done your best. My final sword will send you to the west." At the end of the battle, the sword intent had already spread. Purple Marquis' robes fluttered in the wind as his sword hummed. An incomparably domineering sword slashed through the sky. "My king!" The silver-armored general turned his head, a trace of regret in his eyes. He had persisted for hundreds of thousands of years, but in the end he still wasn't able to wait for his king's return. His unyielding will hadn't wavered even at the final juncture. The silver-armored general revolved his halberd, using the last of his strength to block the sword light. A lower immortal general of the immortal king realm. When he was alive, he was a valiant warrior. When the sword and halberd collided, space-time froze. Dazzling golden light illuminated the immortal palace, an ancient and everlasting energy sword. It was so powerful that even heaven and earth prostrated themselves before it. In the next moment, a beautiful figure that could suppress both ancient and modern times walked out. Her style was peerless, and her appearance was flawless. It was so beautiful that no one dared to look directly at her. The woman raised her hand, and the sword stopped. Then, with a light wave, the sword shattered. The battle was separated. Ugh! Purple Marquis flew back and landed miserably on the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at the woman in front of him with shock. The Western Queen Mother. The appearance of an immortal master caused a terrifying pressure to spread. The entire immortal world shook intensely, and its collapse sped up. Outside the battle, everyone was also shocked. Without a doubt, this woman was the master of the Western immortal world from the ancient era. She had once suppressed 3 ancient experts. "My king," said the silver-armored general respectfully, suppressing his excitement. "Jing Xian, you've worked hard," said the Western Queen Mother. "This subordinate doesn't dare to complain about his responsibilities," replied the silver-armored general. "You've already done very well. You can leave the rest to me." "You should rest," sighed the Western Queen Mother. The silver-armored general knelt down, his expression calm as he bowed one last time. "My battle soul is immortal. My king lives forever." Jing Xian had no more regrets. After bitterly enduring for hundreds of thousands of years, he finally reached the end of his life. His soul turned into motes of starlight and scattered. Chapter 6:22. Before the throne, Jingxian disappeared. Specks of starlight merged into the world, and the soul returned to the three ancient times. Sadness flashed in Shi Wangmu's eyes. The era that belonged to them was finally over. Inside the ethereal immortal palace, the many primes and above looked at the woman before them. Their hearts churned, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Shi Wangmu shifted her gaze to the people before her, and her eyes regained their calm. Everyone subconsciously retreated, but they discovered that they could not move at all. They immediately felt horrified. Anger appeared on Purple Marquis' face. He was not willing to be restrained, so he forcefully struggled free. Sword intent gathered around him, and he swung his sword at the immortal master's soul before him. When the sword chi arrived, Shi Wangmu did not move. Wind and clouds churned around her, and the boundless sword chi scattered for no reason, unable to get close to her. Immeasurable strength, surpassing common sense. The master of the immortal world, who suppressed the three ancient times, showed her shocking ability. With one step, the sky collapsed and the ground sank. The entire immortal world shook violently. The broken immortal world could not endure this abnormal and horrifying might. The ground cracked on the verge of collapse. With the immortal might, Purple Marquis was sent flying. After he landed, he took more than 10 steps back. His body was covered in blood, looking extremely sorry. Purple Marquis roared and circulated his extreme essence energy again. Sword light coiled around him, condensing into one. The vigorous and tyrannical sword light crossed 300 meters, heaven-defying and cutting down immortals. Bang! Shi Wangmu's expression did not change. She only took one step, and the vast immortal might shattered the sword light. The ground of the immortal world shook and sank. More than half of it collapsed. Blood splattered everywhere. Purple Marquis' body was dyed red, and the martial bones in his arms were shattered. "You may leave," Shi Wangmu said softly. Then she waved her hand and knocked Shao Chen out of the hall. The unshakable master of the immortal world shocked everyone. It turned out that there really were immortals in the world. It turned out that immortals were so shockingly strong. Shi Wangmu looked at the familiar hall before her and sighed softly. Then she took another step and vanished. The instant Shi Wangmu left, the entire ethereal immortal palace in the air quickly collapsed. Many halls collapsed and fell from the sky. The scene of the end of the world shook everyone's hearts. Buzz! The immortal palace collapsed. In the depths of the immortal palace, the sound of a sword rang out. As the heavens shook and the earth shook, an ancient sword descended. The immortal sword appeared. Cloud light flowed, and the 9 heavens trembled. The supreme treasure of the immortal world that had shaken 3 ancient times appeared in the world of mortals. The sword was neither made of gold nor jade. It was as if it was cast from stone. Cracks were densely packed all over it. At the very center, there was a clear crack that crisscrossed the entire sword. It seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. However, even though the immortal sword was broken, its power was still terrifying enough to make one's heart palpitate. All the Supreme Being experts present felt a terrifying sword pressure pressing down on them, causing the true chi in their bodies to tremble violently. "Seize the sword!" Princess Hong Luan came back to her senses and shouted. She flew towards the immortal sword. Not far away, the phoenix-bodied woman in red narrowed her eyes. She moved her feet and flew over as well. On the other side, the white-clothed woman, Ling Luozhen, Qi Huan, and the others also leaped forward to seize the sword. Dozens of streaks of light leapt into the sky, and every single one of them was at least at the consummate level. The supreme experts of the entire Red Luan starfield acted together to seize the immortal sword. However, there was only one exception. In the distance, a black-clothed figure flashed past rapidly. He ignored the appearance of the immortal sword and chased after the Queen Mother of the West. 1,000 miles away, amidst the multicolored light, the world trembled with every step the peerlessly beautiful woman took. Her waist-length hair fluttered in the wind. Her indescribable elegance made even the sun and moon lose their color. In a short while, the Queen Mother of the West had traversed more than half of the immortal world. As she looked at the world that was gradually collapsing, the sadness in her eyes became more and more intense. Behind her, a black-clothed figure flashed past quickly and chased after her. The Queen Mother of the West did not mind. She continued to traverse the immortal world. Every step she took covered 1,000 miles. She surpassed the limits of the void. Nothing could touch her. The great Tao wailed and fell continuously. The more the demonic body chased after her, the more tired it became. However, it refused to stop and chased after her with all its might. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, she reached the end of the immortal world. The Queen Mother of the West stopped and looked at the swirling black vortex at the end of the immortal world. Her eyes flashed with brilliance. The black vortex was eerily silent. She could not sense any signs of life. An oppressive and heavy aura spread out. The surrounding world was constantly being corroded. The degree of collapse was especially severe. After observing for a long time, the Queen Mother of the West took off the hairpin on her head and waved her hand. In an instant, a golden light illuminated the 9 heavens. Thousands of starlight broke through the sky and turned into an invisible heavenly river. Amid rumbling sounds, the world where the black vortex was collapsed and sank into the heavenly river. After doing what she had to do, the Queen Mother of the West sighed softly. Her remaining strength was exhausted, and her soul gradually faded away. At this moment, the black-clothed figure rushed over. Looking at the beautiful figure that was about to disappear, he asked anxiously, "Immortal Master, is there a way to revive the dead in this world?" The Queen Mother of the West turned around. When she saw the person who came, a strange expression flashed across her beautiful face. Then she nodded gently and said yes. "Where do you want to find it?" Ning Chen asked anxiously. However, this time there was no reply. The Queen Mother of the West's soul turned into starlight and disappeared from the world. The golden hairpin fell, and its light dimmed a lot. Seeing that it was about to fall into the heavenly river, Ning Chen rushed over and caught the golden hairpin in time. The aura of the golden hairpin with the dragon and phoenix was many times weaker than before. It was obvious that drawing the heavenly river in front of them had exhausted most of the golden hairpin's power. Ning Chen, seeing the golden hairpin, Yin'er tugged at his clothes. Her big eyes were full of anticipation. She said softly, "Give it to me." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded slightly and did not refuse. He gathered his essence and sealed the aura on the surface of the golden hairpin. Then he handed it to the little girl in front of him. Yin'er happily took the golden hairpin and inserted it into her hair. Her small face was full of smiles. "Does it look good?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. He looked at the distant horizon and said softly, "Let's go. The immortal sword has appeared. We have to go back as soon as possible." "Okay," Yin'er replied softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them rushed out quickly. They turned into flowing light and flew towards the place where the immortal sword had appeared. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away, in the sky above the ruins of the immortal palace, the immortal sword floated up and down. Majestic sword intent swept out in all directions. Suddenly, all the approaching figures were sent flying. Below, the linen-clothed man who was watching the battle moved. He rushed to the front of the immortal sword and reached out to grab the sword hilt. The immortal sword sensed it. Sword mist-surged and blocked the former's hand. "Huh." With a deep shout, the linen-clothed man's cultivation increased by a few degrees. He forcefully broke through the obstruction of the sword mist and grabbed the sword hilt. After a short moment of silence, the immortal sword shook violently. a murderous aura spread out and instantly destroyed the former's life force. Ah! The linen-clothed man flew out and crashed onto the ground. His blood stained the red dust. "Grandpa!" The little boy went forward and shouted anxiously, You won't blame Grandpa, right?" As he spoke, the linen-clothed man struggled to get up. He raised his hand and pressed it on the little boy's head. A terrifying suction force burst out and instantly swallowed the latter's life force. With a look of disbelief, the little boy's figure quickly disappeared. He opened his mouth, but it was too late to ask. In the next moment, the injuries on the linen-clothed man's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His aura was even stronger than before. The cruel scene shocked everyone present. Beside Princess Hong Wan, the phoenix body's eyes were filled with a strong murderous aura. Her figure flashed, and the tip of her sword came for the life of the man. The linen-clothed man turned his palm to block the sword. With a clang, the aftershock spread out in all directions. Princess Hong Wan rushed forward and waved her hand to shake off the battle. She coldly glanced at Gui Nu and said, "Snatching the sword is more important. We'll deal with this person later." The phoenix body withdrew her sword and suppressed the murderous aura in her eyes. She did not say a word from the beginning to the end. Boundless heaven and earth accept orders, 10 directions seal. At this moment, 5 beautiful figures leaped into the sky. The white-clothed woman was the leader. She flipped her hand seals, and layers of brilliance sealed the immortal sword. The hand seals were formed, and the restriction appeared. The wind and clouds turned into a heavenly net. The immortal sword's aura was restrained for a moment. The white-clothed woman rushed forward and tried to grab the immortal sword again. Seeing that the immortal sword was about to fall into someone else's hands, the 5 disciples of Mahe's sect moved together. Ling Luojin, Chi Huan, and the 3rd Peak Master, 3 ascending immortal experts, rushed forward and blocked the white-clothed woman together. The battle between the immortal sword and the immortal sword was instantly heated. Every move of the ascending immortal experts was earth-shattering. While the battle was in a deadlock, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. A 7-colored hand descended and grabbed the immortal sword. "Master!" The 5 disciples of Mahe's sect were shocked and said at the same time, "Old man, I knew you would use this move." At the same time, an extremely domineering sword Qi soared into the sky and collided with the hand. "Purple Marquis, long time no see." A white-clothed figure appeared in the 7-colored light. He looked at the figure below and said calmly, "It's only been 100 years. It's not that long." As soon as he finished speaking, Purple Marquis appeared. He stepped into the air and spoke coldly. "I haven't seen you in 100 years, but your temperament is still so irritable." "I've already advised you against it," said Emoju calmly. "I haven't seen you in 100 years, but your hypocrisy makes me feel even more disgusted." "Old man, you think you can stop me with just a mere incarnation?" sneered Purple Marquis. "You'll know once you try," said Emoju indifferently. "Oh, so my old friends have all arrived." The 2 of them had just appeared when the wind and clouds in the sky stirred once more. A purple-clothed figure walked out. He looked to be in his 30s, but his hair was already white. His powerful aura shocked everyone. Realm Monarch Hong Wan. Emoju narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "Another old monster," snorted Purple Marquis. "Master." Princess Hong Wan respectfully bowed. "The 2 of you retreat to the side," said the Realm Monarch Hong Wan softly. "Yes." Princess Hong Wan took her phoenix body and withdrew from the battle. "Ling Yin, the rest of you retreat as well," said Emoju. "Yes." The 5 disciples of Emo Gate accepted the order and retreated at the same time. The 3 immortal corporeal realm experts faced each other. Their auras stagnated for a moment, and entire space started to distort. Just as the 3 of them were about to fight, a young man in a luxurious azure robe walked over from the desolate land of deities. He had a handsome face, and each of his steps was steady. No one could sense the aura of a cultivator. There was a sword rack behind the man's back. The 3 swords on the rack hummed at the same time. Green and red intersected, fighting in Zhongzhou and entering the demonic wheel. After so many years, the legend of the Grand Xia had reappeared. Chapter 6, 23. Above the celestial world, Emo, Zhu, Realm Monarch Red Luan, and Purple Marquis stood in the void. The 3 strongest experts of the current era were fighting for the celestial sword. Purple Marquis waved his hand, and rays of sword light lined up in front of him. A tyrannical aura spread out, and space collapsed one after another. Unable to withstand the might of the sword, it collapsed rapidly. When the sword light came out, the sky trembled. Everywhere it passed, space turned into nothingness. Huge black gullies emitted endless coldness. When the sword intent approached, Emo Zhu and Realm Monarch Red Luan blocked it with their palms. 7-colored brilliance and red mist rose, respectively, blocking the first wave of sword intent. As the sword fell, Purple Marquis gathered elemental energy with his fingers. The wind and lightning in the surrounding 1,000 li gathered into a sword, intertwining and slashing towards the 2. Realm Monarch Red Luan stepped forward. Her elemental energy rose, and red mist filled the sky. It condensed into a form, and a red ribbon coiled around her body, blocking the sword intent once again. Not far away, Emo Zhu also used his 7-colored secret technique. Multicolored light fluctuated, and nothing could get close to him. After the initial probing, the 3 of them who were on guard against each other moved again. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. With a loud bang, the sky collapsed and the earth fell. The 3 of them used their full strength, and the palm and sword collided. A shocking power erupted, and the mountains within 1,000 li were destroyed, turning into a desolation. Celestial technique, shocking rainbow. Emo Zhu raised his hand, and the celestial technique appeared. 7-colored light spread out, and the 7-colored brilliance traversed across the sky. The sky was clear for thousands of li, and the 7 rainbows shocked the sun. Seeing that the incoming attack was extraordinary, Realm Monarch Red Luan waved her hand, and the red ribbon around her body moved to block the 7-colored celestial technique. At the same time, Purple Marquis also used his sword power, and it was unparalleled, blocking the celestial technique head-on. When the 3 attacks collided, the sky and the earth surged, and the aftermath surged. The 3 of them retreated a few steps at the same time, and the aura around them shook violently, one attacking and one defending. The 3 of them attacked and defended each other. The 3 of them who used their full strength exchanged blows, and the majestic aura rolled, and the power became more and more shocking. Below the battle, the collapsed celestial palace was destroyed by the 3's attacks. Huge pieces fell and crashed onto the ground, gradually raising a cloud of dust. Sky Dragon shock. Above the immortal palace, the battle became more and more intense. The realm master of the Red Luan realm flipped her palm to receive the essence energy. The red mist transformed into a heavenly dragon, and with a palm strike that shook the heavens and earth, it pressed towards Emo Zhu, who was close to her. Upon seeing this, Purple Marquis changed his sword stance. A tyrannical and sharp sword slashed towards the Ink Planet Master. Emo Zhu calmed himself down. His left hand channeled the 7-colored immortal art, while his right hand condensed the Great Yin and Great Yang immortal arts. An incomparably tyrannical force met the 2 of them head-on. Emo Zhu was forced to take half a step back. Fighting 1 against 2, he was at a slight disadvantage. Let's join forces and destroy this incarnation of his. We'll fight for the immortal sword again. Purple Marquis glanced at the Red Luan region queen. Sure. The Red Phoenix, realm monarch, replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them moved at the same time. Red mist condensed in their palms, and their swords broke through the heavens. They were forceful and overbearing as they joined forces to attack the Ink Planet Master. With the two of them working together, the pressure on Mo Zhu increased dramatically, and Mo Zhu's expression turned serious. He raised his right hand, and another immortal technique appeared. Awaken Yuanming, 7 rainbows, bury the sun. Celestial techniques erupted, and the power of laws swept out crazily. An illusory divine sun appeared, and it immediately collapsed into nothingness. The aftermath was shocking, and it instantly swallowed the two of them. Soaring swan pierces the sky. In the collapsing world, a scarlet light shot out. The Red Phoenix, realm monarch, used this opportunity to break free. His palm was forceful as it struck the former. When the palm landed, the sword followed. The extreme moves collided with a loud bang. With a muffled groan, Mo Zhu took another half a step back. His incarnation was rapidly unstable, and it showed signs of collapsing. An opportunity appeared. Purple Marquis took a step forward. A sword flew out from the ground and landed in his hand. With a slash of his sword, he took his life. Slash! The sound of the sword piercing through the body rang out. Mo Zhu raised his hand to block the sword. Soon after, he raised his right hand and pointed at the former's chest. Ah! With a bang, blood dyed the sky. Purple Marquis retreated several steps and vomited a mouthful of blood. He was injured for the first time. One person retreated, while the other instantly advanced. The Red Phoenix, realm monarch, gathered her energy and sent a palm strike toward Mo Zhu. The instant the two palms collided, Mo Zhu, who was unable to recover his energy, was forced to retreat several steps. His aura fluctuated and continuously dissipated. Old man, you're finished. Outside the battle, Purple Marquis forcefully suppressed his injuries and took a step forward. With his final sword strike, he circulated all his energy and condensed wind and lightning to form an extreme sword strike. Wrong, you're finished. But at this moment, the battle suddenly changed. The Red Phoenix, realm monarch's palm, suddenly changed direction and slammed into Mo Zhu's back. The sudden change caused Purple Marquis to be unable to react in time. With a muffled groan, his body involuntarily flew forward. Mo Zhu saw this and forcefully circulated his energy. His finger pierced through Mo Zhu's body. In an instant, blood sprayed out like rain. Purple Marquis staggered several steps back. Looking at the figure not far away, he struggled to turn his head back. Why? To me, it's the same no matter who I cooperate with. However, when he dies, it's just an incarnation. When you die, Purple Marquis will no longer exist in this world, said the Red Phoenix, realm monarch. So. Purple Marquis laughed heartily. After taking a few steps, blood spurted out from his chest, filling the air with a mist that filled the eyes. In the next moment, Mo Zhu's purple robe fell to the ground. His blood spread and dyed the sand red. Mo Zhu, are you satisfied with my sincerity? Asked the Red Phoenix, realm monarch calmly. The Red Phoenix, realm monarch, truly lives up to your reputation. Multicolored light circulated, and Mo Zhu's figure stabilized once again as he spoke. You flatter me. I came this time to take back the immortal slaughtering sword that originally belonged to my realm. With Mo Zhu's wisdom, I'm sure you won't stop me. As for the other things in this world, they all belong to your Mo gate. How about it? Sure, said Mo Zhu calmly. Thanks, the Red Luan realm monarch said as she walked towards the floating immortal sword. At this moment, Mo Zhu arrived. Seeing that the Red Phoenix realm monarch was about to snatch away the immortal sword, he slashed out with his sword. Oh, The red phoenix, realm monarch, focused and scattered the sword with a flip of his palm. He looked at the black-robed youth in front of him and frowned. "Old Ninth, don't be impudent," warned Emoju from within the seven-colored light. Below, Ling Luojian jumped forward and pulled Emoju back. She shook her head and told him not to be impulsive. "So you're Emoju's disciple. Then I won't pursue this matter," said the red phoenix, realm monarch, calmly. Ning Chin clenched his right hand, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. However, he had to suppress his killing intent due to the situation. "Ninth junior brother, don't be impulsive. The red phoenix, realm monarch's cultivation isn't weaker than Master's. Moreover, Master's injuries aren't light. It'll be very difficult to snatch the immortal sword away," explained Ling Luojian. Ning Chin nodded and loosened his clenched fist. The coldness in his eyes disappeared. He couldn't contend against an expert who had just stepped into the immortal corporeal realm. This time he had to endure. This brief interlude did not cause too much of a ripple. In the silent, immortal world, no one dared to step forward and obstruct him. Even if everyone joined forces, they would still appear so insignificant in the face of a terrifying, advanced, corporeal stage existence. The red phoenix, realm monarch, smiled faintly and stepped forward, raising his hand to grab the immortal sword. Suddenly, the expression of the red Luan realm monarch, who was about to grab the immortal sword, changed. In the distance, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The wind whistled as a young man in a luxurious azure robe walked over. The sword on the sword once again descended. "You won't be able to take this sword away." His calm voice didn't contain the slightest threat. The appearance of a legend changed the weather. Chapter 6:24. A legendary battle pet warrior appeared in the immortal palace ruins. The wind and clouds around him changed. An endless sword intent spread out, causing dust and snow to fly everywhere. He was wearing azure clothes, had black hair, and a handsome face. He looked calm and peaceful, without the slightest hint of killing intent or worldly strife. At the sight of the man before him, the devilish body's expression changed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. The two of them didn't communicate at all. Their azure clothes fluttered in the wind. Although they didn't say anything, they gave everyone an indescribable pressure. Everyone was shocked, unable to come back to their senses. The handsome figure in front of them walked steadily, like a sword immortal descending to the mortal world. The sword hadn't appeared, but the great Tao sensed it. Sword light appeared in the sky, turning into chains that crisscrossed and sealed the sword. A sword light slashed across the realm monarch's hand. Blood spilled out. The sword on the sword was indescribable. The realm monarch and Mo Zhu's expressions became serious. This person was extraordinary. Watch carefully. He taught me how to use the sword. Remember as much as you can in the next battle, said Ning Chun to the little girl beside him. Okay. Looked at the young man in front of her. Her big eyes shone. If he taught Ning Chun how to use the sword, wouldn't he be extremely powerful? The sword rack fell to the ground. The legendary battle pet warrior drew his sword. The azure sword appeared, and the world sensed it. Frost drifted down, and a silver world of ice and snow spread. The legend of the sword appeared again. The oppressive atmosphere became heavier and heavier. The realm monarch's eyes were cold. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. A red waterfall pierced through the air, soft but firm. The void exploded, unable to withstand the might of the extreme martial arts. Clang! Yen Qin waved his sword. The sword hummed, and the waterfall froze. The sword moved again, and the ice and snow shattered. Red snowflakes drifted down. The scene was so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. The realm monarch rushed forward, red mist curling around his body. He waved his hand, and the red mist surged, condensing into a palm wind. He attacked again. The palm fell and the sword rose. Waves of dust rolled. The sword light was dazzling, cutting through the red mist. The Red Luan Realm King leaned to the side to avoid the sword, but the sword turned around and followed her like a shadow. The palm wind and the sword light clashed. The figures of the swordsman and the king continued to clash. The sword light was like a graceful swan. The palm wind was like a falling mountain. The two extreme powers clashed, shaking the heaven and earth. His sword was at the pinnacle of elegance. Every move was ordinary, yet incomparably precise. His sword dance was breathtaking. It was unfortunate to have lost the sword, but it was fortunate to have seen the sword. Today, I finally recognized the sword. The intoxicated crowd did not know how long the martial art had been. The palm and the sword clashed. The red mist and the sword chi intertwined to create a beautiful movement of life and death. Kings were powerful, but the swordsmen were even more immeasurable. Everyone sighed in amazement. So there was actually such a sword on top of the sword. The setting sun shone in the west, and the world was still. The blood-red sunset covered the western horizon, and the setting sun refused to set. It was the heavens that wanted to witness the sword's elegance. Two figures, one big and one small, stood side by side. The small one was nervous, while the big one was abnormally calm. Since the first time they met, that invincible aura had been imprinted in their hearts forever. Whether it was trust or respect, Ji Ming had never thought that his senior would lose. Not in the past, not today, and not in the future. It was not rare for Ji Ming to call him senior. Most of the time, it was just to be polite or to get closer to him. Mu Qianshang had once joked that Ji Ming seniors would die the quickest and friends would be next. Mu Qianshang's words might have been a coincidence, but it was also true. It was not rare for Ji Ming to call him senior. However, only when facing the legend of Great Xia would it be sincere and not have any ulterior motives. Beside Ji Ming, Yin clenched her fists. Because she did not understand, she was nervous. "Don't worry, just focus on the sword," Ning Qin said softly. "Oh." Yin raised her head and replied softly. She calmed herself down and focused on the sword. In the battle, the green sword light danced. The sword moved in the snow, and each move became a blur. Without seeing the move could not be broken. The simple sword was dyed red. The Red Luan Realm King's left arm was slashed by the sword. The red fell and dyed her battle clothes. The path of a swordsman was to observe, learn, and comprehend the sword. Only when one saw the sword above the sword would one know how far the end of the sword was. When she first learned the sword, Yin was lucky. Ji Ming led the way. Today, she saw the only sword again. Her knowledge on the path of the sword far exceeded her peers. Outside the battle, Mo Zhu's expression became more and more serious. It was true that the transformed body was not as good as the original body. However, the Red Luan Realm King's cultivation had reached the late stage of the celestial realm. In a short time, the transformed body was not much weaker than the original body. Who was the swordsman in front of him? Why had he never heard of him before? The setting sun shone on the deity ground. The Red Luan Realm King, who was in a passive position, roared, and the red mist around him surged. The formless red mist spread out and turned into crisscrossing ribbons that penetrated the body of the swordsman. The green sword slashed at the red mist. The red mist dispersed, but the momentum did not decrease. The formless could counter the tangible. Seeing this, Prince Yan's expression did not change. He stepped out and retreated. With a wave of his hand, the green sword returned to its scabbard. The sand sword spread out and rushed into the battle. Formless against formless, the two extremes crossed. The legendary stepped back and gradually moved forward. With a rip, the clothes on the Red Luan Realm King's right shoulder were torn. Wisps of sand flew past like the sharpest sword, bringing a waterfall of blood. At this moment, Mo Zhu, who was watching from the side, finally made a move. He raised his right hand, and the celestial art appeared again. The seven-colored rainbow shot out with an unparalleled momentum. It covered thousands of feet and suppressed everything. Its shocking power swept toward the swordsman in the battle. As the pressure came, Prince Yen frowned slightly. He waved his left hand, and the red sword came out of its scabbard. With a slash, the heroic spirit of the swords gathered and broke the rainbow. The situation of the battle changed in an instant. The Red Luan Realm King and Mo Zhu, who were both transformed bodies, chose to work together to resist the legendary swordsman. Below, seeing the two enter the battle together, the demonic body squinted his eyes. Although there were no ripples, his eyes became colder. Ning Chen, will he be okay? Worry appeared on Yin-Er's little face. She shook Ning Chen's arm and asked, "Quiet! Focus on watching the sword," Ning Chen reprimanded softly. Oh, after being reprimanded, Yin-Er didn't dare to be distracted and focused on watching the battle. In the sky, the two powerhouses worked together. The swordsman faced the battle. A cold blade reflected the blood-colored setting sun. Sword sound, flying swan. Prince Yen slashed with the red sword in his hand, and the void collapsed. Red sword waves spread out and forced the two to retreat. Red Luan Realm King, and it quickly. You and I are both transformed bodies. It's not good for us to fight for a long time, Emoju said. Understood. The Red Luan Realm King responded. He flipped his left hand, and a red mist rose rapidly. It was visible to the clouds, and an extremely terrifying power shook the sky. On the other side, Emoju also used the seven-colored celestial art. Suddenly, the sky and the earth were split into two, and seven-colored light illuminated the world. Seeing that the two's moves were not ordinary, Prince Yen condensed Yuan in his right hand and pointed. The green and red swords sped into the sky, and the clouds fell, circling and reflecting each other. Green and red breath together, one breath unrestrained. The two swords fell, and the clouds fell, swallowing everything. In an instant, the red mist and seven-colored light disappeared, swallowed by the clouds. With a groan, the two retreated a few steps. Drops of blood dripped down, and their transformed bodies were injured again. The clouds dispersed, and blood dripped from the corner of Prince Yan's mouth. It was the first time he saw blood since the battle. His sword was endless, and his physical body became a hindrance. Facing the joint attack of the two strongest powerhouses, he finally showed his only weakness. Noticing the former's weakness, Mo Zhu and the Red Luan Realm King gathered their energy and concentrated it to the extreme. One move, ended the legend of the swordsman. Red mist filled the sky, and the seven-colored sun pierced through the sky. The earth-shattering power surpassed the limits of the world. The western celestial world, which was already full of holes, was on the verge of collapse. The scene of doomsday shocked everyone present. The power of reality was indescribable. In the sky, Prince Yen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the two, he waved his right hand, and the intertwining chains on the celestial sword were released and disappeared. Since you came for the sword, how can I not show you the power of the celestial sword? As soon as he finished speaking, the green, red, and sand swords coiled out at the same time. The sword aura vibrated and resonated with the gods in the swords. The sound of the swords resounded in the universe. The celestial sword responded to the sound, and in the next moment, the celestial sword soared into the sky. The sword aura rumbled, and the sun and moon changed. 4 swords move the world, and heaven and earth fall together. Prince Yen pointed his finger, and the 4 swords coiled and rotated. Endless sword pressure swept across 1,000 miles. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and the wind and clouds went crazy. After a moment, a terrifying collision sounded. The red mist and the 7-colored light were annihilated. The two incarnations groaned at the same time and turned into stars and disappeared between heaven and earth. The celestial world, after going through a series of battles, finally couldn't withstand the destructive power anymore. Pieces of land cracked, and above the 9 heavens, the void collapsed and turned into nothingness. It was the real doomsday. Thousands of miles, gullies spread continuously, and the earth was torn apart. Destruction was imminent. Amidst the rumbling of the battle, the 4 swords flew back into their sheaths. The last sword was mottled with an ancient intent. It was neither gold nor jade, and it clanged into the sword rack. Prince Yan's expression didn't change. He waved his hand and put away the sword rack, then walked forward. Everyone was so shocked that they subconsciously retreated, not daring to block his path. Once you leave the celestial world, find the sword in tent and come see me. King Yan spoke calmly as they passed each other. Then he walked away. No one heard his voice. Not even Yin heard him leave. From beginning to end, he didn't stop for even half a step. Ning Chen silently nodded his head and agreed. In the sky, the destroyed celestial palace fell even faster. One palace after another smashed into the ground, causing dust and sand to surge. The 5 disciples of Mo Gate, Princess Hongwan, the white-robed woman, and the others recovered from their shock and quickly avoided the collapsing world. Next to Ning Qin, Yin swayed back and forth. Because of the shaking earth, she couldn't stand steadily. Ning Qin, this place is going to be destroyed. Let's leave quickly, said Yin, with a panicked expression. Yes. Ning Qin nodded lightly. His eyes flickered as he looked at the 5 sons of Mo Gate. This time, Mo Gate could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Not only had they gained nothing, even Master Mo's incarnation had fallen here. He hadn't expected an immortal sword to draw out so many terrifying experts. Was that Princess Hongwan the source of the Phoenix transformation? Chapter 6:25. In the celestial world, celestial palaces continuously fell from the sky, creating huge craters, one after another. The western celestial world, which had endured successive battles, was completely destroyed. Several streaks of light shot out of the dust and quickly flew into the distance. The celestial palaces had been destroyed, and many treasures had appeared at the same time. After countless years, they were finally able to see the light of day again. Seeing this, everyone present was shocked and immediately leaped up to follow. At this moment, every minute and every second was precious. The celestial world was about to be destroyed. They had to leave before that happened. 9th junior brother, this place is too dangerous. I can't take care of you. You should leave first. Ling Luo hurriedly sent him a message and chased after one of the streaks of light. The other 4 disciples of Mo Gate also flew in different directions. This trip to the celestial world had been too much of a failure. This was their last chance. Before they left, they had to gain something. Iner, let's go, Ning Chun softly said, looking at the streaks of light in the distance. He took the girl beside him and quickly retreated. The streaks of light sped away and disappeared in an instant. Ning Chen avoided the 5 disciples of Mo Gate and flew in a certain direction alone. In front of him, the azure streaks of light were moving faster and faster. The figures chasing after them rushed past one after another, competing with time and with others. The black-robed figure in front reached out to grab the azure streaks of light. At this moment, the azure streaks of light shone brightly and broke through the limits of space. The instant they were caught, they escaped. You can't escape. A cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He pushed his phoenix origin to the limit. Under the setting sun, a black streak of light flashed past and chased after them. One figure after another followed behind. The difference in their cultivations was gradually revealed. When the cold moon rose in the west, the 2 streaks of light at the edge of the celestial world arrived at the same time. The black-robed figure shouted and sword light soared into the sky, turning into a rain of swords that blocked the path of the azure streaks of light. With the path blocked, the azure streaks of light paused and quickly changed directions. However, the black-robed figure had already arrived behind them. With a flip of his hand, a heavenly net appeared and locked onto the azure streaks of light. With a bang, the azure streaks of light appeared in the violent collision. A palm-sized boat appeared. It was mottled with copper rust and had been eroded by time. "Let me see." Yin raised her head curiously. Ning Qin nodded and handed the small boat to the little girl. The small boat in Xiao Chen's hand felt slightly cool. The body of the boat was made of bronze, and it looked somewhat crude. It did not seem like a treasure. "It doesn't look good." Yin looked at it, but couldn't find any clues. She pouted and handed the small boat back. Ning Qin took it and didn't say anything. He held the little girl's hand and walked out of the immortal world. Suddenly, at this moment, a linen-clothed figure flashed over from behind. His palm energy was boundless as it tore through the air. Ning Qin sensed it and turned his feet. Amidst the ripples of water, he was already 1,000 feet away. The young man in linen snorted coldly. He took a step forward and leaped forward. His palm energy rumbled as it pressed forward. The celestial trampling force was incomparably vigorous. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as his figure flashed rapidly. He did not want to face it head-on and only wanted to escape. "How much longer can you hide?" The young man in hemp robe sneered. His palms moved like thunder, striking out one palm after another with shocking power. The palm energy was continuous, and Ning Qin could not avoid it. He waved his hand and held his sword. Wind and clouds swirled on the Taisher sword, and thousands of sword lights met the palm. There was an earth-shattering explosion. In the aftermath, the black-clothed figure retreated. His sword cut through the air, and 100 feet of wild mist whizzed out. Too weak. The young man in linen turned his palm to meet the sword light head-on. The aura around him kept rising. He stepped forward, and his palm energy condensed the airflow in all directions and slapped toward the former. Ning Qin held Yin or his hand and moved quickly to avoid the palm energy. Immediately, the extreme yang energy on his sword surged. The martial arts of the Sun Scripture appeared. The rumbling sword light rose 1,000 feet. Within 100 miles, it burned the sky and boiled the sea. The collapsed space could not bear such power and quickly collapsed. Seeing this, Gui Nu's eyes turned cold. He opened and closed his hands, and a wave of Yin energy surged. The dense cold current met the attack. With a boom, heaven and earth became chaotic. The black-clothed figure drew a few steps, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He used the momentum to step out of the collapsed immortal world. Skyfall! The moment he retreated, the Taisher sword moved. The sword light rushed into the sky. Thousands of sword lights spun rapidly. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights fell from the sky like a storm, instantly drowning the collapsed land of the immortal world in front of him. The Skyfall sword caused heaven and earth to collapse. The void spread, and a strong suction force appeared, swallowing everything around. "If I'm lucky, I'll see you again." Looking at the destroyed land in front of him, Ning Qin said faintly, then turned and left. Outside the immortal world, the star field was shrouded in fog. It was difficult to distinguish the 4 directions. Only the sword intent shone, pointing out a bright path in the confusion. The familiar sword's aura reached the heart, guiding the lost people out of the lost path. At the end of the fog, the starry sky was vast and beautiful. The young figure in green stood there quietly. He was handsome and otherworldly, like an immortal banished from the sword. People could not help but respect him. Soon, 2 figures, one big and one small, walked out. When they saw the person in front of them, they respectfully bowed. "Which one?" King Yen asked calmly. "Demon," Ning Chen answered honestly. King Yen nodded and looked at the little girl beside him. Disciple? Yes, Ning Chen answered softly. He patted the little girl's head and said, "Een er bow." "Een er greet, senior." Een er bowed obediently. Seeing the junior, King Yan's expression softened. He said, "Come here." Een er raised her head and looked at the man beside her. Then she walked over obediently. King Yen waved his hand, green and red intertwined. Among the specks of light, an invisible sword aura entered the little girl's right hand. "What is this?" Ina looked at the sword pattern that appeared on her right hand and asked curiously. "Sword aura," King Yen said softly. "Does Ning Chen have it?" Ina asked puzzled. "His talent is too poor. He can't learn it. It would be a waste to give it to him," King Yen said lightly. Hearing this, Ina smiled. Then she turned around and made a funny face. Then she bowed obediently again. "Why did you come here?" King Yen looked at the junior in front of him and asked, "I followed the immortal corpse here because I suspected that M.O. Gates' master might know something about reviving the dead. I temporarily became a disciple of M.O. Gate." Ning Chen briefly recounted the events that had happened in the past few days. However, he only briefly mentioned the matters related to the central state and didn't mention much about them. King Yen patiently listened to him and nodded. "Since ancient times, immortal corpses have been patrolling. You need to investigate this matter yourself. As for the method to revive the dead, you can't rush it. Even if such a method exists in the world, it's in the hands of M.O. Gates' master, or even an expert above him. With your current strength, you can't contend against such an existence." Ning Chen was silent. He didn't interrupt. "I once told you that if you have too much obsession in your heart, it will affect your cultivation. Your body is formed from the resentment of all living beings. You were fortunate enough to escape the phoenix body and form your own body. Originally, you could have abandoned your other thoughts and thrown away the shackles of the world to focus on cultivation. Why did you walk the path of the phoenix body?" King Yen frowned. Ning Chen was still silent. After a long time, he softly said, "I can't trust the phoenix body right now. Also, I don't know where my original body is. Only I can find the method to revive the ghost woman. If you can trust others, why can't you trust yourself now? The phoenix body and the original body have their own destinies. Since they both chose their own paths, you should walk down them resolutely. In the end, demons are not tolerated by the world. What you should do is continue to focus on cultivation until you have the power to change everything." King Yen replied coldly. Two figures stood in front of the fog. They both looked young, and there wasn't much difference between them. However, in front of the cyan-robed legend, the knowing destiny state cultivator would always be a junior. The atmosphere between the two became a bit tense. King Yan's scolding was both a reminder and a lesson for the juniors in action. Stood to the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. She had seen Ning Chen massacre the entire Central Plains in a fit of anger in the inner realm. She was really worried that the two of them would fight. After a long time, Ning Chen bowed respectfully and said, "I've learned my lesson. I'll quickly deal with external matters and then focus on cultivation." King Yan's expression gradually calmed down after hearing Ning Chen's words. He continued, "That Master Mo's cultivation is unfathomable. His true strength may far surpass what you showed today. Remember not to expose your identity. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster." "I'll remember," Ning Chen replied. "I've seen your sword. It's not bad." After they were done talking about business, Prince Yen gave a rare compliment and said, "Senior, you're too kind." Ning Chen's deep eyes rippled. After a pause, he said softly, "Senior, there's something I might have to trouble you with." "What is it?" King Yen asked. "I once obtained the slaying sword in the Celestial Palace in the Eastern Celestial World. However, when I was fighting against the invasion of the Heavenly Palace, I used the Earth Chi to create a forbidden area. Now, I can't take it out, Ningchen said. King Yen nodded slightly and said, When I have time, I'll go and help you take it out. Yin-Er heard this and said sweetly, Senior, when you go back, can you go to the Sword Mountain Manor and tell my mother that I'm fine and that they don't have to worry about me? Sure. King Yen replied and said, It's getting late. Those people in the celestial world should be coming out soon. Remember, no matter how far you go in the future, don't forget to find time to go back to the Great Xia and burn incense for her. Okay, Ningchen nodded. I'm leaving. Take care. King Yen didn't say anything else and left. The green robe fluttered in the wind. The legend of the Great Xia, the guide of the knowing destiny sword, had spent his life searching for the sword, listening to the sword and proving the sword. After a trip to the celestial world, he left once again. The green robe gradually disappeared into the starry sky. His tall and straight figure was otherworldly and lonely. There was no trace of an expert, and no one to prove the sword. Perhaps a legend's life should be lonely. Ning Chen watched as Prince Yen left. He was silent. Demons had lost their hearts. They couldn't understand the cold and warmth of the world, but they hadn't lost their minds. The demon body understood, so he remembered every word. Ning Chen, where are we going now? Yin-Er went forward and held his big hand. Back to Mo planet, Ning Chen said softly. Chapter 6, 26. The Western Celestial World collapsed, and the experts left. In the starry sky, two figures, one big and one small, walked side by side towards Mo planet. He had gained a lot from the trip to the celestial world. The affirmative answer from the Queen Mother before she disappeared made the doubts that had been lingering in his heart dissipate. He didn't know when he could find the real way to come back from the dead, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he had to persevere. Also, there was one thing that he still couldn't understand. Why did the Queen Mother use the golden hairpin to draw a river before she disappeared and bury the black vortex at the end of the celestial world? Something that could make the master of the Western celestial world care about was definitely not ordinary. What exactly was that huge black vortex? As for the phoenix body, there were still too many unknowns. He never thought that one day the person he couldn't trust the most would be himself. After walking for many days, Mo planet was already in front of him. Ning Chin collected his thoughts and stepped in with the little girl. On the platform of Mo Mountain, Mo Master felt something and opened his eyes. He looked into the distance, and a trace of indescribable brilliance flashed past. Not long after, the black-robed figure walked over and bowed respectfully. Master. Mo Master nodded and said, It's good that you're back. Go back and rest first. Yes. Ning Chin bowed again and walked away. Outside Mou Peak, the big hand held the little hand and walked towards the 9th peak together. A day later, on Mou Peak, 5 figures returned at the same time. The leader of the 3rd peak, Ling Yin, bowed respectfully and then described the journey to the celestial world in detail. On the platform, Mo Master's old face didn't change at all after hearing the former story. He nodded slightly and said, I already know. You can all leave. The 5 of them bowed together and turned to leave. On the 9th peak, the black-robed figure stood quietly and looked in the direction of Mou Peak. His pitch-black eyes were like an abyss, and no one could see any changes in his emotions. Behind him, Yin-Er was working hard to practice her sword. Every move was still just the basics. The red sword, made of green bamboo, hummed in the wind. Faintly, there were waves of phoenix cries and sword auras that coiled around the sword. Learning martial arts required aptitude. Yin-Er's aptitude was without a doubt, coupled with the fact that she had once used phoenix blood to train her martial bones. Her foundation had long surpassed the so-called martial arts geniuses. Knowing Destiny State was not a genius, so he never regarded Yin-Er as a genius. He taught her the basics, day after day, and he only taught her the basics of the basics. Learning swordsmanship was very boring, especially when it was just a few basic moves every day. When the little girl was tired of practicing, she would always throw a tantrum. However, Ning Chin, who had always indulged the little girl, did not give in at all on this matter. He knew very well that if he didn't suffer the hardest of hardships, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the essence of the sword. There was no lack of geniuses in this world. Geniuses who could not fulfill their talents were useless. The sun moved west in the horizon, and a day gradually passed by. When the sun was about to set, a calm voice traveled to the 9th summit from the distance. 9th junior brother, come to the 3rd summit. Hearing this, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the 3rd peak in the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. Continue practicing your swordsmanship. I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. As he spoke, the black robe shot out and turned into a stream of light that flew towards the 3rd summit. Seeing this, pursed her lips and continued practicing her swordsmanship. On the 3rd summit, a young man in yellow was tidying up the herb field on the summit. The herb field was less than 100 feet square, and stalks of great herbs grew in it. The medicinal fragrance assailed the nose, and just smelling it made one feel relaxed and happy. In the herb field, the yellow-robed man had an ordinary appearance. His aura was restrained, and there was nothing special about him. He was even inferior to an ordinary warrior. However, only the members of Mo clan knew that the master of the 3rd summit was the strongest person in Mo clan besides Master Mo Ling Luojian had once said that although they were both at the advanced stage of the immortal void realm, the possibility of her defeating Ning Chin in a real fight was less than 10%. Ning Chin appeared in front of the herb field and looked at the yellow-robed man in the herb field. He said politely, 3rd senior brother. Ling Yun raised his head and smiled gently. You're here. Wait for a while. I'll be done soon. Ning Chin nodded and waited outside the herb field calmly. About half an hour later, Ling Yun finished tidying up the great herbs in the herb field and walked out. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ling Yun said with a smile. 3rd senior brother is too courteous, Ning Chin replied. Ling Yun smiled. Actually, I didn't call you here for anything too important. It's just that there are some small matters that I'm worried about. After thinking about it, only 9th junior brother is the most suitable. 3rd senior brother, please tell me, Ning Chin replied. I'll be going out for a while. I'm worried about the plants here, so I'll have to ask junior brother to help me take care of them, Ling Yin said softly. How long will it take? Ning Chin frowned. I don't know. Ling Yin shook his head. Perhaps 10 days, perhaps several months, perhaps. Ling Yun paused and didn't continue. He smiled and said, In any case, before I return, I'll have to trouble junior brother to take care of these herbs. Ning Chin nodded lightly and agreed. One last thing. I heard that junior brother's attainments in the sword are extraordinary. I wonder if senior brother would have the honor of exchanging pointers with junior brother? Ling Yun waved his hand, and a wooden box flew out from the bamboo house behind him. The instant it opened, a white sword as thin as a cicada's wing flew out. The sound of the sword was mournful and piercing. 3rd senior brother knows how to use the sword. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He had never seen Ling Yun use the sword in the western celestial world, nor had he heard Ling Luojian and Chi Huan mention it. I know a little. Ling Yun gripped his sword. Junior brother is fortunate. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He waved his hand and a green light flowed. Taisher appeared. Please. Please. Ling Yun moved first. A white light shot out and his sword danced with him. His exquisite swordsmanship was beginning to show its sharpness. Ning Chin swung his sword to block. With a clang, the sword light was dazzling, and the sword hummed. The sword in Ling Yun's hand spun and changed its momentum. It was like Chow-yi coming out of the water. The sword intent was dense. The sword changed extremely quickly. The sword was real, and the sword was illusory. It was impossible to distinguish between them. Ning Chen's eyes flashed, his sword moved, and his body moved with the sword to meet the exquisite sword. The two swords clashed and separated upon contact. In the clash of quick swords, each sword was faster than the last. As the sword light flashed, his black hair fluttered. The free and easy style created a picturesque battle of swordsmen. On the other four peaks, Ling Luojin, Qi Huan, and the other four disciples of the Mahe sect looked at the third peak to watch the battle of swordsmen. They didn't know that third senior brother's attainments in the sword were so extraordinary. White Rainbow. Meeting a worthy opponent in the sword was the fortune of a lifetime. However, he couldn't help it. The sword in the final battle was filled with sorrow. Ning Chen listened carefully. His sword moved and his body moved. The crisscrossing white rainbow was unusually beautiful. The sword light in the rainbow was indiscernible. It was the first time in the world to see such a stunning sword. Suddenly, there was a mournful sword hum. It played one sound after another in the rainbow. Suddenly, a blinding red dripped down from the sword and dyed the ground in front of him red. Taisher's sword entered his body by half an inch. The final chapter of the sword technique quietly ended at its most beautiful moment. Why? Ning Chen asked with a frown. There's no reason. The winner is stronger. Junior brother, you won. Ling Yun revealed an indescribable smile as he spoke softly. His body broke free, and the sword left his body. Blood flowed down. It was a beautiful sight. Victory and defeat were clear. At that moment, it became blurry and difficult to distinguish. The white rainbow flew back into the wooden box, and the sword hum disappeared. Ning Chen, it's getting late. I won't keep you any longer. Please go back, Ling Yun said with a smile. Farewell, junior brother. When Ning Chen heard that, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and bowed politely again. Then he rushed towards the 9th peak. A hint of sadness flashed through Ling Luojin's eyes. She had stalled for time, but she had pushed third senior brother to the front. Ling Luojin, don't be sad for me. Everyone has their own fate. I have no regrets in this life. A calm voice rang out without much emotion. The battle of swords had ended his last regret. Senior brother, is there really no way to change it? Ling Luojin asked sorrowfully. 9th junior brother is different from anyone I've ever met. Perhaps you can get the answer to your question from him. However, I can't wait any longer, so I'll take my leave first. I hope you can come a little later on the bridge of helplessness. On the 3rd peak, Ling Yun smiled faintly. He carried the sword box on his back and walked down the mountain. On the various peaks, the 4 disciples of Mo Gate bowed together to send third senior brother off. On the 9th peak, Ning Chen's eyes deepened. His heart felt heavy as he looked at Ling Yun. Although he couldn't feel the aura of the sword just now, he could hear the bleakness of the sword hum. This battle wasn't just a spar. It was more like a farewell. On Legacy Peak, Mo Gate opened his eyes and looked at Ling Yun. After a long time, he sighed softly. On the 10th day, Mo Mountain was still as peaceful as before. However, on the 11th day, a young man came up the mountain with a sword box on his back. Mo Gate, Big Brother Ling Yun, said that he wanted to send this sword to the 9th peak. On Legacy Peak, the young man bowed respectfully and put down the sword box. On the ground, the blood-stained sword box was red and dazzling. The rainbow sword in the box let out a faint cry. You can go. Mo Gate's old eyes flashed with a hint of emotion as he sighed softly. Thank you, Mo Gate. The young man bowed respectfully. An hour later, the young man ascended the 9th peak. He looked at the black-clothed figure in front of the peak and said respectfully, Mr. 9th, Big Brother Ling Yun asked me to send this sword over. Please accept it. The sword box opened and a white rainbow lay quietly inside. The blood on the sword was glaring. Third senior brother, Ling Luojin, Chi Huan and the others appeared. When they saw the white rainbow sword, their hearts ached at the same time. The sword has been delivered. I'll take my leave. The young man put down the sword box and bowed politely again before turning to leave. May I ask what your name is? Ling Luojin came back to her senses and looked at the young man. The young man stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said calmly, I'm just an ordinary person who delivers the sword. My name is not important to you gentlemen. We'll meet again. After saying that, the young man did not say anything else and walked into the distance. After the young man left, the 5 figures on the 9th peak looked at the white rainbow sword in the sword box and stood silently. After a long time, the masters of the 6th and 7th peaks sighed deeply and walked away. 9th junior brother, since 3rd senior brother has given this sword to you, keep it well. After taking one last look at the white rainbow, Chi Huan looked at the young man in front of him and sighed softly. At the side, Ling Luojin's slender hands were pale, and the sadness in her eyes could not be concealed. Why? Could it be that their fate could only be like this? Chapter 6, 27. On the 9th peak, the 4 disciples left. The sadness they felt when they left was not fake, nor was it the sadness of losing a fellow disciple. Or perhaps it was the helplessness they felt towards their own fate. In the blood-stained sword case, the white rainbow was dripping with blood. It hummed faintly, and the sorrowful sound from the sword made people feel a chill. Eener. Ning Chen looked at the little girl who was practicing her sword not far away and said softly, What's the matter? Eener jogged over and asked, Can you feel the presence of this sword? Ning Chen asked. Hearing this, Eener went forward and touched the white rainbow sword, trying her best to feel the presence of the sword. After a long while, Eener stood up and said with an ashamed expression, I only heard the sorrowful sound from the sword. I couldn't hear anything else. It's fine. Ning Chen rubbed the little girl's hair gently and said calmly, You've only been cultivating for a short period of time. It's already very impressive that you can sense this. Continue practicing your sword. Okay. Eener responded and jogged to the bamboo forest to continue practicing her sword. In front of the peak, Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the white rainbow sword. He looked at the distant legacy peak, and his dark eyes flashed with light. Before Ling Yin left, he seemed to have already known his fate. Why did he leave? Chi Huan and Ling Luojin clearly knew something. But why did they refuse to say it? How many secrets were hidden in Mahe's sect? What role did Master Mo play in all of this? Many questions surrounded his heart like fog. Ning Chen thought for a long time, but he could not find an answer. He retracted his gaze and took a step forward, heading towards the 3rd peak. After a few breaths, the black-robed figure appeared on the 3rd peak and walked towards the bamboo house on the peak. The wooden door opened. There was only a bed, a table, and a chair in the room. It was simple and plain, and there was nothing else. Ning Chen looked at it for a moment, then turned his gaze to other places on the peak. The peak was calm and peaceful. Apart from a herb field, there was nothing unusual about the other places. Herb field? Ning Chen's brows suddenly furrowed as he walked over. The herb field was less than 10 feet wide, and there were many large herbs growing within it. The fragrance of the herbs filled the air and spread over 10 miles. It wasn't a secret that the 3rd peak's master was good at growing medicine. Every single one of the 100 stalks of great medicine was priceless. The royal family of the mortal world had come to Mo Mountain's 3rd peak to ask for medicine no less than 10 times. However, Ling Yin, who had always treated people kindly, had never agreed to this matter even once. Ning Chen looked at the 100 great herbs before him. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an entire hour passed, and his gaze didn't move away at all. 2 hours later, Ning Chen looked at the place where he had fought with the Lingyun sect. His eyes sparkled. With a light step, his silhouette flashed with extreme speed. His strange footwork was exactly the same as he walked among the 100 stalks of great herbs, reenacting every step Ling Yun took during the battle back then. With the final step, the void shook, and the black-robed figure quietly disappeared. Ning Chen walked out of the strange and silent space. In front of him, there was a stone room. Energy swirled around it, and it was bone-chilling. Ning Chen walked forward and waved his hand to open the stone door. As the door rumbled, a shocking scene entered his eyes. On the table in front of him, there were many memorial tablets with unfamiliar names. Other than 2, he had never heard of the others before. At the end of the memorial tablet, there was a memorial tablet with the words Ling Yun carved on it. Once again, he saw himself erecting a memorial tablet for himself. It was shocking. At the second last position, the words Huayang were clear and glaring. It was obviously the same person as the tombstone he had seen at the back of the 9th peak. 6 memorial tablets and 6 names were clearly imprinted in Ning Chen's heart. It was so heavy. The 1st peak, 2nd peak, 3rd peak, 4th peak, and 9th peak? Ning Chen's thoughts kept spinning. If these people were all former peak masters, then who was this extra person? Zichuan, an unfamiliar name. He had never heard Qi Huan and the others mention it. Unable to figure it out, Ning Chen gathered his thoughts and walked out of the stone room. In the herb field, the void flashed and Ning Chen walked out. Then his figure flashed, and he flew towards another peak. On the platform of Legacy Peak, Master Amo opened his eyes and looked at the 9th disciple who had left the 3rd peak. His old eyes were deep, and there were no emotions. On the 8th peak, Ling Luozhen stood on the cliff. Her silver hair danced in the wind as she looked into the distance. She could not hide the sadness in her eyes. At that moment, the black-robed man walked out and looked at the woman in front of the cliff. 8th senior sister. Ling Luozhen turned around and looked at the young figure behind her. She asked softly, "What is it?" "Who is Lu Luo?" Ning Chen asked directly. When Ling Luozhen heard this, her body trembled and disbelief flashed in her eyes. "How do you know this name?" "8th senior sister. Don't ask me how I know first. Can you tell me who this person is?" Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. "The former peak master of the 4th peak," Ling Luozhen said in a heavy tone. "What about Yu Zhu?" Ning Chen asked again. "The peak master of the 2nd peak," Ling Luozhen replied. "Xiang Yuan." "The peak master of the 1st peak." "Huayang." "The peak master of the 9th peak." The names and heavy answers were just as Ning Chen had guessed. The people on the tokens were all former peak masters. "What about Zichuan? Who is he?" Ning Chen asked. When she heard this name, Ling Luozhen fell silent. After a long while, she said, "I'm not too sure about this person. He seems to be the former peak master of the 7th peak. However, under normal circumstances, if something happens to the peak masters, no one will take over. I don't know why the 7th peak is an exception. Why won't anyone take over the 9th peak? Including me. There have been 2 peak masters of the 9th peak," Ning Chen said with a frown. "Your situation is different," Ling Luozhen said softly. "Why?" Ning Chen did not understand. "I can't tell you. Don't ask any more. If it's possible, it's best if you don't know for the rest of your life," Ling Luozhen warned solemnly. A strange look flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He bowed politely. "Thank you for telling me, 8th senior sister. I'll take my leave now." Once he finished speaking, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He turned around and left. Ling Luozhen sighed softly as she watched him leave. Did 3rd senior brother leave some clues for him? Could it be that 3rd senior brother really thought that 9th junior brother could change their fate? At the back of the 9th peak, Ning Chen, who had come with doubts, walked out and headed straight into the depths of the forest. In the dense, ancient forest, huge trees blocked out the sun. The black-robed figure disappeared in a flash. just as Ning Qin approached the depths of the forest. The air pressure around him suddenly sank. The sky and earth seemed to be pressing down on him. An entire ninth summit started trembling. Primal chaos appeared, a man with a ferocious appearance. The evil face behind him was sinister and terrifying. A powerful punch blasted towards the intruder. Ning Qin waved his hand and held his sword. The Taisher appeared and blocked the punch. "Human, it's you again!" The fist and sword collided, and the aftermath spread out. Ancient trees fell one after another, broken by the sword chi and fist force. "Handan, I'm here to ask you something." "I'm not here to kill you," Ning Qin said in a low voice. "Trespassing into the secluded forest is an unforgivable crime. Last time, I let you off because of that old monster. This time, no one will be able to save you," said the man coldly. His fist smashed out, once again pressing towards Qin Shi. Seeing that it was difficult to communicate with the beast, Ning Qin's eyes turned cold. He waved his sword and decided to use force to subdue the enemy first before talking about anything else. The figure that crossed each other had an astonishing amount of chaotic energy. His punches were heavy, and every move he made could collapse mountains and the earth. Ning Qin could not be shaken. He waved his sword to meet the attack. His footwork changed, and he moved away as soon as he touched the attack. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The man's fists collided, and an extremely powerful force surged out. The next moment, both fists punched out, threatening to take one's life. Ning Qin's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, and his figure flashed past. He waved his left hand, and the fogbow sword box appeared. The box opened, and a sword as thin as a cicada's wing flew out. The moment it entered his hand, he disappeared again and reappeared in front of the man. The man's eyes narrowed, and he changed the direction of his fist and punched at Ning Qin. However, in terms of speed, knowing destiny was faster, he turned sideways, and the fogbow sword twisted and wrapped around the man's arm. Fogbow sword! The man trembled at the familiar sword. Swoosh! The moment the fogbow sword locked onto the man's arm, Taisher swung his sword and cut off the man's arm. In an instant, blood sprayed out like rain, dyeing the sky red. The man roared in pain, and his eyes shone with a bloody light. His body changed, and his evil form roared. Amidst the earth-shattering sound, the chaotic energy took form and swallowed the void in front of him. Evil creature! On the leaving message peak, Master Emo opened his eyes and raised his hand to save the man. Suddenly, a sword chi broke through the air from afar. It was extremely domineering, and it cut half of the leaving message peak. Rumbling sounds could be heard as countless formation runes crumbled. The earth moved and the mountains moved. The scene was truly shocking. Purple Marquis. At this moment, the 4 disciples of Emo Gate trembled, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Purple Marquis had clearly died in the hands of the Red Luan Realm Monarch and their master in the Western Celestial World. Why would he appear again today? In the distance, the man walking over looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in purple and exuded a domineering aura. It was actually Purple Marquis who had died in the Western Celestial World. On the Dao platform, Master Emo looked at the man walking over. There was not much surprise in his eyes. He raised his hand, and a 7-colored light spread out, stabilizing the trembling ground. "Old man, you're satisfied that I'm not dead, right? Today, we'll settle the old and new debts together." Purple Marquis took a step forward and instantly arrived on the Dao platform. A purple sword appeared and slashed down. "It seems that you don't remember what I said to you," Master Emo said softly. He raised his right hand, and a 7-colored light shone brightly, blocking the sword. "Put away your hypocritical face. I'm no longer the idiot from back then." Purple Marquis could not hide the hatred in his eyes. His sword spun, and a purple sword light swept out, majestic and domineering. Master Mo's figure rose, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. He raised his hand, and a seven-colored light pierced through the sun and moon. Purple Marquis condensed energy in his left hand, and rays of sword light surrounded his sword. His sword art and immortal art fused together, and a shocking sword broke through the sky. Immortal art, purple rainbow piercing the sun. The seven-colored light and purple light collided, and a terrifying shockwave rushed out. The shocking power instantly destroyed all the formation runes within 1,000 feet. With a muffled groan, the purple sword chi pierced through the seven-colored light and entered Master Mo's body, bringing out a splash of blood. Are you surprised? Old man, I've bitterly cultivated for 100 years just for today. Die. Purple Marquis' figure flashed, and his sword condensed the heroic chi of the 8 directions, and a sword broke through the sky. Chapter 6:28. In the battle of wind and cloud on EU Peak, Purple Marquis went all out to kill Mo Xing's master. The purple divine sword's radiance illuminated the sky. With danger looming over him, Mo Xing's eyes glowed with 7 colors. Amidst the overflowing colors, the radiance surged out from his body. The appearance of an immortal technique, the rainbow light protected his body. Streaks and streaks of rainbow light circled around his body, protecting every vital part of his body. It was an absolute defense without any flaws. The sword radiance trembled violently. The rainbow light dissipated the sword intent. The life-reaping sword was actually useless. Rainbow burial sun. The moment the sword edge was restrained, Mo Xing raised his hand. The power of law within 100 miles swirled wildly. In the void before him, an illusory divine sun appeared. It instantly shattered and devoured the person in front of him. The divine sun buried life. It was unavoidable. Purple Marquis roared furiously. The purple aura on his sword surged and sealed 100 feet of void, opening up a new world. In the illusory space, the 2 techniques clashed violently. The techniques of the stepping immortal realm experts clashed directly. The vast true yuan shook violently. The ground within 100 miles, 1,000 miles, shook violently. The might was horrifying. After a few breaths, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The aftermath spread out and drowned the entire EU Peak. The symbol of Mo Gate was about to be destroyed. At this moment, in the aftermath, the power of extreme yin and extreme yang rose. The black and white brilliance pierced through the sky and stabilized the collapsing EU Peak. Immortal technique, waning moon. The moment the heavens and earth stopped, Mo Xing raised his hand again. A black moon appeared in the mortal world, black and white intertwined, showing an imperfection in the perfection. The ordinary immortal technique froze the heaven and earth. After a short moment of silence, a shocking terror appeared. With the power of law, Purple Marquis' body, along with the imperfection of the full moon, started to crack from his left arm and gradually spread out. The tearing pain came. Purple Marquis' face was distorted and cold sweat dripped down. "Old man, you can't kill me." With a furious roar, Purple Marquis chopped off his left arm. Blood gushed out and dyed half of his body red. Demon descends. The situation was critical. There was no room for hesitation. Purple Marquis' eyes were filled with anger. The black aura around him soared into the sky. The violent black aura surged endlessly and shattered the moon. Within the black chi, the transformed figure had demonic runes crisscrossing on his face. His eyes were deathly pale and had lost their pupils. He looked frighteningly sinister, causing one to tremble in fear. Behind him, a gigantic demonic shadow appeared. It was hundreds of meters tall, and its demonic aura was incomparably majestic and terrifying. Sky Devil's soul. When Mo Zhu saw this, his expression became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "You have fallen!" As long as I can kill you, I am willing to give up everything. With the devil's soul in his body, Purple Marquis's expression became much calmer. The devil chi in his pale eyes surged. With a slight movement of his feet, his figure instantly disappeared. As the tip of the sword fell, the demonic shadow behind him punched out at the same time. With the help of the demonic chi, wherever the sword passed, the void collapsed and turned into nothingness. Mo Zhu flipped his palm and blocked the sword, but he felt an unshakable force coming at him. His arm went numb, and he took half a step back. Purple heaven thunder. The moment Mo Zhu retreated, Purple Marquis stepped forward again. The purple chi on his sword soared into the 9 heavens. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. Furious thunder rumbled and fell from the sky. With the help of the heavenly thunder, the sword's power was several times stronger. Lightning surged and broke toward Mo Zhu's heart. When the sword arrived, the terrifying destructive power instantly destroyed all the obstacles between the two and reached Mo Zhu's heart. At the critical moment, 7 colored immortal rainbows revolved around Mo Zhu's body. He used his flawless absolute defense to block the sword. However, with the help of the lightning, the sword collided with the immortal rainbows. The two moves collided. The unstoppable sword and the absolute, unparalleled defense collided fiercely. After a moment of stalemate, the demonic shadow behind Purple Marquis punched the sword hilt. Suddenly, the stalemate changed. The sword broke through the immortal rainbows and penetrated Mo Zhu's heart. With a groan, Mo Zhu took a few steps back. He raised his hand to grab the sword and raised his right hand. The immortal technique appeared again. Immortal technique, joys and sorrows. This was the first time an immortal technique appeared in the mortal world. The black moon and the white sun appeared in the mortal world. In the next moment, yin and yang intersected and were annihilated at the same time. Ah! With a painful cry, Purple Marquis's pale eyes spurted blood. Along with the annihilation of the sun and moon, they completely lost their brilliance. Seeing the opportunity, Mo Zhu's right hand circulated his true essence and imprinted it on the chest of the person in front of him. Ugh! Blood splattered and mist covered Purple Marquis's eyes. The moment Purple Marquis was sent flying, the sword slashed and sword chi penetrated his body. Mo Zhu couldn't block the sword chi in time. The sword chi entered his heart, and the true essence around him shook violently. On the other side, the purple-robed figure fell to the ground. Blood flowed and dyed his body red. The unwillingness of defeat lingered in his heart. Purple Marquis struggled to get up. Blood kept dripping from his eyes. It was difficult for him to see the prosperity of the mortal world. He had been fooled his whole life. Even until today, he still couldn't change his fate. Purple Marquis was unwilling and angry. He roared and his white hair soared. Extreme hatred and anger. Purple Marquis stepped into the sky. The sword in his hand absorbed the demonic essence. Blood mist gushed out, and a forbidden technique appeared. His cultivation broke through the limit and reached an unprecedented level. The sword that fell from the sky was breathtaking. The world couldn't bear its might and was instantly destroyed. His final move gathered all his blood essence. Purple Marquis gave up everything. He wanted to die together with his enemy. Your martial arts were all taught to you by me. Is betrayal how you repay me? Mo Zhu's eyes turned cold. He slowly raised his right hand, and an unseen power surged out. It surpassed all understanding and reformed the collapsed world. Ugh! The might of the extreme heavens spread out and submerged Purple Marquis's body. Blood sprayed out and the sword dissipated. Purple Marquis crashed into the 7th peak. You aren't you! Disbelief twisted his face. Blood flowed out of Purple Marquis's mouth. He was halfway through his sentence, but he couldn't say anything else. The white-robed Mo Zhu appeared 30 meters away, from Purple Marquis. He raised his hand and grabbed Purple Marquis's throat. "I've already let you off several times. Why are you courting death again and again?" asked Emoju coldly. "Old bastard, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you live peacefully." With his throat grabbed, Purple Marquis found it hard to breathe. "From today onwards, you won't have that chance anymore." Emoju raised his left hand, and multicolored light spread out, submerging Purple Marquis. As killing intent surged, the void in front of Purple Marquis rotated, and a dazzling wheel appeared, blocking the seven-colored light. A moment later, an indistinct shadow appeared and took Purple Marquis away, disappearing without a trace. Emoju waved his hand to scatter the wheel. He narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction the two had left. When the spectators saw the change in the battle, their eyes were filled with disbelief. How was it possible for the person who attacked just now? Thousands of miles to the north of Ink Mountain, ancient martial families stood in a flourishing human dynasty. Ink City was an ancient city that had been passed down for thousands of years. Martial arts were prevalent here, and martial artists could be seen everywhere. There was a mansion in the western part of the city. It was quiet. Within a room, a heavily injured Purple Marquis was lying on a stone bed. Two figures stood beside him. "How is he?" asked one of them. "His internal organs are heavily injured, and his vitality is exhausted. His soul is also heavily injured. It's very troublesome," replied the other. "Can you save him?" asked the person who had spoken earlier. "As long as he doesn't die, he can be saved," replied the green-clothed woman. "Huh." The man smiled faintly. "I asked too much. Is there anything I can do?" "Yes." The green-clothed woman nodded. She looked at the door and said calmly, "Leave this room." The man's expression froze. He smiled embarrassedly and walked out. The door closed with a creak. Only the green-clothed woman and the unconscious Purple Marquis were left in the room. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The green-clothed woman walked forward and sat by the bed. She tore off the clothes on Purple Marquis' upper body and condensed her yuan. Specks of green light rose and entered Purple Marquis' body. After a few breaths, the green-clothed woman stopped. She flipped her left palm and a white jade box appeared. When the box opened, a strange flower flew out. Immediately, the entire room was filled with the fragrance of flowers. A moment later, the separation and reunion flower dissipated, turning into a stream of light that merged with Purple Marquis' severed left arm. The green-clothed woman pressed her hand down, and a shocking scene appeared. Purple Marquis' severed left arm regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After doing this, the green-clothed woman stood up and walked out of the room. Outside the room, the man waited quietly. When he saw the woman walk out, he stepped forward and asked with concern, "How is he?" "He won't die." After saying this, the green-clothed woman changed the topic and said indifferently, "But I wasted another 9-wonder separation and reunion flower." "Huh. Saving people is more important. If there's a chance, I'll find another one for you." The man smiled. The green-clothed woman looked at the man as if he was an idiot and walked away. The man helplessly touched his nose. He seemed to have said something wrong again. He opened the door and walked in. The man looked at the unconscious Purple Marquis on the stone bed and sighed softly. Obsession and hatred could devour a person's rationality. He had never thought that Purple Marquis would go to such an extent for the sake of revenge. At the same time, on Emo Mountain's 9th peak, Ning Chen had not returned for a long time. Iner walked into the forest alone to search, not caring about what was happening on the other peaks. The afterglow of the setting sun was about to disappear. Iner walked in the forest, looking left and right. An hour ago, she clearly felt that a great battle had happened here. Why was there no trace of Ning Chen? The forest was deep and serene. Under the gradually darkening sky, it seemed even gloomier. Everywhere was gloomy and cold. Feeling the abnormal atmosphere around her, a trace of fear flashed across Ian-er's small face. Although she was a martial artist close to the Xiantian realm, she was still young and did not have much courage. In the depths of the forest, Han Dan opened his eyes and looked at the figure in the distance. His eyes revealed a fierce glint. "Ningchen, are you there? Answer me if you hear me." The afterglow disappeared and the sky darkened. The rustling sound of leaves rustling could be heard. Ian-er was so scared that she did not dare to walk anymore. She stood where she was and called out softly. However, there was no response from the depths of the forest. There was only endless silence, which made one's hair stand on end. Ta! At this moment, footsteps could be heard from everywhere in the forest. It was so clear that it could be heard. I's face lit up, and she immediately ran over. After running a few steps, stopped and looked at the figure walking out of the forest. The smile on her face froze. Chapter 6:29. In the dense forest at the back of the 9th summit, Han Dan appeared. The evil face behind him was ferocious and terrifying. When Ian-er saw who it was, she was shocked. Without another word, she turned around and ran. The man took a step forward. Under the moonlight, the eyes of the evil face of Han Dan were bone-chilling. It was like the greediest beast, choosing its prey to devour. On the various peaks, the 4 disciples of Mo clan who had just watched the fierce battle were still in shock. No one noticed the change in the 9th summit. At Legacy Peak, Mo clan master returned to the Dao platform. At this moment, he looked at the 9th summit, and a glint flashed across his old eyes. At the same time, Black Robe walked alone in the dark space. The cold and eerie world around him made him shudder. When he looked around, there was nothing around him. It was abnormally quiet, and he could not hear any movement. Ningchen released his divine consciousness and walked forward while paying attention to the changes in his surroundings. The distorted space made it difficult for people to feel the flow of time. After walking for an unknown period of time, the surroundings were still quiet and there was no sign of life. The strange space and time seemed strange, but Ningchen was not unfamiliar with it. In fact, he was very familiar with it. Han Dan, Phoenix, Taodai. The seeds in their bellies were the innate abilities of some of the top divine beasts in aristocratic families. Among them, Taotai and Han Dan were the best at devouring all things and turning them into their own bodies. He walked forward, and there was no end in sight. There was only endless silence that trapped him. After taking a few more steps, he suddenly saw heavy rain falling from the sky. The ground was covered in fog, and the sizzling sound of corrosion was endless. Ningchen composed himself, and a red sword light shot out. It crisscrossed and blocked the poisonous rain. In the rain, Black Robe's aura surged, and his divine consciousness spread out in all directions. The poisonous rain fell faster and faster, blurring his vision and drowning his black robe. Suddenly, Ningchen stopped and looked to the side with narrowed eyes. In the heavy rain, a valley could be vaguely seen in the distance. Even from afar, he could see the terrifying traces of corrosion on the mountain. Without hesitation, Ningchen's figure flashed out and headed straight for the valley. There was a rumble. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky and disrupted his thoughts. In the valley, corpses were everywhere. The huge rocks on the mountain blocked the rain, and many of the corpses had not been completely corroded. In front of him, all the skeletons were gathered under the cliffs and boulders. It seemed that they had been devoured when they were alive and were squeezed under the cliffs to avoid the poisonous rain. Rumbling sounds could be heard as one of the cliffs in the valley could no longer withstand the erosion of the rain. It fell from the sky and crashed into the ground. In an instant, the rain drowned the white bones, and in a few breaths of time, a large number of bones were completely corroded. Rumble! Another huge rock crashed down, and even more bones were exposed to the poisonous rain. Not long after, They disappeared into the curtain of rain. Shocking scenes could be seen everywhere. It was unknown just how many creatures were buried in the belly of primal chaos. At this moment, they were buried under the rain. The cliffs, which had been corroded by the poisonous rain over the years, fell from time to time. The earth rumbled and shook. After an unknown period of time, the rain gradually stopped. Around Ning Chen's body, the streaks of sword light that were coiling around him dissipated and retreated back into his body. The valley was so deep that he couldn't see the end of it. Ning Chen walked forward and looked around with his deep eyes. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why. It was obvious that everything in this world of Messen had been corroded by the poisonous rain. The only thing that still existed was this crumbling valley. However, why would there be such a huge valley in the belly of primal chaos? If it wanted to devour creatures to increase its power, it would have chosen a human city. After walking for a long time, blood stains appeared on a cliff where the rain couldn't reach. They seeped into the cliff and turned dark brown with the passage of time. Ning Chen squinted his eyes. It was the blood of a warrior. Judging from the degree of corrosion, this place had existed for at least 100 years. The blood of ordinary people and creatures would have been completely corroded. Not even a trace would be left behind. Seeing the warrior's blood, Ning Chen became more suspicious. He followed the blood stains and walked forward step by step, looking for the truth that had been hidden by the passage of time. There were more and more blood stains on the road ahead. It was obvious that the warrior's injuries were getting worse and worse. A large pool of blood seeped into the cliff. Finally, a few blood-stained words appeared under a concave cliff. They were clear and dazzling. "I'm going to die. What should I do? I have a younger sister who is not even 8 years old. I can't die. Who can save me?" It was a miserable scene 100 years ago. The young warrior kept coughing up blood and used his blood to carve words on the cliff again and again. He hoped that someone would see them and save his life. The despair and helplessness in the words were very clear. The young warrior was worried about his younger sister, so he bitterly held on, unwilling to give up. In front of him, a bloody handprint could be vaguely seen on the bloody cliff. The young warrior walked forward, coughing up blood every 3 steps. He held onto the cliff and struggled to move forward. "Who can save me?" The young warrior kept coughing up blood. With every step he took, he was 1 step closer to the underworld. Ning Chen looked at the blood stains on the cliff, and his eyes became increasingly deep. What happened 100 years ago? Who was the owner of the words? Did the primal chaos swallow the entire valley because of this person? There were other hidden reasons. "I can't die." At the end of the valley, the last blood stains fell. It was a helpless desolation. No matter how worried he was, he still couldn't prevent death from coming. The figure that fell at the end of the valley still hoped that someone would save him. He hoped that a miracle would happen. However, a miracle was still a miracle. It existed in legends, but it didn't exist in the real world. The corpse was corroded by the rain, and only a skull was left. It was white and dazzling. Huayong! When he saw the skull, Ning Chen's body trembled. A sense of being a cultivator of the sun scripture rose from the bottom of his heart. After 100 years, it was still unusually clear. With a wave of his hand, a green light flashed, and a jade pendant appeared. It was Huayang's relic that he found at the back of the 9th summit. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Thoughts kept running in his mind, and he could vaguely guess what had happened that year. Without a doubt, when Huayang was still in the 9th summit, he already knew that he was going to die, so he built a cenotaph for himself in advance. As for what happened after that, he still didn't know. However, he could guess that after that, Huayang must have fought with someone and was severely injured. When he escaped to this valley, he was already on the verge of death. These words were clearly written by Huayang when he was about to die. However, in the end, no one came to save him. From the words written in blood on the cliff, It could be seen how unwilling and helpless Hua Yang was at that time. The ties to his family made him unable to die in peace. 100 years had passed. Hua Yang's younger sister should have long since passed away, just like the truth that was buried before his eyes. It would be difficult to find her again. As the master of the 9th summit, I will let you rest in peace. 100 years ago, no one came to save you. 100 years later, I will bury your bones and send you to the Yellow Springs. Ning Qin bowed and stepped the skull into the ground at the bottom of the cliff. Then yellow soil sprinkled on top of the skull and buried it. The yellow soil covered the white bones. The former master of the 9th summit was finally buried after 100 years. Ning Qin stood up and was about to leave the valley when he suddenly stopped. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes. At the back of the 9th summit, Yin Er was running for her life. Her face was filled with panic. Behind her, the man chased after her step by step. He didn't seem to be fast, but he followed closely behind her. You can't escape. As he spoke, a powerful palm energy roared out and landed on the girl's back. When the palm energy reached her, a red light rose. It lasted for a moment before it collapsed. Yin Er flew hundreds of feet away and crashed into a huge tree. She spat out a mouthful of blood and dyed the ground in front of her red. You're just at the acquired stage, but you have such great power in your body. You really make me happy. The man walked forward and condensed his origin energy with a flip of his palm. Endless, devouring power spread out and reached for the girl. At the moment of danger, the red sword in Yin Er's hand shone brightly and automatically protected its master. A stunning sword light cut through the night and collided with the man's palm. There was a loud explosion. The 9th summit shook violently. The red sword shattered and blocked the fatal palm. At the end of the valley in the Messen space, Ning Qin sensed the destruction of the red sword he personally made. His expression darkened. Without hesitation, he activated the Yellow Springs, and his demonic aura surged into the sky. Chaos swallowed the heavens. Rivers, seas, mountains, and rivers could all refine one's body. However, everything had an end and a limit. The Messen space was the same. Ning Qin released the heavenly demonic power in his body. Demonic waves spread rapidly, trying to forcibly open this world. In the dense forest, the man's expression changed. His aura surged, and his 3 souls gathered and entered his Messen space. In the endless demonic waves, the void swirled. The man walked out and looked at the demon in front of him. His eyes darkened. You're a demon. Yes, so what? The demon opened his eyes. His violent aura surged. His cold and emotionless eyes were filled with darkness. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The red sword appeared and cut through the 9 heavens. It could kill a god with a single strike. The man flipped his palm, and a vast amount of origin energy rose. He forcefully grabbed the red sword. Stupid! A mocking voice rang out. The red sword in the demon's hand smashed down and sent the man flying. The demon did not stop. He rushed forward again. His sword was like a falling mountain as it slashed at the man. As the sword approached, the chaotic evil image roared. An ancient primordial force spread out and collided with the heavenly demonic power. With a rumble, the aftermath surged. The demon grew 10 feet tall and suppressed the chaotic evil image. Half of the man's body was buried in the ground. The man's face was ferocious. He transformed into his original form, and the chaotic evil image returned to its original position. The chaotic evil image appeared. A huge body, like a small mountain, rose up and shook the world. When the demon saw this, the red sword in his hand disappeared. He roared at the sky, and his body changed rapidly. After obtaining Xianluo's memories, he used the heavenly demonic divine power for the first time. The 300 feet tall demon stood upright and stepped on the chaotic evil image. If you dare to hurt her, you'll have to pay with your life. The demon's foot stepped down and exploded. The ground within 1,000 miles collapsed. Huge cracks crisscrossed and reached the end of the mess in space. Under the demon's foot, the mountain-like chaotic evil image was buried in the ground. Blood flowed and dyed the ground red. Chapter 630. In the mess in space, the fierce beast and the demonic body fought. Chaos took form, and the heavenly demon appeared. With a stomp, Chaos was heavily injured. Blood flowed and dyed the ground red. The evil Chaos roared and struggled. The 1,000-foot-tall demonic body was surrounded by black gas. It stepped on Chaos with demonic runes on its face, exuding a terrifying demonic aura. The terrifying demonic body revealed its shocking abilities. Even gods and Buddhas could not shake it. Under the demonic body's feet, Chaos roared again. Its body scattered and turned into mist, escaping from the ground. 1,000 feet away, the mist gathered. Chaos appeared, and a series of sharp and ear-piercing roars came from its mouth. The next moment, Chaos opened its mouth, and a thick black light surged out, shaking the sky and the earth. The black light approached, but the demonic body did not dodge. Instead, it punched out and directly shattered the attack. At the moment when the attack was broken, the demonic body instantly stepped forward and punched Chaos into the ground again. Blood sprayed out like rain, dyeing the sky and the dust red. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Roars echoed between heaven and earth. Chaos struggled to get up, but it was directly stepped on by a large foot. Demonic aura spread, and its ability to turn into mist was immediately suppressed. Spare me. The difference in strength was irreversible. Chaos panicked and finally gave in, begging for mercy. The demonic body acted as if it did not hear anything. It stomped harder, and a waterfall of blood sprayed out. It was as if it was just stepping on an ant. There was no change in its expression. Don't kill me. I am willing to serve you as my master. Please. Sensing the impending death, Hundun was terrified and wailed. Hearing this, the demonic body paused and said, "Bring in the little girl that you wanted to kill just now." Chaos quickly nodded and opened its mouth. The void in front of it shook violently, and the little girl's figure fell and landed on the ground. Her blood-stained clothes were torn into several pieces. The little girl's eyes were closed, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely miserable. Seeing Een-Er's appearance, endless killing intent erupted from the demonic body's eyes. With a stomp, the ground within 1,000 miles collapsed. Ah! There was an earth-shattering scream. Blood spurted out hundreds of feet from Chaos and flowed down the cracks in ground. The sound of blood splashing could be heard clearly. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything." It was pleading in panic and fear. Primal Chaos kept pleading and begging to be spared. The demonic body coldly snorted. The demonic chi around its body gathered, and it returned to its original form. Then a vast amount of phoenix essence poured into the little girl's body to heal her injuries. Not long after, Ina woke up. When she saw the familiar figure in front of her, the grievance, fear, and worry in her heart instantly erupted. She hugged the figure and started crying. "Where did you go? You promised not to leave me alone again." The little girl's body trembled as she cried. She had lost him once, so she was extremely afraid of being abandoned again. Ning Chen patted the little girl's back. After a long time, he softly said, "It's Master's fault. Don't cry. Master will give you something." "What is it?" Tired from crying, Een-Er lifted her small face from the former's embrace, wiped her tears, and asked, "Follow me, and you'll know." Ning Chen held the little girl's hand and walked towards Primal Chaos. Looking at the huge beast in front of him, he coldly said, "I'll give you a way out now. Serve her as your master, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground." Primal Chaos glanced at the little girl, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in its eyes. It said, "I am Primal Chaos. How can I serve a mortal as my master? It had lost to the person in front of it, but it was fine to serve her as its master. After all, this was a world where the strong ruled. It was acceptable to submit to the strong, but to make it bow in front of a mortal was a disgrace to its name as primal chaos. Hearing the former's answer, a trace of murderous intent flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He said, "Then you choose to die?" Demonic qi surged around Ning Chen, and a strong murderous intent surged. It was boundless and could drive people crazy. "No, I'm willing to serve her as my master." Seeing the demonic body's murderous intent, primal chaos trembled. It did not dare to persist and compromised. "Then give me your soul," Ning Chen said coldly. Then he raised his hand and pressed it on primal chaos's huge head. A majestic demonic qi erupted and pulled out one of the latter's souls. With one of its souls taken, primal chaos roared in pain, and its body trembled violently. Ning Chen turned his palm and condensed Yuan qi. The Yellow Springs seal trapped primal chaos soul, and then sent it into the little girl's Dantian sea of qi. I've sealed one of its souls in your body. If it tries to rebel against its master, destroy its soul immediately, Ning Chen said directly in front of primal chaos. Anger flashed in primal chaos' eyes, but it did not dare to say anything. Feeling the additional soul in her body, Ina looked at the mountain-like monster in front of her curiously. She asked, "Why did you hit me just now? I didn't provoke you." Primal chaos was silent and did not answer. Ning Chen thought of the incident in the valley and said, "I have something to ask you. 100 years ago, were you the one who killed Huayang?" "No." Primal chaos shook its head. "Then who did it?" Ning Chen continued to ask. "I don't know," primal chaos replied. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I can't say." Primal chaos body stiffened and changed its words. "Why can't I say?" Ning Chen asked coldly. "The power of the law. If I say anything, I'll die." Primal chaos said truthfully. Ning Chen frowned and said, "How can there be such a law in this world?" Primal chaos was silent. After a while it said, "This is not the law of heaven and earth, but the law of a true realm expert." "There are true realm experts in this world?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "Yes." Primal chaos nodded. Ning Chen fell into deep thought when he heard the former's reply. After a short moment, he raised his head and said indifferently, "Send us out? Remember, there's only a bitter battle between us that hasn't been decided. You haven't seen anything, understand?" "I understand," primal chaos replied sensibly. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space shook. The three of them disappeared and returned to the outside world. Ning Chen held the little girl's hand and left. Primal chaos took human form and looked at the two of them in the distance. Its eyes were full of unwillingness, but it could no longer change this fact. An hour later, in the bamboo forest hut, Ning Chen picked a great medicine from the third peak. He used his true essence to dissolve the medicine and help the little girl's body recuperate. Sat on the bed and looked at the person in front of her with big eyes. She said, "Ning Chen, my sword is broken." Ning Chen sat quietly by the bed and fed the medicine into her mouth. When he heard the little girl's words, he said calmly, "If it's broken, it's broken. Just make another one." Ina replied. After thinking for a while, she said, "When you weren't here just now, that purple Marquis came again and fought with Master Mo." When Ning Chen heard this, his hand that was holding the spoon paused. He raised his head and asked, "He didn't die? What was the final result?" "I don't know. I went to the back of the mountain at that time and didn't see it," Ina replied. Ning Chen nodded and didn't ask any more. He continued to feed the little girl the medicine. The fact that Purple Marquis didn't die in the Western immortal world was out of his expectations. However, Master Mo's strength was clearly much higher than the former. The result this time shouldn't be too different from 100 years ago. On EU Peak, Master Mo closed his eyes and pondered. At this moment, the void swirled and a white gauze sedan appeared. Its powerful aura caused the surrounding space to violently tremble. Master Mo opened his eyes and looked at the figure in the sedan. He slowly said, "It's you." "Long time no see, Master Mo. How have you been?" The woman in the sedan calmly said. "Why have you come?" asked Master Mo. "Hongwan is about to get married. I've come to deliver an invitation to Master Mo." The woman waved her hand and a red streak of light flew towards the Dao stage. Master Mo received the invitation and indifferently said, "It's enough to send someone. Why do you have to personally come?" Master Mo's status is different from ordinary people. "Only by personally coming can I show my sincerity," the woman softly replied. Master Mo was silent. After a moment he said, "I will be there on time. With Master Mo's words I can rest assured. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first." As soon as she finished speaking, the space around the sedan began to swirl once more. In an instant, the white sedan entered the void and disappeared. Master Mo looked at the space that had returned to normal. A trace of emotion flashed through his aged eyes. 800 years had passed in the blink of an eye, but she hadn't changed at all. On planet Hongwan, in the king domain guarded by various sects, there were majestic palaces standing tall. This ancient secret realm had existed for an unknown number of years. After experiencing the rise and fall of generations, it had been passed down to this day and was nearly immortal. The king domain was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The day of Princess Hongwan's wedding was approaching. The entire secret realm was bustling with noise and excitement. The king domain's biggest wedding in 100 years was bustling. He stood in front of a quiet palace. Even though she had lost her memories, her nature of liking peace hadn't changed. Looking at the busy secret realm, the confusion in her eyes became clearer. "What are you thinking about?" Not far away, a woman wearing a long dress walked over. Her appearance was flawless and her temperament was extraordinary. She was like a person from a painting. Perhaps only words like captivating the birds and beasts and outshining the moon and flowers could be described. Nothing. The phoenix body came back to her senses. Looking at the woman in front of her, she asked, "How many more days?" "What? Are you regretting it?" Princess Hongwan didn't answer. The phoenix body remained silent and didn't answer. Princess Hongwan didn't continue to ask. Changing the topic, she said, "I know you've always wanted to remember your past, but this matter can't be rushed. You have to take it step by step. There will be a day when you will remember your past." The phoenix body nodded. Thinking for a moment, she said calmly, "There are many geniuses on planet Hongwan. Why did you choose me?" Princess Hongwan sighed softly and said, "Actually, I'm also very curious. You've already lost your memories, but why can you still look at yourself and others so calmly? Being overly rational isn't a good thing." "I'm used to it," the phoenix body replied. Princess Hongwan looked into the distance and said, "I can give you the answer to your question. With my status, do you think that other than this word there is anything else that can affect my decision? I don't know where love comes from, but I'm deeply in love." Ning Chen's eyes were filled with confusion. Princess Hongwan came back to her senses. Her body trembled. Looking at the young man beside her, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Was he talking to her? Chapter 631. On the Red Luan planet, Princess Hongwan was getting married. The Red Luan King's domain, which had been quiet for many years, was no longer as low-key as before. In just a few days, they sent out nearly 100 invitations to various planets. In the king's domain, as the day of the wedding approached, it gradually became lively. Young men and women came and went, making the final preparations for the princess' wedding. Many guests had already arrived in advance. Wild beasts pulled carriages loaded with rare treasures as gifts. In front of a quiet palace, the phoenix body became more and more silent. He didn't care about what was happening outside. Ever since he returned from the western celestial domain, he hadn't walked out of his palace for several months. Princess Hong Wan came several times, and each time she left, there was a strange expression between her brows. The red Luan mind bewitching technique had never failed in its inheritance. Those who were bewitched couldn't break free for their entire lives. Even ascending immortals were the same. However, she clearly saw something in his eyes that shouldn't be there. Was it because of his rationality that he began to doubt himself? The red Luan mind bewitching technique bestowed love, resentment, affection, and hatred. Although they were only illusory emotions, they were incomparably close to reality. It was hard to believe that a person would doubt his own emotions. This was the first time she had seen such a monster. In front of the palace, Hong Wan stood quietly. With a faintly discernible phoenix cry, the phoenix manifested. A crystal coffin made of ice flew out and landed in front of her. The woman in the coffin wore a red wedding dress that was as bright as blood. Her charming face was too perfect. She didn't look like a mortal. She had feelings and willingly fell into the abyss. Looking at the woman in the coffin, guilt and sadness rose in the phoenix body's eyes. The unforgettable pain didn't change even after losing her memories. Mo Planet, you peak. Mo Clan's 5 sons soon appeared from their peaks and respectfully stood in front of the platform. Princess Hong Wan's wedding. I've specially sent someone to deliver an invitation. I've already prepared a generous gift. Which one of you will go? Mo Clan looked at the 5 sons and said, I'll go. Chi Huan walked out and answered. Mo Clan nodded and waved his hand to send out a brocade box. The gift is in the box. Remember to personally hand it to the Red Luan Realms King. Also, according to rumors, her husband once obtained the inheritance of the Phoenix. When you go, make a trip to the Fire Nation and ask for 10 fire essences in my name. Yes. Chi Huan took the box and said respectfully. Below the platform, Ning Chen's body trembled slightly when he heard the word Phoenix. He immediately took half a step forward and said, Master, can you allow disciple to go with 5th senior brother? Oh, why? A wisp of doubt flashed through Master Mo's brows as he asked. Princess Hong Wan's prince consort might be an old friend that disciple has been looking for a long time, Ning Chen replied. Mo Zhu thought for a moment before nodding. Since that's the case, you can go with old 5th. Many thanks, Master, Ning Chen said respectfully. The 2 of you should go and prepare. Old 6, old 7, and old 8, you 3 stay behind, said Mo Zhu calmly. Yes. The 2 of them bowed in unison before turning around and leaving. Outside the Legacy Peak, Chi Huan looked at the young man beside him and said, 9th junior brother, I'll be waiting for you at the 5th peak. We'll leave immediately once you're ready. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and charged towards the 9th summit. In the bamboo house in front of forest on the 9th summit, Er was sitting at the door in a daze. As she had just recovered from her serious injuries, her body was still a little weak, so she did not practice her sword. Ning Chen walked over and looked at the little girl in front of the bamboo house. Get ready. We're going out. Came back to her senses and asked in confusion, Where are we going? Planet Hongwan. To search for the phoenix body, Ning Chen replied. Hearing this, immediately stood up and said, I'll go and pack now. After saying that, the little girl turned around and ran into the house to pack her bottles and jars. Not long after, a big bag of things was packed. Carried the big bag and walked forward. Help me carry it. Ning Chen nodded and waved his hand to send the bag into the mess space. Are we the only ones going? Asked. Chi Huan is coming too, Ning Chen replied softly. What about Sister Ling Luo? Continued to ask. She's not going. Moreover, Master Mo has asked the other 3 to stay behind. There might be other matters, Ningchen replied. Oh, Ina replied. It was a pity. If only Sister Lingluo was going with them. After packing up, the 2 of them didn't delay any longer and walked towards the 5th peak. On the 5th peak, Chi Huan saw the 2 of them walk over. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of them. Senior apprentice brother, said Ningchen. Let's go to the Fire Nation first. Chi Huan nodded. Ningchen gently nodded and followed along with several thousand miles north of Mount Mo was the Fire Nation. It was one of Mo planet's most ancient inheritances. It had a long history that even surpassed Mo Gate. However, Master Mo's cultivation was the strongest in Mo planet. No matter how long the Fire Nation's history was, they had no choice but to submit. The Fire Nation's territory couldn't be considered large. It was different from a country in the traditional sense. It was more like a pure land. There were martial artists everywhere, and Xiantian experts weren't rare. The 3 of them arrived at the Fire Nation and directly walked towards Yen City where the Fire Nation's master resided. 9th junior apprentice brother, once you reach Yen City, you must not act blindly without thinking. The Fire Nation's master is not someone easy to deal with. Even with Master's face, asking for the flame essence won't go too smoothly, reminded Chi Huan. Ningchen nodded, a strange light flashing in his eyes. It seemed that Master Mo's request for the flame essence was only an excuse. His true goal was likely not here. At the center of the Fire Nation, Yen City was a lone city in a wasteland. Earth veins crisscrossed the surroundings, and the flow of earth fire was clearly visible. Within several hundred miles, the fire essence was extremely rich. Even before entering the city, they could feel the heat waves blowing against their faces. It was rumored that the majority of the Fire Nation's citizens cultivated martial arts, and their physiques were also different from ordinary people's. They were able to endure the extremely hot weather that ordinary people found difficult to endure. As soon as the 3 of them entered the city, they immediately attracted the attention of quite a few people. They cautiously observed their movements. Ningchen sensed the gazes of those people, but he didn't care. They weren't planning on hiding their identities, so whether or not others recognized them wasn't important. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Master Mo's goal was likely to be to test whether or not the Fire Nation's master had any thoughts of betrayal. He had heard that flame essences were born in the flame domain, and the process of condensing them was extremely slow. Even the Fire Nation couldn't have too many of them. If Master Mo asked for 10 at once, then as long as he had the slightest bit of disloyalty, he wouldn't easily agree. 5th senior apprentice brother, if you fought with the Fire Nation's master, who would have a higher chance of winning? Ningchen asked the person beside him. The Fire Nation's imperial palace was already within reach. Master Mo Chi Huan honestly said, "The Fire Nation's master stepped into the mortal realm 100 years before me. His cultivation is unfathomably deep. Even if he hasn't stepped into the corporeal realm, my chances of winning are less than 30%. 5th senior apprentice brother, have you ever thought about how we'd deal with the Fire Nation's master if he decided to make trouble for us?" Ningchen continued asking. That shouldn't be the case. The Fire Nation's master has always been somewhat afraid of honorable master. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's unlikely that he would completely tear apart all decorum with Mo Gate, replied Chi Huan. Just as the 2 of them arrived at Yen City, 1,000 miles to the west of the Fire Nation was Mo City. Within a quiet mansion, a green-robed woman was focused on crushing medicine. Her face was covered in sweat, and she looked just like an ordinary Yao family girl. Not long after, a man walked in from outside the courtyard. Seeing the woman still crushing medicine, he said, "Just now, the Fire Nation's master sent word that Chi Huan and the 9th Peak's new disciple have already arrived at Yen City. They must have received orders from that old fellow." "So what? The green-robed woman didn't even raise her head. She continued crushing medicine as she indifferently replied, "Aren't you curious as to why Chi Huan and the others are going to Yen City?" asked the man curiously. "Probing," the green-robed woman replied. "Probing what?" The man frowned. "The Fire Nation's loyalty and stance." The green-robed woman stood up and placed the medicine she had just crushed to the side. Then she picked up some other herbs and continued crushing them. "Are you saying that that old fellow is already prepared to take action against the Fire Nation's master?" asked the man. "Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we continue watching. The Fire Nation's master has received too much help from us these past few years, and his wings have gradually grown. How could that old fellow not be suspicious? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With the Fire Nation causing trouble for him, we can better hide our identities." "It's worth it," said the man. While the two of them were talking, a purple-robed figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. When he saw the two of them, he respectfully bowed. "Looks like your injuries have pretty much healed. Next time, don't be so impulsive as to seek death. Right now, you're still far from being that old fellow's match. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. You've already endured for 100 years. Is it really that difficult to endure for a few more years?" The green-robed woman raised her head and glanced at him. Purple Marquis was silent. He didn't dare to refute her. "Come and dry these herbs in a cool place," said the green-robed woman. "Yes." Purple Marquis nodded and walked forward to help her. His usually domineering personality was restrained at this moment. He didn't dare to say anything. There might be some trouble with the Fire Nation's master in the next few days. Make a trip there. "Remember, don't hurt anyone," said the green-robed woman. "Yes," replied Purple Marquis once again. "It's a bit inappropriate. This time, if that old fellow personally takes action, the chances of he going will be very low," said the man worriedly. "He hasn't left the leaving message peak for several 100 years. This time should be the same. If it's only a clone, then there's nothing to worry about," said the green-robed woman calmly. "I'll leave as soon as possible," said Purple Marquis. "There's no need to rush. The Fire Nation's master can handle Chi Huan alone. What you need to deal with are the other 3 people, especially that Ling Luojian. She's at the late stage of extreme Yin. Once she goes crazy, even you won't be able to handle her," reminded the green-robed woman. "Can't I kill her?" asked Purple Marquis after a moment of silence. "No," said the green-robed woman. "She's already at the peak of the emptiness realm. Her chances of surviving are low. Dying by my hands might be a better result," said Purple Marquis. "Zichuan, don't think that you can forget everything just because you changed your name. That's your junior sister. This matter will never change. Her life and death isn't up to you to decide. Don't make me look down on you," said the green-robed woman coldly. Purple Marquis once again became silent. He didn't dare to say anything else. Chapter 632. In Yen City, the 3 of them walked towards the Fire Nation's imperial palace without saying a word. The imperial palace in front of them did not look majestic, nor did it have the splendor of an imperial dynasty in the mortal world. The ancient building was filled with the aura of time, and from afar, one could feel an extraordinary pressure. The Fire Nation worshipped martial arts and had many strong cultivators. The Fire Nation's ruler was a treading celestial, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Some people said that the current Fire Nation's ruler was the strongest person under the Amon Nation's ruler. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was enough to show how powerful the ruler of the Fire Nation was. The fire essence that the 3 of them wanted to obtain was born in the Fire Nation's fire domain. Only the Fire Nation's ruler knew how to enter the fire domain. Therefore, if they wanted to obtain the fire essence, they first had to face the strongest cultivator in the Fire Nation's imperial palace. In front of the imperial palace, there were not many guards, and it was not as strict as the imperial dynasty in the mortal world. However, even so, no one dared to enter without permission. After all, no one wanted to offend a treading celestial. Out of politeness, Qi Huan and Ning Chen reported their identities and waited quietly outside the imperial palace. After waiting for a long time, the guard who went to report finally came back and brought the three of them in. Ning Chen held Er's hand and followed behind Qi Huan. Looking at the layout of the surroundings, his eyes narrowed. They could not see clearly from the outside, but after entering, they could feel that this imperial palace was not ordinary. Although it did not look like an imperial dynasty in the mortal world, the layout of the palaces was full of surprises. It could be imagined that the person who was in charge of building this imperial palace had an excellent understanding of arrays. "We've arrived. Please, my king is waiting inside." In front of the imperial palace, the guard stopped and said, respectfully. Qi Huan nodded and thanked him. He looked at the palace in front of him and reminded him, "Ninth junior brother, be careful later." Ning Chen calmly agreed and walked forward with him. The three of them entered the palace. In the main hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance was sitting quietly. He was wearing a red imperial robe, and there was hot air swirling around him, making it difficult for people to get close. Junior Qi Huan greets the Fire Nation's ruler. Qi Huan stepped forward and bowed politely. On his seat, the Fire Nation's ruler looked down at the people below without saying a word. His cold eyes were filled with disdain. Qi Huan was mentally prepared, so his complexion was as calm as ever. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Ninth junior apprentice brother and I have come under the orders of our honorable master to ask for 10 flame essences. We hope that Fire Lord can grant us this." "Mo master, huh?" The Fire Master coldly smiled and said, "Do you know how important a flame essence is to my Fire Nation? How could we give it away just because of a few words from you?" "Fire Master, you can state your conditions." Qi Huan said indifferently, "There is no need. It is absolutely impossible for me to give away the flame essence. Please return." The Fire Lord's tone was unyielding. "Can't we discuss it?" Qi Huan narrowed his eyes. "No," said the Fire Master coldly. "That's a pity." Qi Huan flipped his left hand and green beads flew out, turning into a wheel that spun around him. An icy cold aura circulated, and the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. Snowflakes condensed and fell from the sky. "I have a whole new level of respect for your courage to cause trouble in the royal palace." Seeing this, the Fire Master stood up. Immediately, waves of heat surged through the hall and flames began to burn. Outside the palace, when they saw that the Fire Master had made his move, many figures walked out of thin air and appeared to protect him. "Ninth junior apprentice brother, stop them," said Qi Huan. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and walked to the entrance of the hall. He waved his right hand and Taisher appeared. With a single sword in hand, he dared to block 10,000 men. Stood behind him, her hands tugging on his sleeves. She was more excited than nervous. In the same hall there were 2 battlefields. Mo Gates twins were joining hands to resist the Fire Nation's power. The battle was about to begin, and the heavy atmosphere continued to spread. The 13 figures that had come to protect the Fire Emperor all pulled out their blades. Their figures flashed, and they began the battle at an extremely fast speed. With a clanging sound, the blades collided and the shockwaves surged out. One blade passed, followed by another. There was a tacit understanding between attack and defense, and there were no openings. In the intertwining battle, the 3 Perfection Realm leaders' blades danced like the autumn rain. It was continuous and unending, causing people to sigh in admiration. When Mo Gates twins attacked, the 13 Imperial Guards revealed their abilities, stunning the world. However, the black-robed figure in front of them was as unmoving as a mountain. Taisher's sword swept, swung, chopped, and stabbed. The simplest moves blocked the 13 Imperial Guards' attacks. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The 13 Imperial Guards who seemed to have the upper hand were unable to take a single step forward. 3 feet in front of the black-robed figure was a forbidden area. Inside the hall, the Fire Master saw that the 2 of them were extraordinary. He took a step forward, and his palm split open the wind and clouds. The Fire Master attacked, and Qi Huan moved as well. A vast and boundless palm met the attack. The 2 palms collided, and the wind and clouds went berserk. Ice and fire clashed violently, and the world constantly changed color. The battle between the 2 ascending immortals immediately turned into a blazing white. Furious waves surged endlessly. For a moment, the entire palace was filled with light. Strange runes appeared one after another, and the power of a powerful formation constantly absorbed the spiritual qi of the world. It actually forcefully protected the palace in the battle. The moment the formation was activated, Ning Qin and Qi Huan both felt their bodies sink. An indescribable pressure came from all directions, and their bodies were immediately suppressed by 30%. Qi Huan frowned. The green frost pearls around him spun rapidly, turning into streams of light that crashed into the person in front of him. The Fire Master did not dare to be careless. He turned his palm to gather fire essence and blocked the spiritual pearls with all his might. With a violent tremor, the green frost pearls broke through the fire essence. The strange spiritual pearls were not affected by the palm power, and they crashed into the former's chest. With a groan, the Fire Master retreated several steps. He was the first to be injured. Not bad. The Fire Master shouted as he lost the battle. Streams of light danced around his body, and a fiery red halberd descended from the sky. Endless fire essence roared violently. With a flash of brilliance, the flaming halberd slashed down, and a powerful flame aura erupted. Qi Huan focused. The moment his palm moved, the green frost pearls coiled up. Cold air surged, and it met the flaming halberd head-on. With an earth-shattering tremor, the remaining shockwaves swept out in all directions. The green frost pearls were not affected by the fire essence, and they broke through the attack again. At the last moment, they were blocked by the flaming halberd, and they could not advance any further. So, this treasure can only break through true origin. The Fire Master sneered. True origin gathered in his arms, and the flaming halberd slashed down, and the spiritual pearls were knocked away. With the remaining shockwaves, Qi Huan retreated 3 steps. The 9 green frost pearls returned to him, spinning around him. In Yen City, I am the absolute ruler. Your struggles are foolish. As soon as he finished speaking, the Fire Master's halberd slammed into the ground, and his aura continued to rise. In an instant, fire essence rapidly gathered from all directions. Below Yen City, the earth-fire spiritual veins shook, and fire essence broke through the ground, flowing towards the Yen City Palace. The shocking scene shocked everyone. With the advantage of the terrain, the Fire Master's cultivation rose rapidly. In a short moment, he broke through the limits of the emptiness realm and stepped into the second stage of the treading immortal realm. Feeling the change behind him, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He pushed back the 13 experts in front of him, and his figure flashed, and the tip of his sword pierced through the air. Impudent! The Fire Master opened his eyes, and a furious current surged, blocking the deadly sword light. Then he turned his palm and condensed vast origin energy, slamming it towards the former. When the palm origin energy arrived, the black-robed man moved again. With an extremely fast movement technique and an extremely fast sword, he avoided the palm energy and once again stabbed towards the former's vital points. The Fire Master leaned to the side, dodging the sword light. He raised his halberd, and a whirlwind broke through the air. The halberd's might shook the heavens and the earth. The black-robed man's expression didn't change. He turned around and his body moved with the halberd. The fire master focused, and the true origin energy around his body rippled. He used his cultivation to suppress the speed of the person in front of him. In the first exchange between the sword and halberd, Ning Chen immediately retreated. His sword's momentum was much faster, and he used his extreme speed to forcefully block the former's moves. In the blink of an eye, the battle of speed and strength had already gone through several exchanges. The fire master was shocked and even more impressed. The person in front of him was only a half venerable, and yet he could exchange so many moves with him. It was truly unexpected. Extraordinary swordsman, I admire you! After a long exchange, the situation reached a stalemate. The fire master stopped his halberd and reached out to grab the tip of the sword. With a clang, Taisher was restrained and couldn't move at all. A cold glint flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. He flipped his palm and shook Yin'er out of the battle. Then he clenched his left hand, and a white rainbow appeared. The sword, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, was forced out again. It was awe-inspiring, and a cold light flashed in all directions. The fire master flipped his palm and blocked the sword again. However, the sword twisted, bypassing the former's palm, and continued forward. Back off! The fire master's face was filled with anger. His true origin surged and gathered the power of the earth fire in a radius of several hundred miles. Suddenly, an abnormally strong fire origin energy exploded, shaking the battle. Not far away, Qi Huan, who was blocking the guards, waved his hand to dissolve the aftershock. 9 green frost jades flew out and blocked the spreading fire origin energy. Qi Huan rushed to the former's side and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Light flashed through his deep eyes. It was too difficult for him to fight against a corporeal realm expert with his current strength. "You've done very well. Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong master. You can talk about your friendship in the underworld." As the fire master spoke, he opened and closed his hands. Amidst the raging waves, the entire palace shook. Rays of red light flowed into the king's hall, increasing its power. "Be careful!" Qi Huan's expression turned serious when he saw this. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Yin'er, pulling her behind him. Just as the power was about to fall, the void in the hall swirled. A white-robed figure walked out. His old face was filled with the vicissitudes of time. "Fire Master, I haven't seen you for many years. Your temper is still so bad. It's just a few fire essences. Why do you have to make things difficult for 2 juniors?" Mo Master walked out and raised his hand, calming the wind and clouds. At the same time in Golden Dawn City, in the Xiaochang restaurant, the owner of the Xiaoya Tower put down the scissors after trimming the last pot of flowers and walked downstairs. "Tower Master." Seeing the person who came, the shopkeeper bowed respectfully. "Okay." Mo Shaiwai nodded and calmly said, "I've been away for a few days. Before I return, the Xiaochang restaurant will be temporarily closed." Hearing this, the shopkeeper trembled and said, "Tower Master, how can we close such a big restaurant just like that? There are still guests staying in the guest rooms. Is this something I should consider?" Mo Xiaowai said indifferently. Soon after, he looked at the high platform and said, "Hong Wan, let's go." "Yes." On the high platform, Hong Wan stopped playing the zither. She stood up and bowed before walking down the high platform. Chapter 633. In the Fire Nation's imperial palace, Missouri Zhu appeared and pointed at the sky. Seeing the former, Mo Zhu's face turned cold. "You really came. It's been a long time. I have to come and see an old friend," Mo Zhu said slowly. "Do we have such a relationship?" Mo Zhu shouted and clenched his hand. His halberd absorbed the power of the 8 desolates. Vigorous fire elemental energy roared crazily with shocking power. Mo Zhu raised his right hand and 7-colored brilliance gathered, illuminating the void. With a bang, the two experts clashed for the first time. Boundless turbulence violently shook the entire palace. Strange light shone brightly as the aftermath of the battle scattered between heaven and earth. 7 rainbow burial sun. The immortal technique appeared again, and the divine sun appeared. Its shocking power drowned the Fire Nation's master in front of it. Huh! Mo Zhu shouted angrily. Turbulence spun rapidly in all directions, and a huge vortex revolved around him. Then he slashed down with his halberd to meet the immortal technique head-on. The two techniques collided and the earth trembled. The aftermath of the battle between the two experts in the immortal realm was endless, constantly shaking the imperial palace. Not far away, Ning Chen was quietly watching the battle while protecting Yin. He wanted to experience the power of the second stage of the immortal realm. He had a great enemy who was not weaker than a corporeal expert. Moreover, he could appear at any time. Therefore, he had to understand the battle methods of experts at this level. This person was Xian Luo, a true demon among demons. Xian Luo's strength after breaking the seal should be slightly weaker than Mo Zhu. However, the seal in the demonic Wheel Ocean Palace for many years had greatly damaged Xian Luo's vitality. Coupled with the loss of half of his body, he was no longer at his peak. Based on this, it was very likely that Xian Luo at his peak was at the peak of the corporeal realm, or even comparable to a true realm expert. Big trouble. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He hoped that Xian Luo's injuries would take more time to recover. In addition, after dealing with the matter of the phoenix body, he had to quickly start cultivating the celestial devil clan's ability that he obtained from Xian Luo. Otherwise, his chances of winning the next time they met would still be slim. Xian Luo could find him through the power senses. This was his greatest disadvantage. It meant that no matter where he went, Xian Luo could find him. While he was lost in thought, the battle between the two powerhouses in the Great Hall became increasingly intense. Although Mo Zhu came here in his incarnation, his combat strength was still terrifying. Every move he made could shake the wind and clouds. On the other hand, the Fire Master was supported by the power of Yen City's earth veins. He stood in the corporeal realm and had an endless supply of energy. He was actually on par with the Ink Master and was not at a disadvantage. With a loud bang, Mo Zhu lifted his hand to meet the halberd head-on. In the aftermath, boundless fist strength smashed into his body. For the first time, Mo Zhu's lips turned red. "Have you calmed down?" Mo Zhu said calmly as he flipped his palm, shaking off the battle. "Not yet." The Fire Master shouted coldly. The flame halberd danced with the fire elemental energy, and the fire dragon of the 8 wastelands appeared. Its roar shook the heavens as it rushed towards the former. Immortal technique, waning waxing moons. Mo Zhu raised his hand, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang spread out. A yin moon appeared, and as the black and white intertwined, a world-shaking might that surpassed the natural order appeared again. Rumbling sounds rang out as the 8 desolation flame dragon collided with the yin moon immortal technique. A terrifying explosion rang out, and the formation flickered. Outside King City, 10,000 li of sand flew into the 9 heavens. Tick-tock, a light sound rang out. In the battle, blood trickled down from the corners of the Fire Lord's mouth. He was injured for the first time. "Fire Lord, you're in a sorry state." At this moment, outside the main hall, a purple-robed figure suddenly appeared. The Sword Dominator had reappeared in the world. Purple Marquis. Qi Huan squinted his eyes and looked at the man who appeared in the battle with a serious expression. "Old 8. Mo Zhu said, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, silver light gathered, and a silver-robed and silver-haired figure walked out, blocking in front of Purple Marquis. Ling Luozhen. Seeing the woman blocking in front of him, Purple Marquis' eyes flashed with a strange light. You can't enter this hall. Ling Luojan blocked in front of the king's hall and separated the battle. Then let's see if you have the ability to stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light flashed, and the domineering sword cut through the void, pressing forward. Ling Luojan flipped her palm to block the sword, and the ground around her trembled violently. Your reaction is not bad, but it's still too weak. Purple Marquis condensed his yuan energy into his sword. His sword was swift and sharp, and its sharpness was unstoppable. It destroyed everything before his eyes. Ling Luojan's body moved, and her yin energy converged, causing undercurrents to surge and collide with the sword light. The battle on the other side instantly became white-hot. Sword and palm collided, and killing intent filled the air. Inside and outside the king's hall, there were two battles. For ascending immortals attacked, and their might was shocking. Loud explosions resounded over 100 miles. On the other side, Qi Huan blocked the reinforcements of the 13 guards. The 9 azure frost pearls suppressed everyone. In the main hall, Ningqian became the only person who didn't attack. He was seriously watching the battle. Mo Gate had come prepared, and the situation was clearly leaning towards Mo Gate. The decisive advantage of their strength made this battle disadvantageous for the Fire Nation from the start. Ninth brother, the Flame Realm is 300 miles to the east of this city. I'll tell you how to enter in a bit. Right now, you should immediately go there and retrieve the Flame Essence. Mo Sovereign sent the Flame Nation's ruler flying with a flip of his palm. Yes. Ningqian nodded. Holding Yin Er's hand, he turned into a streak of light and shot towards the east. Seeing someone leave, the Fire Nation's expression immediately sank. He wanted to stop them with his halberd. However, Mo Zhu also moved. 7 colored streaks of light crisscrossed, blocking the path ahead. 700 miles to the east of Yen City, there was an endless mountain range. A black-clothed figure appeared and quickly rushed towards it. Ningqian quickly found the location of the fire region. He clenched his left hand, and a white streak of light appeared. His 2 swords spun, and an extreme sun rose, slashing towards the void in front of him. Heaven and earth violently shook, and the illusion collapsed. The scene in front of him changed, and an unfamiliar world appeared before him. Large cracks appeared in the world where flames soared. Earth fire spewed out, reaching dozens of feet high. It was a shocking sight. Formation patterns flickered around the earth fire, concealing its aura. From the outside, there was only a mountain range that stretched for 1,000 miles. Ningqian stepped in and immediately felt the surrounding temperature rise. The powerful pressure was even stronger than when he was in the Feng Shui Forbidden Land. 100 miles away, in a huge mountain pass, the waves of fire had reached their peak. The extremely high temperature caused the world to distort, and no one dared to take half a step closer. Ningqian held Yin Er's hand and jumped into the mountain. His phoenix essence rose, blocking the surging waves of fire. It's so hot here. Yin Er wiped the sweat from her brow and said softly. Ningqian's aura weakened, and he used all his strength to protect the little girl. He said softly, bear with it. We'll be out soon. Lava spewed out from the ground in front of him. A huge stone platform stood in the lava. There were about 20 to 30 red crystals floating up and down. The majestic fire essence overflowed, and it was exceptionally beautiful. Ningqian's figure flashed and landed on the stone platform. With a wave of his hand, he collected 10 fire essences. Take all of them. Yin raised her head and suggested, There's no need. Ningqian shook his head. Master Mo knows the method to enter this place, so he should also know how many fire essences there are. Since he said he would take 10, then take 10. There's no need to lose a lot for a small gain and make him wary. Oh, Yin softly replied. She reluctantly glanced at the remaining dozen fire essences. There were treasures here, but she couldn't take them. How annoying. Let's go back. The matter of the phoenix body is more important. If there's a chance, we can come back and take it. Seeing the reluctance in the little girl's eyes, Ning Chen spoke softly and was about to leave. But at this moment, Ning Chen suddenly paused. He looked down at the earth fire, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Under the earth fire, their eyes were similar yet cold. It was like a mirror image reflected in the eyes of the two people looking at each other. Vermilion bird. Ning Chen coldly spat out 2 words. Before he had even finished speaking, the earth fire surged and a red-robed figure flew out. A similar appearance, a similar aura. Since ancient times, these 2 gods of fire had been destined to be incompatible. But now they had met once more. "Phoenix, we meet again," the vermilion bird lightly said. Ning Chen waved his hand, and Genesis Supreme appeared once more. Looking at the person in front of him, he didn't conceal his killing intent. "It seems that we can only meet on the battlefield." The vermilion bird clenched her right hand. Amidst the flowing lights, red feathers gathered and formed a scarlet divine weapon. It was cold and red as it spun continuously. Just as the 2 of them were about to fight again, an old voice rang out, entering Ning Chen's ears. "Old Ninth, come back immediately after you take the fire essences." Hearing Master Mo's urging, Ning Chen frowned. He waved his hand, put away his sword, and flew toward the exit. In an instant, the black-robed figure left the fire region and disappeared. Looking at the former's figure, the vermilion bird's sword scattered and its eyes narrowed. This generation's phoenix had lost too much of its inheritance and was unable to use its innate abilities. This was the best opportunity for it to devour its body and restore its ancestors' might. Within the Fire Nation's royal palace, the battle between the 2 sides was still ongoing. Master Mo was suppressing the Fire Nation's master. The might of his immortal arts was difficult to block, and each move brought unparalleled pressure to the Fire Nation's master. Outside the palace, Ling Luo was blocking Purple Marquis with her true strength. Her pressure had far surpassed that of an ordinary Void Realm expert and was infinitely close to the corporeal realm. With the support of her extreme Yin energy, the master of Mo Clan's 8th peak displayed an astonishing ability, forcibly blocking the late corporeal realm Purple Marquis. Ning Chen had just returned and was about to enter the battle when he was stopped by an old voice. "Old Ninth, Old Fifth, there's no need for the 2 of you to worry about this matter." "You should leave," said Master Mo calmly. Hearing this, Chi Huan sighed in his heart. He withdrew from the battle and walked out of the hall. "Ninth, junior brother, let's go," said Chi Huan. Ning Chen frowned, but he didn't ask any questions. He suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and followed. As soon as the 2 of them left, space stirred and 2 more figures appeared. Without saying a word, they entered the battle. Outside Yen City, Ning Chen turned around to look behind him as a serious look flashed across his eyes. Just now, Ling Luo's condition had been very strange. With her strength, she shouldn't have been able to block Purple Marquis. "Ninth, junior brother, don't think too much and ask too many questions. Focus on your work," reminded Chi Huan. Ning Chen returned to his senses and nodded once more before leaving with Chi Huan. Once the 2 of them were far away, an incomparably vigorous energy erupted from Yen City's royal palace, causing the entire palace to collapse. 7-colored light illuminated the world, engulfing everything within. Chapter 634. The Red Wand Star was an ancient star that had been passed down for countless years. It was famous in the 3 ancient eras and it had reached its peak. However, after the collapse of the Western celestial world, the Red Wand Star also gradually declined. In ancient times, it was rumored that the Queen Mother of the West, who was the ruler of the Western celestial world, came from the Red Wand Star. Although it had been a long time, and no one knew whether the rumors were true or false, the Red Wand Star was indeed powerful. On the Red Lawn Star, there were nearly 100 dynasties and countless aristocratic families and sections. Among the ancient ruins, one could still vaguely see some of the past glory. Among the sects, there were many large cities that crisscrossed with formations. The king's domain was located in one of the cities. Looking from the outside, there was only a hazy sea of fog. The Red Lawn King's domain had been the absolute ruler of the Red Lawn Star since the 3 ancient eras. They looked down on all sects, and few sects dared to challenge them. This was a true colossus, and its inheritance was frighteningly long. No one knew how many terrifying things were hidden under this seemingly peaceful inheritance. Over the past few months, the news of Princess Red Lawn's wedding spread everywhere, and it became the most eye-catching event in the entire Red Lawn King's domain. Many lawn carriages flew across the sky to congratulate the king's domain. In the fog, the king's domain appeared. In the deepest part of the fairyland where birds sang and flowers bloomed, there were many ancient palaces. They were majestic and magnificent, even surpassing the imperial court of the mortal world. In the sky above the king's domain, the void rolled, and a sedan covered by a white curtain appeared. When the patrolling guards saw it, they all knelt down and saluted. "Greetings, Princess." "Rise." In the sedan, a pleasant voice sounded. There was a trace of charm in the elegance, which made people feel weak all over. Hearing this familiar voice, the guards lowered their heads even more. They were afraid that if they did not pay attention, they would lose their composure in front of this charming princess. "Where is the princess?" In the sedan, the woman asked. "She is with the prince consort," a guard replied respectfully. "Tell her to come to the Drizzle Pavilion to see me." After that, the sedan drove out and flew toward the palace in the west. In front of the flowing wind palace, Hong-Yi stood quietly. Beside her, Princess Red Lawn, who was wearing a long dress, accompanied her. Hong-Yi was very quiet and didn't speak much. In her calm eyes, traces of confusion became clearer and clearer, causing Princess Hong-Wan to be even more worried. Princess Consort is back. She wants you to go to Drizzle Pavilion to see her." At this moment, a guard ran over from afar and knelt down to salute. "I know. You can leave first," Princess Hong-Wan said calmly. "Yes." The guard accepted the order and got up to leave. Princess Hong-Wan glanced at the man beside her as she softly said, "I'll be leaving first." Hong-Yi nodded and calmly agreed. Princess Hong-Wan left. Her beautiful face was filled with worry as she walked towards the princess consort's palace. The Drizzle Pavilion was surrounded by mist and mist. In front of the pavilion was a dark blue lake that rippled under the water. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. In front of the lake, a woman with a white veil over her face stood quietly. Her aura was restrained and powerful. The closer one got to her, the more one could feel the nobility that could not be blasphemed. "Mistress." Princess Hong-Wan walked over and respectfully bowed. The woman turned around and looked at the person in front of her. She calmly said, "Hong-Wan, how are things going?" Princess Hong-Wan lightly shook her head and said, "Recently his gaze has become more and more strange. When he looks at me, the emotions in his eyes are also fading. The mind-bewitching technique is likely to lose its effect." Hearing this, the woman frowned and said, "Hong-Wan's mind-bewitching technique has never been an exception. How can this be?" "I also don't know. There was nothing abnormal before, but after returning from the Western immortal world, this situation has become more and more serious." Princess Hong-Wan replied. The woman narrowed her eyes and said, "Did you meet someone in the Western immortal world? Or did you coincidentally meet an old friend of his and stimulate him to remember something?" Princess Hong-Wan thought for a moment and shook her head. "Probably not. In the Western immortal world, other than Guay Nu and a few disciples of Mahasect, he didn't have any contact with anyone else." The woman frowned again and said, Go and call him over. I'll help you test him. If he really remembers something, we can only use the mind-bewitching technique again." Princess Hong Wan heard this, and a trace of hesitation flashed across her beautiful face. She softly said, "Using the mind-bewitching technique on the same person twice will greatly affect his mind. I don't want to hurt him." The woman's eyes turned cold and said, "Hong Wan, I asked you to use the mind-bewitching technique on him to make him fall in love with you, not to trap you. I don't want to hear what you said a second time." Hong Luan knows her mistake. Princess Hong Luan lowered her head and replied, "Go." The woman's expression eased and said. Princess Hong Luan sighed in her heart and turned to leave. Less than an hour later, outside the Drizzle Pavilion, a red-clothed figure strode over. Her expression was as calm as water without any ripples. "Greetings, Princess." Hong Yi bowed and greeted. Yaoji turned to look at the man in front of her and said calmly, "I heard Hong Wan say that you remembered some things in the past. Is that true?" Hong Yi shook her head and said, "Princess is overthinking." Yaoji's eyes quietly observed her expression. After a long time, she warned, "Your wedding with Hong Wan is approaching. I don't care whether you remembered anything or not. Your marriage with Hong Wan is already known to the world. At this time, I don't want to hear anything that I don't want to hear. Do you understand?" Hong Yi nodded and softly responded, "Go back." Yaoji waved her hand and said, "I'll take my leave." Hong Yi bowed again and turned to leave. Bai Yujing, seeing her turn to leave, Yaoji suddenly spoke. Hong Yi stopped and turned her head. She saw a gorgeous face appear in front of her. It was so familiar that her body unconsciously stiffened. In front of the lake, Yaoji's eyes were flowing with brilliance. The white veil on her face covered her appearance, and traces of a charming aura were emitted, bewitching people. A moment later, Hong Yi's expression returned to normal. The familiar face was once again hidden in her heart. "Princess, is there anything else?" Hong Yi asked indifferently. "There's nothing else. You can leave," Yaoji calmly said. Hong Yi nodded and turned to leave. After the phoenix figure left, Princess Hong Wan appeared and stepped forward. "He has indeed begun to remember something, but it's very little. Maybe it's just some fragments of memory," Yaoji slowly said. Hearing this, Princess Hong Wan heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this point, Yaoji's tone changed. She looked at the woman in front of her and said, "There's already someone in his heart. Although it's hidden very deeply, it's unforgettable. I can feel that he still hasn't truly forgotten that person. In addition, he may have suspected that his memory loss is related to the king's domain. Just now, at the last moment, he was clearly very vigilant against me." "What do you mean?" Princess Hong Wan asked softly. "Find a chance to use the mind-bewitching technique on him as soon as possible. Be careful. Now he's very vigilant. It's not easy to succeed," Yaoji said seriously. Princess Hong Wan nodded and silently agreed. Outside Hong Wan Star, in the endless starry sky, 3 figures walked over. The people from Ma's sect had arrived at Hong Wan. They were extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After landing on the vast star, they directly walked toward the king's domain. Mahist sect's Gemini appeared in various large cities and walked toward the king's domain. The red invitation card flew out and disappeared into the fog. Before long, the fog dispersed and a great path appeared to welcome the guests. When the 3 of them entered the king's domain, the scenery around them immediately changed. It was a fairyland filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers. Spiritual qi was extremely abundant, making them feel as if their bodies had become lighter. So beautiful! Ina looked left and right, her large eyes filled with admiration. In front of them, Chi Huan turned his head and looked at the little girl beside Ningqian. He gently smiled. This child had always been taken care of by his junior brother. Her childlike innocence had never disappeared. It was a good thing. On the path of martial arts, it was very important to be able to keep one's original heart. Unfortunately, there were very few people who could truly do it. Not long after the three of them entered the king's domain, a beautiful maidservant came over and led the three of them to the west. After walking for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the maid stopped in a tidy little courtyard. She whispered a few words, then respectfully bowed and walked away. "Miss, please wait," Ning Chin called out to her. The maid stopped and looked at the guest in front of her. Puzzled, she asked, "Young master, do you have any other instructions? I want to see the prince consort of your domain. Can I trouble you to inform him?" Ning Chin asked softly. The maid revealed a troubled expression. "Young master, I'm sorry. The prince consort's matters have always been handled by the princess herself. Servants like us can't get close." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He nodded and said, "I was rash." The maidservant bowed again and retreated. "Ninth junior brother, are you very familiar with the prince consort of the Red Luan King's domain?" Chi Huan asked. "Yes," Ning Chen said softly. "It's a very familiar old friend. It's just that we haven't met in a long time. He might not recognize me now." "I see." Chi Huan smiled and said, "You'll definitely have a chance to meet in a few days. There's no need to rush now." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. I won't act rashly." On the side, Yin Er's mouth twitched when she heard Ning Chen's words. These words could only fool an honest person like Chi Huan. "It's already late. You've traveled for so long. Junior brother, you should rest first. Tomorrow we'll go visit the Red Luan King together." Chi Huan looked at the darkening sky and said softly, "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and led the little girl to the other side of the courtyard. Ning Chen walked into the guest room and prepared the bed for the little girl. He then prepared to leave. "Be careful when you go," Ina reminded him. "Don't worry." Ning Chen softly replied and said, "Don't run around here. I'll be back soon." Under the night sky, the black-clothed man left the courtyard in a flash. Before anyone could see him clearly, he had already disappeared. Flowing Wind Hall, in front of the hall, Hong Yi stood under the moon and looked into the distance. For some reason, she felt uneasy. At this moment, red mist filled the air and a beautiful figure walked out of thin air. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and her decadent aura submerged Hong Yi. In an instant, the black-clothed man appeared and a cold sword slashed towards the woman behind Hong Yi. Chapter 635. In front of the flowing wind palace, the red Luan bewitched the heart. In an instant, the wind rose and the demonic body appeared at the same time. The sword light threatened to kill. The palm and the sword collided, and the aftermath spread out in all directions. The red fog was scattered by the sword wind, and the decadent aura dissipated between heaven and earth. The wind and clouds on the Taisher sword changed, and a murderous aura circulated. With a slash of the sword, a furious gust of wind howled, and the sword broke through the dust. Princess Hong Luan flipped her palm to block the sword. Clanging sounds rang out as their quick moves collided. In the blink of an eye, over 10 moves had already been exchanged. Wisps of red mist filled the air and interweaved into an inescapable net. However, the black-robed figure was like a startled swan. Before the first sword was finished, another sword was raised. The sword was as fast as lightning, cutting through all the bindings. In the center of the battlefield, Red Robe stood there quietly. There was no change in her eyes. A moment later, with a wave of her hand, Mo Kuang appeared. With a clanging sound, the two swords clashed. Sword Qi spread out in all directions. Their eyes were equally cold and emotionless. The two of them exchanged blows again. After a single glance, there was no turning back. The sword's edge was reincarnated, and killing intent filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, the battle turned into a blazing white. Mo Kuang's and Taisher's swords clashed, and the two divine weapons crisscrossed. Phoenix primordial surged, and magnificent neon lights bloomed in the night sky. Queen Hong Wan withdrew herself from the battle. She looked at the two of them as her eyes flickered. In the battle, these two were at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. They were the closest to being the only pair in the world. Their swords came from the same source, but their sword moves were completely different. Battle of the Phoenix Demon under the moon, battle rebirth battle, sword moving spring and autumn. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the king's domain? The phoenix body waved her sword and shook off the battle as she spoke. The one who taught you a lesson. The demonic body's eyes were as deep as the abyss. Extreme yang rose, and a sword reflected the sun and moon. The martial arts of the Sun Sutra reappeared in the world. Seeing this, the phoenix body's expression turned serious. She put her left hand together and turned it into a sword. Suddenly, a scorching torrent spread out. The power of the heavenly book of Yang soared into the sky. The Sun Sutra and the Book of Sun, two extreme yang martial arts, appeared at the same time. In an instant, the night was as bright as day, and boundless heat waves swept out in all directions. His sword in 10 condensed, and he struck out with his sword. The two swords collided with a shocking explosion. Angry waves shook, affecting the entire king's domain's grand formation. Heaven and earth shook, and dust and sand tumbled like waves. Seeing that the battle had reached a stalemate, Princess Hongwan took a step forward and stretched out her delicate hand. Red mist filled the air as she tried to capture Hei. Sky Breaker! The demon body swung his sword to block Mo Kuang's attack. Immediately, his left hand condensed Yuan Qi and slashed his sword across the air. The sword Qi swept over. Princess Hong Wan raised her vital essence and forcefully dispersed the sword will. Her figure did not stop as she swept forward. The demon body's eyes turned cold. It clenched its left hand, and a white beam of light appeared. A mournful sword cry echoed through the world as it wrapped around the demon body's arm. Two swords appeared at the same time, one hard and one soft. The demonic body was fighting one against two, displaying his shocking swordsmanship for the first time. Mo Gates' 9th son, Wang Jing, used force. Your crimes are unforgivable. Princess Hong Wan flipped her palm to shake off the sword tip on her arm. She struck out with her palm, causing red mist to surge, breaking through the clouds. The demon body took a step forward, moving like the wind. His sword was brilliant, and he made a strong counterattack. Princess Hong Wan changed the direction of her palm again. The red mist turned into a waterfall and locked onto the sword tip. The red mist twined, and the white rainbow soft sword's edge twisted, breaking free from its bindings. The soft sword cut through the red mist, pressing forward. White rainbow chill strike. Mo Kuang blocked the attack. In front of the princess, the phoenix body flashed past as the tip of his sword slashed down, unleashing 1,000 feet of phoenix flames. Unrepentant! The demon body snorted coldly. The white rainbow wrapped around Mo Kuang's sword, and Taisher slashed towards the phoenix body. Princess Hong Wan stepped forward and received the sword tip with a flip of her palm. Red mist spread, and she made another counterattack. In an instant, the demon body moved, dodging the palm force with extreme speed. The sword tip turned back, and a dazzling killing light shot out, sealing the throat and seizing the soul. Princess Hong Wan leaned to the side, avoiding the sword tip. The sword tip twisted again, following her like a shadow. The extremely fast sword had endless variations, one sword after another, forcing the demon body to kill. The sword tip collided, and the phoenix body retreated half a step. She stepped forward, and her figure was like an illusion. At the same extreme speed, she pressed forward. Clanging sounds of swords rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was a confrontation of absolute speed. On the other side, Princess Hong Wan's palm force grew stronger, supporting the phoenix body and sealing the black robe. There was blood, and the two swords were red. However, the demon body's expression did not change. The sword force changed again, and the white rainbow soft sword moved strangely, borrowing and diverting force. The exquisite defense blocked the stepping celestial. The wind and clouds in front of the flowing wind palace changed. The sound of swords was ear-piercing, and the sword light was dazzling. The demon body's combat power was shocking. In a shocking battle, the demon body on the sword went against the celestial. With two swords in hand, both hardness and softness were combined. The white rainbow on the left turned into heavenly might, and the Taisher on the right fought with extreme speed. One was strange, and one was fast, showing the extreme power of martial arts. The rising sun shines in the east. Seeing that the situation was in a stalemate, the red robe's sword changed the wind and clouds, and a divine sun rose behind him. Wherever the divine sun's brilliance shone, the sword will surge endlessly. Today, you are a disgrace to the name of knowing destiny. The demon body's eyes were unusually cold. His left palm slashed across the sword tip, and blood dripped, dyeing Taisher's sword tip red. In an instant, the crimson sword light rose to the extreme, and unparalleled sword pressure swept across the entire Red Lawn realm. At this moment, in the king's domain, cultivators from all over raised their heads and looked into the depths of the king's domain. They were shocked. This was Sword Chi. In a small courtyard in the west of the king's domain, Chi Huan, who was about to rest, felt the rapidly spreading sword Chi in the distance. His expression changed, and he took a step forward, rushing in the direction of the sword Chi. Nirvana! In front of the flowing wind palace, the sword of Nirvana reappeared. The magnificent sword light rose between heaven and earth, and the extreme sword pressure shook the sky. In an instant, the sword light fell, breaking through the sky, and an earth-shattering vibration drowned the void for hundreds of feet. Under the sword light, the phoenix body and Queen Hong Wan joined forces to block it. With a bang, they were forced back several steps, and their blood and chi surged violently. At the same time, in the king's domain, the matrices were automatically activated, and the matrices flickered, resisting the terrifying aftershocks. How dare you! In the depths of the king's domain, an angry roar came out. The void rolled, and thunder roared, and lightning flashed. A large hand slapped down, capturing the black robe below. The demon body stepped forward, and his body moved quickly, avoiding the large hand. Then he slashed with his sword, and sword light soared in all directions. In the void, the large hand that gathered wind and clouds collapsed, scattering between heaven and earth. Ninth son of Mo Gate, you dare to cause trouble in my king's domain? I can't let you live. Before he finished speaking, purple light gathered, and a man in purple clothes walked out. His eyes were filled with disdain, and the aura of a king was undoubtedly revealed. Seeing the person who came, the demon body's expression froze. The Red Lawn realm monarch was in trouble. With the appearance of a monarch, his aura was incomparably vigorous, and the pressure made the whole battlefield shake. He had the strength of a peak immortal corporeal realm, and he seemed even stronger than Master Mo. In the next moment, the Red Lawn realm monarch moved, and an extremely powerful palm sealed the void, swallowing heaven and earth. With the arrival of danger, the demon body's eyes flashed with a bloody light. The true essence in his body surged, and the yellow spring seal was activated. At this moment, a green light flashed in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the battlefield. With a flip of its palm, it shook the monarch. With a muffled groan, Chi Huan retreated several steps. He was heavily injured in just one move. Seeing this, the demon body suppressed the demonic chi that was about to erupt. His figure flashed, and he took Chi Huan, retreating 10 feet away. "How are you?" Ning Chen asked. "I'm fine." Chi Huan endured his injuries and replied. Then he looked at the person in front of him and said, "Realm Monarch, my 9th junior brother, didn't mean to offend your realm. There must be some misunderstanding between us. I hope you can be merciful. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll know once I capture this person." The Red Luan Realm Monarch didn't hide the coldness in his eyes at all. He took a step forward and pressed forward once more. Ning Chen frowned slightly, and he took Chi Huan with him, turning around and dodging the attack. Oh! The Red Luan Realm Monarch was about to attack again, but his expression suddenly changed. Ding! But at this moment, the sound of a string resounded between heaven and earth, stirring up the wind and directly separating the battlefield. Amidst the sound, a man in luxurious clothes walked out with a silver string in his hand. Blood dripped from the string, dyeing the ground below red. "Guest, long time no see," said Emo Shawai as he glanced at the black-clothed youth not far away. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. "Thank you for your help, House Master." "It's nothing," said Emo Shawai calmly. The Red Luan Realm Monarch's expression sank. "House Master Xiaoyu, this isn't a place you should be. Realm Monarch, keeping people 1,000 miles away from you is beneath your dignity," said Emo Shawai indifferently. "The Red Luan realm doesn't welcome scheming people." "House Master Xiaoyu, please leave," said the Realm Monarch coldly. "Huh." Emo Shawai lightly smiled. "In terms of scheming, I'm far from being your opponent. Also," Emo Shawai's expression turned cold. "You don't have the right to stop me from going where I want to go. Arrogant." The Realm Monarch's expression sank. True essence surged in his hand, and a heavy pressure rapidly increased. "Do you want to fight? I'll accompany you any time." Emo Shawai indifferently looked at the surging true essence around the former's body. "Realm Monarch, you're a guest. Hong Wan's wedding is imminent, so let's talk about our grudges later." Just as the battle was about to begin, an elegant voice rang out from afar, stopping the two from fighting. Recognizing where the voice came from, the Realm Monarch suppressed his anger. He coldly glanced at the 3 people in front of him, then took a step forward and returned to the palace. Emo Shawai also restrained his aura and looked to the west with a smile. "Princess Consort Yaoji, we haven't seen each other for many years. Aren't you going to meet your old friends? It's not appropriate for a woman to meet guests." "House Master Xiaoyu, welcome to the Red Luan realm," said Yaoji from the west. "You're welcome." Emo Shawai smiled. To be able to meet so many old friends today, this trip was worth it. "Princess Consort, please send my regards to the old ancestor." "Of course," said Yaoji. After greeting her, Emo Shawai looked at the demon and said, "Friend, do you have time to talk?" "Any time." Ning Chen calmly nodded. "Very good. Once I've settled Hong Wan, I'll treat you to a drink." After speaking, Emo Shawai didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. After taking 3 steps, Emo Shawai suddenly stopped and looked at the red-clothed man not far away. He said, "I haven't thought of how to make you pay for the wound on Hong Wan's face. Perhaps you can think of a price to satisfy me." After speaking, Emo Shawai faintly smiled and walked away. After the Realm Monarch and House Master Xiaoyu left, Ning Chen coldly glanced at the phoenix and didn't continue fighting. He quickly left with the heavily injured Chi Huan. "Do you know him?" asked Princess Consort Yaoji softly. The red-clothed man shook his head and didn't say a word. He turned around and walked toward the palace behind him. Chapter 636. In a quiet courtyard in the west of the king's domain, 2 people appeared. Ning Chen condensed phoenix essence in his palm and sent it into the person beside him to help him heal. Not long after, Chi Huan's injuries were suppressed. He opened his eyes and looked at his junior brother. "9th junior brother, you were too reckless today." "I had no choice. Ning Chin sighed. I'll go back to my room to heal. You should rest too. Remember, don't be so impulsive again, Chi Huan reminded him. Okay. Ning Chin nodded. Chi Huan dragged his injured body back to his room. Ning Chen pondered for a moment before walking to the guest room on the other side. In the brightly lit room, Yin sat on a stool and kicked her legs as she waited quietly. When she heard Ning Chen's footsteps, she immediately ran over to open the door. Did you fight? Yin looked at the person in front of her and asked. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and walked into the room. Why did you fight? Can't you be reasonable when you're talking to yourself? Yin closed the door and quickly followed behind. Princess Hong Wan seemed to want to do something to the phoenix body. The phoenix body didn't notice, so I had no choice but to attack. So we fought, Ning Chen said softly. Didn't you say that the phoenix body is intelligent? Why is it so stupid? Yin pouted and poured a cup of tea for him. I'm not sure. Maybe something happened that I couldn't resist. Ning Chen took the tea and said softly, Then what about his marriage with Princess Hong Wan? We can't beat those old monsters here. Yin moved a stool to the side and sat down. If we can't beat them, then we have to think of a way. Ning Chen took a sip of tea and replied, What way? Yin also poured herself a cup of tea and asked curiously, I haven't thought of one yet. Ning Chen said calmly, Uft. Yin spat out a mouthful of tea and sprayed it all over his face. She immediately jumped up from the stool and used her sleeve to wipe it clean. It's okay, Ning Chen said softly. He pushed the little girl's hand away and didn't mind. Yin guiltily sat back down on the stool and said awkwardly, What if the phoenix body doesn't wake up? Should I stop it? You can't expose yourself. She didn't care whether Ning Chen was a demon or human, but the others certainly didn't think the same. The sects of the Central State couldn't tolerate the existence of demons, and the people of the outer heavens were certainly the same. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, If the phoenix body is still stubborn on the day of the wedding, we can only forcefully stop it. Even if our identity is exposed, we can't sit back and do nothing. Is there really no other way? When she was in the Western Celestial World, she had seen how powerful the Realm King of the Red Luan Realm was. At that time, it was only a clone. Now that they were in the Red Luan Realm, once their identities were exposed, it would not be easy for them to escape unscathed. Moreover, Lord Amo would be arriving soon. At that time, it was hard to say if he would stand on their side. Ning Chen looked outside the window and pondered for a moment before saying, We can't be completely out of options. Let's take it one step at a time. The appearance of the Dawn Moon Tower Master today might be a turning point. That black-hearted boss? Yin asked in surprise. Okay, Ning Chen nodded. He's just a big profiteer. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Yin curled her lips. You can't judge a book by its cover. Ning Chen looked at the little girl in front of him and softly said, The strength of the Dawn Moon Tower Master is at least on the same level as the Realm King of the Red Luan Realm and Lord Amo. It's just that she usually doesn't reveal her strength. That strong? Yin asked in surprise. Ning Chen nodded and said, If I didn't guess wrongly, Hong Luan must have been a member of the Red Luan Realm in the past. Since the Dawn Moon Tower Master was able to save her here, her strength is definitely not below the Realm King of the Red Luan Realm. Yin guiltily drank a mouthful of tea and said, If I had known earlier, I would have treated him better at the Dawn Moon Tower and not called him a profiteer. Ning Chen put down the cup of tea and stood up to walk to the window, saying, Children's words carry no harm. You are still a child, so the Dawn Moon Tower Master won't bicker with you. Moreover, you will be able to see him again very soon. See him? Why do I want to see him? Yin moved a high stool to the window and sat beside it as she asked. To talk about business, Ning Chen replied. What about Sister Hong Wan? Yin continued asking. She's here too. Ning Chen looked at the magnificent scenery of the king's domain outside the window and said, "The slash on Hong Wan's face by the phoenix body won't end well. The matters involved in the phoenix body slash are definitely far from what we have seen. The Dawn Moon Tower Master definitely didn't appear in the Red Lawn realm at this time to congratulate us. Will he help us?" Yin asked expectantly. Ning Chen shook his head and said he won't. The Dawn Moon Tower Master is a merchant, and merchants pursue profit. Unless we have something of value that can catch his eye, it won't be an easy task to get his help. Previously, when he helped Hong Wan, it was a fair transaction, and no one owes anyone a favor. Today, the Dawn Moon Tower Master helped us, which is already commendable. However, this favor will end here, and there won't be any more. A black-hearted merchant. Yin pouted. He isn't black-hearted, but he knows better. The human heart is complicated, and judging by value may seem heartless, but sometimes it's the most correct method. After speaking, Ning Chen's gaze shifted to the little girl beside him and said, "Yin, a favor is heavy. Unless it's someone you cherish, don't owe too many favors, and don't give too many favors. Don't think that you will be rewarded for helping others. There's a limit to everything, and too many favors will similarly distort a person's heart. The Dawn Moon Tower Master is the most intelligent person in the world and can see clearly." "I don't understand," Yin said delicately. "If you don't understand, then remember it. You will naturally understand it in the future," Ning Chen said softly. "Oh," Yin replied and leaned against the window, looking at the scenery outside. She said, "Then do we have anything that can catch the eye of this black-hearted merchant?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "The Dawn Moon Tower Master's words before leaving today are an invitation to negotiate. The Dawn Moon Tower Master's wine isn't something you can drink as you wish. What you will do next will depend on the outcome of this negotiation." "Don't lose out," Yin said. "Don't worry. Up until now, we haven't had any conflicts of interest with the Dawn Moon Tower Master. This negotiation is just for each side to take what they need. It will be much easier than the negotiation with the Heavenly Sanctum," Ning Chen replied. Yin nodded, not quite understanding. She thought for a moment and said, "If we can awaken the phoenix body this time, will we still go back?" Ning Chen fell silent. He didn't directly answer and softly said, "Yin it's impossible for the identity of this half of my body to remain a secret forever. Do you know why no one can tolerate a devil? Devils are bad people, but you aren't," Yin replied delicately. Ning Chen lightly shook his head and calmly said, "You're wrong. It's because a devil's heart is cold. In essence, Xian Luo, Xiazi, and I are all the same. A devil is a devil. There has never been a distinction between good and bad." Ning Chen's dark eyes became even more profound as he continued. "A devil's nature is much simpler than a human's nature, but it's also much crueler. Just like when I massacred the Allied forces in the Central Province, I wasn't any different from how I am now. The reason why I've always wanted to summon the Phoenix body back is because I want to quickly hand over external matters and focus on cultivating the divine abilities of the Celestial Devil Clan so that I can deal with Xian Luo's pursuit. The other, more important reason is that my rationality is based on my past memories. However, I don't know how much longer I can endure it. Perhaps one day I'll get tired of it and return to being like Xian Luo, treating human lives like dirt." Hearing Ning Chen's words, Ina raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said in a wronged manner, "Do you not want me any more?" Ning Chen looked at the little girl and said, "I promised that I would teach you martial arts. However, if you stay by my side, you won't know when you'll be in danger. Therefore, it would be more suitable for you to be given to the Phoenix body. His brain is damaged now. How can he teach me martial arts?" Ina said as she wiped her tears. Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said, "The choice is in your hands. Even if I give you to the phoenix body in the future, I'll have to wait until he recovers his memories. After all, we are one body. The only difference is that we walk different paths. Now that my original body is missing, following the phoenix body is the best choice. Devils have never been erased with patience. Even I don't know when I'll get tired of this fake side of me. If you don't want to endure it anymore, you can. I'm mentally prepared and won't be afraid. It's fine as long as you don't abandon me. That day at the Waning Moon restaurant, you promised that you wouldn't abandon me again, Ina said as she wiped her tears. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly, not knowing how to answer. At the same time, in the big city next to the Red Lawn Kingdom, Mo Xiaoai walked in front of a restaurant that was not inferior to the Waning Moonchong. In the hall, Hong Wan, who had been waiting for him, saw him return. She stood up and bowed respectfully, House Master. Mo Xiaoai nodded and said, Hong Wan, prepare a pot of Heartless Night Dream tomorrow. There will be a distinguished guest coming. House Master, you met an acquaintance on this trip? Hong Wan asked in surprise. Oh, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just prepare the good wine. Mo Xiaoai chuckled and walked up to the second floor. On the second floor, the layout was exactly the same as the Waning Moonchong and Ingency City. There were the same 10 guest rooms, and a sign hung in front of each room. Mo Xiaoai entered the bright room and waved his hand to close the door. In the room, exotic flowers and herbs were arranged. Each of them was a rare treasure in the world. The fragrance was faintly discernible and intoxicating. On the other side of the room, a wooden box that was more than 10 feet long was placed on a quaint table. The wooden box was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Friend, long time no see. Mo Xiaoai looked at him and smiled. Buzz. In the wooden box, a light sound was heard, as if it was responding to the former. Can't wait? Oh, don't be impatient. Now, I have something that interests me more. Fighting and killing, how vulgar. Mo Xiaoai chuckled and said, Have you seen a demon who has been trying to maintain his rationality? A demon who has lost his humanity and can still maintain his rationality by relying on his past memories. I really have a whole new level of respect for him. However, how long do you think he can endure this false mask? Chapter 637. In the Red Luan Royal Territory, as the wedding day of Princess Hong Luan approached, the festive atmosphere in the territory became more and more intense. Lanterns and colored banners were hung high everywhere. Outside the territory in a neighboring city, Ning Chan walked over with Ina. The gloomy and rainy weather was incompatible with the festive atmosphere in the entire Red Lawn City. In a private room on the second floor of the Dawn Moon restaurant, the owner had prepared wine and was waiting for the guests. On the first floor, there was singing and dancing. The dancers on the stage were faintly discernible, causing the guests below to be unable to take their eyes off them. Not long after, Ning Chen and Ina entered. Hong Wan personally went up to welcome them and brought them to the second floor. Sister Hong Wan, is the injury on your face healed? Ina looked at Hong Wan and asked, It's healed. Hong Wan removed the veil on her face and a delicate and beautiful face appeared in front of them. It was flawless and even prettier than Shizi. Sister Hong Wan is really beautiful. Ina's large eyes were filled with envy. Hong Wan put on the veil and gently smiled. Ina is also very beautiful. When you grow up, you will definitely be prettier than sister. Hearing this, Ina smiled happily and nodded heartlessly. As they spoke, the three of them entered the bright room. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant changed into a plain, silver-gray robe. Her powerful aura was completely different from the first time they met. Restaurant master, the guests are here. Hong Wan respectfully bowed. And you can leave first. Also, bring our little girl, Ina, to taste Hong Wan's specialty dishes. Mo Xiaowai smiled. Yes. Hong Wan bowed again and accepted the order. Ning Chen also patted the little girl's head and indicated for her to leave with Hong Wan. Ina obediently followed them out. When she was about to leave the room, she turned around and said, "Restaurant master, don't take my previous words to heart. You are not a black-hearted merchant." "Huh." Mo Xiaowai chuckled and said, "Little girl Ener is right. I am a black-hearted merchant. Otherwise, why would it be called all merchants are evil?" Hong Wan covered her mouth and laughed before leaving with the little girl. All these years, only Ener dared to call the restaurant master a black-hearted merchant in front of her. "Please have a seat." After the two of them left, Mo Xiaowai looked at the person in front of him and softly said, "Many thanks." Ning Chen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down across from him. "How is it? The layout of my restaurant is pretty good, right?" Mo Xiaowai took out the heartless, nightmarish dream he had prepared beforehand. He poured 2 cups and pushed 1 cup in front of the person in front of him. Brothel Master Xiaoya's taste is naturally not something an ordinary person can compare to. Ning Chen took the wine cup and replied, "Where's the wine?" Mo Xiaoai asked again. "Heartless, nightmarish dream. Naturally, it's also a top-quality wine." Ning Chen replied after smelling and tasting it, "Brother Ning, do you know that I've always been stingy? It's hard for me to treat people to a drink." Mo Xiaowai chuckled. Businessmen pursue profit. The wine in a restaurant is meant to be sold, not used to invite people, Ning Chen said calmly. "Oh, it's really easy to talk to smart people. With Brother Ning's wisdom, you should have more or less guessed why I invited you here," Mo Xiaowai continued. "I can guess a little, but not much," Ning Chen said softly. "It took me a lot of effort to save Hong Wan. It reminded me of the grudge from 100 years ago. It's really not easy to let go of it." Mo Xiaowai took a sip of wine and smiled. "Brothel master is from the Red Luan King's territory?" Ning Chen put down his cup and asked. "That's right. When did you find out?" Mo Xiaowai wasn't too surprised. "Based on the Red Luan King's attitude towards you, you're definitely not welcomed by the Red Luan King's territory. However, you were able to enter the King's territory so smoothly. It only means that you're very familiar with the territory." Ning Chen paused and looked at Mo Xiaowai before continuing. "Based on the conversation between you and Princess Yaoji yesterday, it's obvious that you've known each other for a long time. You mentioned ancestor in one sentence. I don't think outsiders would call you that." Mo Xiaowai chuckled and said, "You were able to infer the general truth from these details that ordinary people wouldn't notice. Brother Ning's intelligence is really admirable." "You're too kind." Ning Chen said calmly, "Brothel master, you're the one who's really surprised me. With your strength, I think you're rarely matched even in the entire Red Luan starfield." "Huh." Mo Xiaowai smiled and filled the former's cup again. He said, "The space zone is vast, and there are many planets with life. Who knows where the peerless experts who are beyond our knowledge are hiding? In the end, we're just frogs in a well. How much we see is how big the sky is. The real sky may be much bigger than what we see." Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he said softly, "I've learned something." Mo Xiaowai filled his cup and continued, "To be honest, Brother Ning, I used to be from the Red Luan King's territory. I've known the Red Luan King and Princess Yaoji for a long time. As for our relationship, the Red Luan King and Princess Yaoji are the current Red Luan and Princess Yaoji." "Master and Shadow," Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Mo Xiaowai took a sip of wine. What an incredible young man. His intelligence was really terrifying. After a while, Mo Xiaowai put down his cup and said, "Brother Ning's guess is correct. Since ancient times, there have been 2 successors in each generation of the Red Luan King's territory. One is the master and the other is the shadow. The master stands in front of the people, and the shadow stands behind the people. If there's no accident, the master will eventually devour the shadow and become the master of the Red Luan. Only when something happens to the master will the shadow have the chance to walk in front of the people and take on the responsibility of the successor. The Red Luan is this generation's shadow. What a cruel rule! Ning Qin replied and asked, "What about the brothel master? Is she the master or the shadow?" "What do you think, Brother Ning?" Mo Xiaowai smiled. "Master," Ning Qin replied without hesitation. "Oh!" Mo Xiaowai looked surprised and said, "Why are you so sure, Brother Ning?" "Tolerance," Ning Qin said calmly. "No matter how similar the shadow is to the master, it's still different. I think that in the countless years of the Red Luan King's territory's inheritance, there are only a handful of cases where the shadow has successfully replaced the master. The difference in the path of growth is beyond imagination. The tolerance of the master standing in front of the people and the shadow standing behind the people will only increase." Ning Qin glanced at the two people on the first floor through the bead curtain and said, "It's not that I'm disrespectful to Miss Hongwan, but regardless of personal grudges, the gap between Miss Hongwan and the Red Luan Queen is not small. It's not only martial arts cultivation, but also many other factors. It can be said that Miss Hongwan has no chance of winning against the Red Luan Queen." Mo Xiaowai tasted the wine in his cup and said calmly, "Hongwan is indeed not suitable to be the master of the Red Luan King. Miss Hongwan is not suitable, but the brothel master is different." Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said, "The Red Luan Queen walked from the shadow to the front of the people. Even though she gradually gained the strength and dignity of a king, she is still lacking compared to the brothel master. I think that this gap will be difficult to make up for in this lifetime." Mo Xiaowai smiled and did not comment further. He changed the topic and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. All right, there's one thing that I've always been interested in, but I don't know if I should ask." "Brothel master, feel free to ask," Ning Qin replied. Mo Xiaowai raised his cup and toasted to Ning Qin. "In my knowledge, devils are the symbol of slaughter. I've never seen a devil like Brother Ning, who works hard to restrain his nature. May I ask why?" "The brothel master's understanding is not wrong. I'm not different from other devils. In places unknown to the brothel master, I may have killed more people than anyone else. However, I have something that must be done, so I have to follow the rules set by humans." Ning Qin spoke with an indifferent expression as he downed the wine in his cup with a clink of wine. "You found a way to revive the dead." Mo Xiaowai also drank the wine in his cup and asked slowly. "Yes," Ning Qin replied. "I can't help you with this. Although I like to do business with like-minded people, I don't have this bargaining chip," Mo Xiaowai said with regret. "Don't worry. I've been searching for more than 20 years. Maybe I'll need another 20 years, 40 years, or even 100 years. Maybe one day you'll get this bargaining chip. At that time, no matter if I'm a human or a devil, you can exchange it for everything I have," Ning Qin said unhurriedly. "Even if it's your life?" Mo Xiaowai raised his head and said indifferently, "Yes." Ning Qin nodded. "This kind of business is really tempting. If such a day really comes, I don't want your life. I want your sword, the only sword in the world," Mo Xiaowai said with unprecedented seriousness. "If such a day comes, I'll give it to you with both hands," Ning Qin said calmly. Hearing this, Mo Xiaowai smiled, and his expression returned to normal. He filled the wine glasses in front of the two again and said, "Back to the topic. I invited Brother Ning to come here to discuss another business." "Please tell me," Ning Qin replied. "The enmity between me and the Red Luan King's territory is too long ago. There's no need to mention it again. However, that girl Hong Luan has worked hard for the Waning Moon restaurant all these years. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she still worked hard. I think she should get justice for being chased by the Red Luan King's territory back then." Mo Xiaowai smiled. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Ning Qin asked. "Because I can't," Mo Xiaowai said honestly. "The waters of the Red Luan King's territory are much deeper than they look. If I do it, It'll be too troublesome if those old monsters are involved. With your strength, do you still need to worry about this? Ning Qin frowned. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Although I'm not afraid of this kind of trouble, I don't want to easily provoke them. Mo Shaowai said indifferently. What can I get? Ning Qin raised his cup and asked. A chance. Mo Shaowai said softly, when Brother Ning appeared in Jinsi City, you didn't know much about the Red Luan star field. It's impossible for you to have any enmity with Princess Hong Luan. The reason why you attacked last night should be because of the prince consort of the Red Luan King's territory. I can give you a chance to solve this fairly. Without the interference of the Red Luan King's territory, there will be fewer obstacles for Brother Ning. Hearing this, Ning Qin fell silent and didn't say anything. Mo Shaowai looked at him and continued, You need a chance, and I also want to get justice for Hong Luan. I think this cooperation is also the purpose of Brother Ning's visit today. As for whether this slap will hurt enough, it depends on Brother Ning's strength. Chapter 638. In front of the Dawn Moon brothel, Hong Luan stood quietly as she sent off the honored guest. Her beautiful face was lightly covered by a thin veil, but it still couldn't hide her tranquil and gentle temperament. She used to be the princess's shadow, but now that she was lucky enough to leave the king's domain, Hong Luan cherished it very much. She was sincerely grateful to everyone who had helped her, including the housemaster and the young people who were far away. On the second floor in the bright room, the Dawn Moon brothel mistress wiped the silver strings wrapped around her sleeves. Bit by bit, she was very careful. All the guests who visited the Dawn Moon house knew that Hong Luan was proficient in the zither. However, what they didn't know was that Hong Luan's zither skills were taught by the Dawn Moon house's owner. The Dawn Moon brothel mistress was not good at the zither, but she was good at strings. She had mastered all the strings in the world. To be able to suppress the current king of the Red Luan realm for several hundred years, the Dawn Moon Tower's master, as the main body, was the most shockingly talented successor to the throne of the Red Luan realm. However, due to some reasons, she gave up. Hong Luan. Yes. In front of the Dawn Moon house, Hong Luan heard the housemaster's voice and returned to her senses. She turned around and walked towards the second floor. In the king's domain, time passed day by day. There were less than 10 days left before the wedding of Princess Hong Luan. Most of the invited guests had already arrived. Only a few of the most distinguished magnates had yet to appear. Mo Zhu was one of them. However, everyone knew that these people should be arriving soon. Sure enough, when almost all the guests had arrived, a golden light shone in the sky above the king's domain, and an incomparable pressure spread out. It was noble and imposing, and people couldn't help but look sideways. The mist outside the king's domain dispersed, and golden flames filled the air. In the flames, 3 7-colored elks pulled a carriage through the air. The shocking scene shocked everyone in the king's domain. Empress Jinsi. Someone recognized the Golden Dawn symbol on the carriage and blurted out. Rumor had it that among the strongest cultivators in the Hong Luan galaxy, the emperor of the Jinsi Empire was the closest to the true realm. He had already taken half a step into the true realm 100 years ago, and his strength was unfathomable. Overlord Jinsi appeared. A red divine bridge appeared in the sky above the king's domain, leading directly to the depths of the king's domain. 3 7-colored elks pulled the carriage onto the divine bridge and rushed into the depths of the king's domain. From beginning to end, the owner of the carriage never showed up. As Overlord Jinsi disappeared at the end of the divine bridge, a woman suddenly appeared in front of the king's domain. Her face was calm and peaceful. She held a Taoist seal in her hands and chanted a spell. She closed her eyes and spoke to the heavenly language. Her fluttering, fine black hair drifted in the wind. Wherever the woman passed, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and life descended upon the world. Spirit cultivator. The instant the young woman stepped into the Red Luan realm, everyone could sense her presence. gazing into the distance. Expressions of shock appeared on their faces once more. Please. With the arrival of the Heaven Speaker, the divine bridge reappeared. The voice of the Red Luan Realm King was heard, and she personally went to the end of the divine bridge to welcome him. The arrival of the two strongest cultivators in the world attracted the attention of everyone. Just as everyone was unable to calm down for a long time, 7 colors shone brightly in the void. An aura that was not inferior to the previous 2 cultivators appeared and quickly spread out. In a small courtyard on the west side, Ning Chen and Qi Huan sensed something and walked out of their rooms. Looking at the swirling void in the distance, their eyes narrowed. It was Master Mo. He was finally here. Within the king's domain, within the 7-colored light, Lord Emo appeared. His white robe fluttered in the wind, as if an immortal had descended. His otherworldly aura caused others to involuntarily feel awe. In the next moment, Lord Emo stepped onto the divine bridge and disappeared at the end of the bridge. The appearance of the 3 strongest cultivators caused the wind and clouds to change. At this moment, the sound of strings rang out between heaven and earth. Drifting wind and drifting clouds drifted over thousands of miles to meet the king. Within the sound of strings, a man in a silver-gray robe and a large cloak appeared. Beside him, a veiled woman followed. Her face could not be more familiar, but her aura was completely different. In the sky, the divine bridge appeared on its own, as if welcoming the former master of the king's domain. From far away, Ning Chen looked at the man walking towards the divine bridge. An imperceptible brilliance flashed through his deep eyes. Master of the Dawn Moon Tower, just how strong are you? At the end of the divine bridge, the Red Luan Realm King's eyes were extremely cold. The Red Luan Realm only needed one king, and that was him. Passing by, the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower looked at the person beside her. The corners of her mouth curled up. She said, "Shadow, how does it feel to become light?" "Emo Shao-ai, this is not a place for you to come," the Red Luan Realm King said in a deep voice. "Since when do I need your permission to go wherever I want to go?" The Master of the Dawn Moon Tower smiled faintly and replied softly. Then she stepped forward. All the strong cultivators arrived. Half a day later, the Wuji banquet began to welcome all the guests. In front of the palace, the Red Luan Realm King sat on the main seat at the end of the stairs. During the banquet, Overlord Jinsi, the Heaven Speaker, Master Mo, and the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower sat in pairs at the front of the crowd. Their noble status was self-evident. The banquet was extremely luxurious. All kinds of rare dishes were constantly served. The exotic fragrance assailed the nostrils. They had never seen anything like this before. Ning Chen and Qi Huan sat next to each other. Among the strong cultivators, they could be considered to be at the front. It was clear that the Mahist sex status was not to be underestimated, even in the entire Red Luan realm. Beside Ning Chen, Yin was happily eating. She ignored everyone's gazes and ate her own food. The sumptuous dishes were very tempting. The little girl's mouth was stuffed like a bun. Ning Chen drank while quietly picking food for the little girl. He also had no interest in the greetings of the people at the banquet. Not long after, the Red Luan Realm King and the Red Luan Realm King walked over together and greeted the guests one by one. After a brief exchange of glances, Ning Chen looked at the 2 people walking up the stairs. The indifference in his eyes became more and more intense. At the front of the banquet, 2 people came and toasted Master Mo and the others. Overlord Jinsi, the Heaven Speaker, and Master Emo accepted their toasts one by one. However, when it came to the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower, they stopped. At the banquet, the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower did not reach out to accept their toasts. A faint smile appeared on her face as she said, "Before drinking this cup of wine, I would like to know who among the 2 of you is going to pay for the sword slash on Hong Luan's face." As soon as her words fell, the atmosphere suddenly stagnated. On the main seat, the Red Luan Realm King's expression darkened as he said, "Master of the Dawn Moon Tower, today's banquet is to welcome the distinguished guests of the King's domain. Don't go too far." Am I going too far? Compared to the means of the Realm King, I am still far inferior. A debt must be repaid, and a life must be paid with a life. I have already restrained my emotions. Don't make me lose my last bit of patience, the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower said with a smile. Arrogant. The Red Luan Realm King was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. Looking at the former, his expression was extremely furious. I wonder how Master of the Dawn Moon Tower will repay us, the Red Luan Realm King said calmly. Simple. Choose one of you and let me slash him once. The Master of the Dawn Moon Tower said playfully. What if we don't agree? The Red Luan Realm King asked indifferently. Huh. The Master of the Dawn Moon Tower lightly smiled and said, Then it's even simpler. Although I haven't fought for a long time, it shouldn't take much effort to kill the two of you. Chapter 639. The atmosphere at the Wuji banquet was stagnant. The words of the Waning Moon House master shocked all the cultivators present, their faces filled with disbelief. Nobody had heard much about the Waning Moon House master, but she was able to sit side by side with Lord Mo and Emperor Jinsei, which made everyone secretly pay attention to her. No one would have thought that the most inconspicuous person among the four would shock everyone with a single word, provoking the Red Luan King's domain in front of all the cultivators in the world. This was the first time such a person had appeared in thousands of years. Although the Red Luan King's domain had gradually stepped down from its peak after the collapse of the Western Celestial World, it was definitely not as simple as it appeared to be on the surface. At this moment, all the cultivators were looking at the Red Luan King's domain. Someone had provoked the King's domain. As the Lord of the King's domain, how should he respond? On the main seat, the Red Luan King's face became gloomier and gloomier. His powerful aura kept shaking, obviously reaching the limit of his patience. Sitting down, Lord Mo picked up his wine cup and took a sip. No change could be seen in his eyes. He didn't say anything, quietly watching the development of the situation. Opposite him, Emperor Jinsei glanced at the Red Luan King and the Waning Moon House Master, then looked away without saying anything. The last of the four, the only woman, the Heaven Speaker, closed her eyes and said softly, with the House Master's dignity, Why do you have to make things difficult for two juniors? The Waning Moon House Master smiled faintly and said, I'm not making things difficult. I just want to seek justice. Spiritual cultivators, if there is no retribution for your evil deeds, won't your evil deeds be justified? Hearing this, the Heaven's Speaker sighed softly and didn't say anything more. Mo Xiaowai, you are misleading the public with your lies. The King's domain can't tolerate you. Leave, otherwise you will experience the most ruthless anger of the King's domain. On the main seat, the Red Luan King couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and said in a low voice, Domain King, please calm down. At this moment, an elegant voice came from afar. Along with the voice, a beautiful woman appeared. Her face was covered by a white veil, but her noble temperament couldn't hide her charm. As soon as she appeared, everyone present couldn't look away. Seeing the newcomer, the Dawn Moon Tower's master smiled. The Red Luan's art of mind bewitching was the best in the world, and Princess Consort Yaoji had undoubtedly cultivated this art to the peak. House Lord, the grudges of the past have been in the past for many years. Why keep brooding over it? As for the grudges of the younger generation, isn't it better to let them settle it themselves? Princess Yaoji looked at the former and said softly, Heh. The Dawn Moon Tower's master chuckled and said, Princess Consort, we haven't seen each other for many years, but you're still as eloquent as before. Hong Wan isn't good at martial arts, and if she were to settle it herself, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to fight for justice for herself in this lifetime. The rules of the king's domain have been like this for thousands of years. Back then, you chose to give up. Today, you shouldn't have come back and interfered with the affairs of the king's domain, said Yaoji softly. Unfortunately, I still came back. The smile on Waning Moon Tower's master's face gradually faded as she calmly said, Yaoji, on account of our past friendship, I can take a step back and let the younger generation settle this matter. However, it's not Hong Wan. Hearing this, Yaoji's beautiful eyes flashed and she asked, Who is that? Hong Wan's husband, the 9th son of the Mahis sect, said Waning Moon Tower's master lightly. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Even Mo Zhu's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously looked at Ning Chen, who was below the seats. 9th junior brother, is it true? Beside the seat, Qi Huan asked in shock. Ning Chen quietly drank a cup of wine. His deep eyes didn't change at all. He didn't say a word, nod, or deny it. Master Mo, is this true? Asked the Realm King Hong Wan in the main seat. I don't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Master Mo retracted his gaze and said calmly, Martial artists compete, swordsmen compete. It's fair and just. Overlord Jinsei, the leader of the four, put down his wine cup and spoke for the first time. It was hard to stop halfway. The Realm King Hong Wan's face darkened, and he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Waning Moon Tower's master came prepared. Once she made trouble. Even if the king's domain could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. Such a result was not what he wanted to see. However, if he followed Waning Moon Tower's master's words and let the younger generation settle it themselves, the dignity of the king's domain would be placed on the princess or the prince consort. The king's domain couldn't lose, especially in front of so many witnesses. Princess. Thinking of this, the Realm King Hong Wan looked at the princess and said, You will fight this battle. Yes. Princess Hong Wan accepted the order softly. Hearing the former's decision, Waning Moon Tower's master smiled faintly and said, Realm King, do you know why you can only be a shadow? Touched again, the Realm King Hong Wan's face darkened. His suppressed anger was on the verge of erupting again. Prince Consort, you will fight this battle, said Yaoji at this moment. Yes. Beside the princess, the phoenix figure, who had been silent all this time, nodded. Waning Moon Tower's master didn't hide her smile and said, It seems that in terms of boldness, you are not as good as a woman. It's meaningless to argue. Waning Moon Tower's master must have made a decision. The location of this battle must be in the king's domain. As for the time, it's up to you, said Yaoji calmly. Okay. Waning Moon Tower's master nodded and said, 3 days later, at the Sun and Moon Lake of the king's domain, we will settle our old grudges. Then Waning Moon Tower's master stood up and said softly, Hong Wan, let's go. Hong Wan nodded and left together. The moment they passed each other, Hong Wan looked at the black-clothed young man who had helped her before. A trace of undetectable shyness flashed through her beautiful eyes and disappeared in an instant. In front of her, Waning Moon Tower's master didn't look back and said indifferently, Hong Wan, demons have no feelings. This is only a transaction and nothing more. Hearing the voice transmission by her ear, Hong Wan softly responded and soon after silently followed him. After Waning Moon Tower's master left, everyone at the banquet was still unable to calm down. Everyone could see that the Realm King Hong Wan was very afraid of Waning Moon Tower's master. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to this battle. On the throne, the Realm King Hong Wan's expression was ice cold. His aura gradually disappeared and killing, intent, kept jumping in the depths of his eyes. I'll take my leave. Sitting down, Yaoji bowed and didn't stay any longer. She turned and left. The banquet quickly dispersed, and everyone left one after another with different thoughts. Before leaving, they all looked at the red-clothed young man beside Princess Hong Wan. Without a doubt, The prestige of the realm King Hong Wan had already suppressed this person. The realm King Hong Wan couldn't afford to lose this battle. However, it was rumored that the prince consort of the realm King Hong Wan possessed the inheritance of the phoenix, and his sword cultivation was even more astonishing. Although he hadn't reached perfection, his true battle strength was close to treading deities. It was also because of this that Princess Hong Wan fell in love with him. In comparison, Mo clan's ninth son was much more low-key. Other than knowing that he was Master Mo's ninth disciple, the outside world didn't know anything else about him. After everyone dispersed, Ning Chun held Er's hand and left the banquet. Before leaving, their gazes crossed each other emotionlessly. Chapter 640. In the sun and moon lake of the Red Luan King's realm, the water was connected to the sky. Today, Feng Mo was going to fight a battle of life and death. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Hong Yi sat quietly with her eyes closed. Her aura circulated around her, and a black divine sword was placed in front of her. Her sword intent was unstoppable. Outside the sun and moon lake, many experts appeared. Every one of them was at the absolute perfection realm, and their powerful auras covered the sky. The battle was about to start, and the air pressure on the lake dropped. Ripples appeared on the lake surface, spreading hundreds of meters away. In the sky, 5 extremely powerful auras appeared. The 5 strongest experts in the world had appeared to watch the battle. On the other side, Queen Hong Wan also appeared. Her beautiful eyes looked at the figure in red in the center of the lake with a serious expression. After waiting for a long time, the sound of wind suddenly came from afar, and a black-clothed figure walked over. His sword intent was restrained, and he didn't have the aura of a cultivator. Only his deep eyes were sharp. Finally, he's here. In the sky, the dawn moon tower's master smiled. Her silver-gray robe fluttered in the wind, and she looked extraordinary. Not far away, Master Mo's eyes flashed. He also wanted to see how strong Old Ninth's sword was. Sister Hong Wan, hurry up! Outside the sun and moon lake, pulled Hong Wan and ran over to watch the battle. Under everyone's gaze, the black-clothed figure walked over and stepped on the lake's surface. In an instant, the calm sun and moon lake finally changed. Huge waves rolled, unable to withstand the sword's might. I've made you wait for a long time. The demon opened his mouth and waved his hand. Green light bloomed, shocking the world. In the pavilion, Hong Yi stood up, and sword intent surged out from her body. On the lake's surface, the huge waves separated and a sword path appeared. Please. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 figures started fighting. The 2 disappeared in an instant, and their swords collided. When the battle started, the water on the sun and moon lake surged into the sky. In the light of the water, 2 figures, one black and one red, continuously intertwined. There was no testing of moves and no mercy. When the battle started, it became white-hot. The 2 people with different appearances had the same sword intent. Their battle strength reached the peak of their lives. The current on their swords stole the light of the sun and the moon. The entire sun and moon lake turned into a world of swords. Sword chi surged, destroying mountains and seas. Outside the battle, the spectators could not hide the shock on their faces as they watched the battle. They were all consummation mortal sovereigns, and they were all shocked by the might and pressure from the 2 swords. There are actually 2 people with such swords in the world. In the void, Overlord Jinsi looked at the 2 figures in the battle and exclaimed in admiration. On the other side, Mo Zhu's eyes flickered as he watched the battle. Of Mo Gate's disciples, OL9 had followed him for the shortest amount of time and was also the most low-key one. He rarely spoke, and unless it was the day of his apprenticeship, he would never come to wordlessness peak again. After today's battle, he finally understood that his disciple's strength had far exceeded his imagination. On the other side, the Heaven Speaker, whose eyes were still closed, spread out his divine sense to observe the battle. Strange. A moment later, the heavens speaker frowned and murmured softly. She felt that the existence of these two people was not ordinary. Spiritualist, did you see anything? The waning moon house master looked at the woman beside her and smiled. Not yet. The heavens speaker shook his head. Huh. The waning moon tower's mistress smiled faintly and said, Since you can't tell, then just focus on watching the battle. A sword like this is rare even in the treading immortal realm. The heavens speaker nodded and did not say anything else. At the center of the lake, waves surged as the battle between the two became more and more intense. Below the battle, one formation after another awakened. The formation runes flickered and blocked the shock waves of the battle. In front of the spectators, Er's face was filled with nervousness. She did not even blink, afraid that she would miss a single moment. The two people in the battle constantly intertwined with each other. The sword light that could not be seen clearly was like a winding path to the underworld. Why was there such hatred? Perhaps it was because their trust in each other had been shattered, or perhaps it was because they were disappointed in themselves. The killing intent on the demon bodies' sword grew thicker and thicker. Heavenfall. The sword entered the void, and the sky became the sword. Sword light fell like rain, unable to be dodged as it engulfed Hong-yi. Eastern sunrise. As the sword rain fell, Mo Kwang's sword intent spread out from the phoenix body's hand. A blood-colored divine sun rose, its brilliance illuminating the world and shaking the heavenfall sword. When the two sides collided, the sky fell and the earth fell. The waterfall was chaotic, and huge waves surged into the sky, turning into rain. Phoenix, today, you will pay the most painful price for your stupidity. The demon body waved his sword, and the power of the Sun Sutra rose around him. Instantly, the entire Sun-Moon Lake was filled with a sea of fire. Mo Kwang squinted his eyes. His unattainable ninth sun had actually merged the fire of the Feng, Shui, forbidden land, into his body. The heavenly fire burned the world, refining the phoenix body. The demon body was emotionless and wanted to completely devour the phoenix who had forgotten the past. The phoenix body focused and released the phoenix fire. The blood-colored flames rose, resisting the might of the heavenly fire. The opposing flames devoured each other. In the waves of fire, the two bodies passed each other again. The swords clashed again, reaching white heat. The phoenix body stepped forward, and his figure was like an illusion. Red light shone around his body as he moved at full speed. The phoenix body was extremely fast, and the tip of the sword drew blood on the demon body. Sword after sword, it was dazzling. The demon body waved his sword to block the attacks. Although he had part of the phoenix origin, his speed was still slightly inferior to the phoenix body. In the rapid exchange, he blocked a sword and was hit. Blood bloomed. The situation of the battle changed. The demon body's sword momentum changed. He abandoned speed and used strength to suppress extreme speed. After the exchange, there were thousands of aftershocks. A waterfall soared into the sky and drowned the two bodies. Fourth sword, river of forgetfulness. In the waves, the demon body gathered his energy and absorbed the death aura in the world. The water energy churned and merged into his sword. The river of forgetfulness crossed the sky, and Taisher opened the road to the underworld. Seeing that the incoming attack was extraordinary, the phoenix body gathered 9 suns. 9 divine suns spiraled into the sky and illuminated the world. In the next moment, the two attacks collided. The formation outside the battle collapsed, and the aftershock spread out in all directions. Seeing this, the Dawn Moon Tower Master took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Hongwan and Ying. She waved her right hand and dispersed the aftershock. In other directions, the sovereigns of the Perfection Realm flashed and retreated 100 feet, avoiding the sharp sword light. Princess Hongwan turned her palm to block the sword light. She was not willing to take a step back. She looked at Red in the battle and did not want to hide the worry on her face. Drip! In the sky above the center of the lake, a drop of blood fell into the water. It was so light that it could not be heard. The two bodies that stood at the peak of the mountain, the hands that held the swords, were dyed red. Blood flowed down along the edge of the swords, silently pouring down. At the same time, in the inner world, 100 miles away from the forbidden land of the human realm in Wanqing Pass, a figure in green walked over. He looked at the forbidden land created by Ji Ming in the distance. There was no change in his calm eyes. In front of the forbidden land, a girl stood quietly. Drops of dew wet her long hair. She had been standing there for a long time. Maybe a day, maybe a month, or maybe a year. Soon, a familiar sword aura approached. The girl looked back and saw the person. She was startled at first, but then a bright smile appeared on her face. Senior. Seeing the girl in front of the forbidden land, Prince Yan's calm face showed gentleness. He said, "Why are you here? Why didn't you go to Sky Beyond to find him?" "I want to help him pull out this sword." A man looked back at the forbidden land and said softly. Prince Yan stopped and looked at the broken stone sword floating in the forbidden land. After a while, he said calmly, "I'm going to get the sword. Do you want to come with me?" "I want to go, but I don't want to be a burden to you." A man said honestly, "Huh." Prince Yen chuckled and said, "It's okay. Let's go." A man smiled happily. She helped him carry the sword and followed him. In the fairy execution forbidden land, sword light flashed and covered the sky. It was a terrifying forbidden land formed by the power of the earth veins. In the past, in order to resist the invasion of Tianfu, Ji Ming used the fairy execution sword to form the forbidden land. He killed 30% of Tianfu's army and several perfected human sovereigns. Their blood dyed Wanqing Pass. However, after the forbidden land was formed, the fairy execution sword could no longer be pulled out. Wanqing Pass also became a forbidden land that separated the north and south of Zhongzhou. No one dared to approach it. Today, a legend was asked by Ji Ming to appear in the Forbidden Land to retrieve the fairy execution sword. In the Forbidden Land, where the sun couldn't shine, the green and red swords flew out and turned into a stream of swords to protect a man. In front of them, Prince Yan walked forward step by step. The legend of the Xia dynasty, the legend of the Eastern region swordsman, reappeared in the ancient times. The invincible fairy execution sword Qi blocked the king's sword and couldn't move forward at all. In the center of the forbidden land, a broken stone sword that was neither gold nor jade was stabbed into the ground. Its terrifying aura surged, and its power kept increasing. The fairy execution sword was a ferocious sword that was famous throughout the 3 ancient times. It guarded the eastern deity world for hundreds of thousands of years and killed countless people. However, with the collapse of the 4 deity worlds, the fairy execution sword was also severely damaged. Its blade was broken, and there were countless cracks. Even so, the power of the ferocious sword wasn't something that could be stopped by humans. One sword turned the forbidden land and buried tens of thousands of soldiers. The name of the fairy execution sword was domineering. The king's sword was a ferocious sword. Today, the King of Swords walked forward step by step. He had handsome eyebrows and bright eyes. His young face was calm and peaceful. The sword intent around him was endless, suppressing the ancient ferocious sword. The king held the sword. The fairy execution sword's aura rumbled and the sword was pulled out. "A man," said Prince Yan. Hearing that, a man understood. She put down the sword rack and retreated a few steps. Prince Yan waved his hand. The fairy execution sword flew into the rack. In an instant, the 4 swords hummed together. The rumbling sword, intent, sealed the fairy execution sword. The ferocious sword stopped. In the forbidden land, the gloomy sword, intent, quickly retracted. The murderous aura dissipated. After a few years, peace returned. Prince Yin glanced at the green coffin not far away. After thinking for a while, He waved his hand and put it away. Then he walked out of the forbidden land. A man followed him, carrying the sword rack on her back. "Senior, did he find a way to come back to life?" asked Aman. "No," answered Prince Yen. "Something happened to Sister Qing Ning," said Aman. "She was a bit depressed." "I already know." Prince Yen nodded. When they met in the Western deity world, the demon didn't say anything, but Prince Yen couldn't see any of the past emotions in his eyes. Ning Qin was a sentimental person. Unless he suffered an irreparable blow, he wouldn't completely abandon his emotions and fall into the demon path. "I want to go find him," said Aman softly. "First, come with me to the homeland of the Western Buddhas. You need to understand some things," said Prince Yen calmly. Chapter 641. In the Red Luan realm, on the Sun and Moon Lake, waves soared into the sky. The battle of the Phoenix demon had reached its most critical moment. The Phoenix body was extremely fast, unparalleled in the world. With a sword in hand, her figure constantly moved, and it was difficult to distinguish. Every strike was deadly. On the other hand, the demon body was at a disadvantage in terms of speed. She gave up on speed, and her sword was as heavy as a mountain. Every move could destroy mountains and seas and split the earth. The battle of strength and speed was at its peak. The Phoenix demon swept past, and the strange light of the two swords collided. The clouds moved against the pressure, and the unparalleled martial arts of the sword surpassed the limits of the realm, reaching the peak of the sword. Outside the battle, the human supremes all looked solemn, shocked by the two people in the battle. At the front, Queen Hong Wan clenched her fists. The battle a few days ago was stopped not long ago. She did not expect the sword of the Mahis sect's ninth son to be so powerful. On the other side, Ener was also very nervous. She stared at the battle with her big eyes, unwilling to move away for a moment. "I didn't expect that a peak half venerable could have such ability. The future of these two is limitless." "Empress Jean," she commented from the void above. "Empress, who do you think will win?" Beside her, the Dawn Moon Tower Master, who was dressed in a silver-gray robe, smiled. "One is at the peak, and the other is at the chaotic return to void." "It's possible who will win, Empress Jean," she replied. "To have such terrifying attainments in the sword at such a young age. The younger generation will surpass us in time," the Dawn Moon Tower Master said with a smile. "Empress Jean," she nodded and said, "Tower Master's insight is admirable. I didn't expect you to discover such a genius in the sword first." "Huh." The Waning Moon Brothel's mistress faintly smiled and said, "Compared to Master Amo, I am ashamed of my inferiority. Every single one of the disciples of the Mahis sect can be called a genius. Ning Qin is only one of them." Not far away, Master Mo's face did not change at all when he heard this. He said, "Tower Master, you flatter me. Ninth son is introverted and doesn't like to talk. I don't know much about his strength. Today's situation has shocked me as much as you all." On the other side, the Red Luan realm queen heard the three's conversation. She could not help but frown as she looked at the battle. Her face became more and more serious. At this moment, an elegant and otherworldly figure walked over from afar. Her face was covered by a light veil, and her beauty carried a trace of charm, causing her to be extremely striking. Seeing the newcomer, the Dawn Moon House Master's lips curled up slightly. She didn't say anything and turned her attention back to the battle. On the Sun and Moon Lake, red and black clothes continuously intertwined. The aftershocks shook the surroundings, and 100 jong tall waves surged and fell like rain. With a single glance, the sound of 1,000 swords rang out. The black-robed man stopped in his tracks. His sword fingers slashed out, causing the scorching heat to surge and spread out endlessly. The 100 suns returned to the east. The moves of the sun scripture appeared for the first time in the world. In an instant, the world seemed to be on fire. Divine suns circled in the sky, shocking everyone present. Seeing this, the phoenix body's expression turned solemn. Taking a step forward, the sword of Sangliu guided the azure stream, and the four symbols deity sealing sword appeared once again. The two extremes shone at the same time. The might of the sword shook the heaven and earth. Within 100 miles, the sword rumbled and flames surged. The sword sun and dragon sparrow collided. With a shocking explosion, the heaven and earth sank. In the sun and moon lake, the lake water turned into white mist and instantly dried up. Sword rain fell, and the earth rumbled and cracked. Blood splattered, and the phoenix body retreated a few zhang. The blood did not stop flowing, and the sword did not stop either. The azure dragon coiled and appeared in the world. Four symbols deity sealing sword, heavenly dragon shakes. The appearance of the angry dragon stirred up tens of thousands of waves. The azure dragon soared through the sword and pressed forward with a murderous aura. The demon body waved his sword to block the attack. The corners of his mouth turned red, and he retreated a few steps. The phoenix body's advantage appeared for the first time. In an instant, the sword light was like rushing thunder. It was too fast for the eyes to take in. Having lost the initiative, the demon body immediately felt the pressure multiplying. He was restrained in every move. Oh! Outside the battle, the Dawn Moon House Master looked surprised. The prince consort of Princess Hong, Luan, was indeed extraordinary. He could actually forcefully suppress the battle. A difference of one move. It seems like the outcome is about to be decided, Overlord Jinsi said. Not necessarily, the Dawn Moon House Master replied. The two of them are equal in strength. Now that the ninth son of Ma's sect has lost the initiative, it will be difficult to turn the situation around, Overlord Jinsi said calmly. On the side, Mo Kuang was silent. After a while, he slowly said, The ninth son still has a sword in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle changed. The demon body's left hand clenched, and a white rainbow appeared. The mournful sound of the sword resounded for 100 Li Mo Kuang, and the white rainbow collided. The white rainbow wrapped around the phoenix body, and its speed was immediately restrained. Skybreaker. In an instant, the demon body slashed with Taisher, and a dazzling sword light whistled through the air. The phoenix body blocked the sword light with its fingers. Its foundation was slightly weakened, and the corners of its mouth were instantly dyed red. The current you has already forgotten why the sword in your hand is dancing. You are no longer qualified to exist in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon body's sword aura became heavier, and the former was pushed back. The torrent on the sword rushed to the ninth heaven. It stepped forward, trapping the enemy with one sword and attacking with the other. It was a combination of hardness and gentleness, and the unparalleled sword art appeared again. The world-shocking sword stood at the peak, infinitely close to being the only one. The phoenix body's speed was restrained, and it was at a disadvantage. What a terrifying swordsman! Outside the battle, Overlord Jinsi's eyes turned serious for the first time. The ninth son of Mo clan had really impressed him. Among the people present, except for the old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years, no one dared to say that they could suppress this person. On the other side, seeing that the battle was in danger, the Red Phoenix Realm Monarch's expression became abnormally heavy. She clenched her fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Prince Consort. In front of everyone, Queen Hongluan looked nervous, and it was difficult to hide her worry. With a ripping sound, the clothes on the phoenix body's left shoulder were torn apart and blood splattered out. Now, it's time for you to pay the price for your stupidity. The demon body stepped forward, and the white rainbow in its left hand locked onto the former's sword. In its right hand, Taisher gathered the power of the Sun Sutra, and endless waves of fire engulfed the phoenix body. Prince Consort. Outside the battlefield, Queen Hongluan's expression changed. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Taking a step forward, she rushed towards the battlefield. In the air, the Dawn Moon Tower Master moved at the same time. In an instant, she blocked in front of the phoenix body. Her silver-gray cloak fluttered, and the aura of a peerless expert overflowed, not allowing anyone to interfere. Tower Master, there's only one victor in this battle. You can stop now, Princess Yaoji said as she took 2 steps forward. When did I say that there was only one victor in this battle? The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the woman in front of her and indifferently said, Mo Xiaowai, you've repeatedly challenged the dignity of the king's realm. I cannot tolerate you. Seeing that the phoenix body's power was about to be devoured, the Red Phoenix Realm Monarch's figure descended. Vast origin energy condensed in her palm and pressed forward. Is it finally our turn? The Dawn Moon Tower Master coldly said. Silver strings appeared in her hand. Silver light intersected, and a profound sound descended from the heavens. In an instant, the wind and cloud surged. The water vapor in the sun-moon lake that had been evaporated by the heavenly flames condensed once more. The water roiled, and 100-meter-tall wave soared into the sky. With a loud explosion, the palm energy and the profound sound collided. Terrifying shock waves violently shook the earth. Piece after piece of land was uprooted and immediately fell back down. The shocking power caused the heavens and earth to change color. At the same time, in the inner world, in the Western Buddha's homeland, the old water railing, the place where the Taoists and demons fought in the past, everything within 100 miles was devastated. On the scorched earth that was incinerated by the demon calamity, not a single blade of grass grew. It was extremely desolate. Huge ravines crisscrossed the land. The once prosperous Pure Land was completely destroyed after battle. In front of the old water railing, a legend appeared. Looking at the scene before him, a hint of regret flashed through his calm eyes. It was a pity that he wasn't able to see the extraordinary sword Qi and the power of orthodox Taoism with his own eyes. In the remains of the zenith sword formation, 2 other sword intents filled the place. One of them was very familiar. It was left behind by Ningqin. The other one was very unfamiliar. He had never seen it before. Feeling the sword intense in the heavens and earth, Prince Yan's eyes regained their calmness. He already knew about the heavenly abode. If he guessed correctly, the last sword intent was the sword of the heavenly abode, Sword Master. The 11th sword is truly a perfect move that exhausts the limits of human strength. After saying that, Prince Yan didn't stay any longer. He continued walking forward. Wild followed him with his sword on his back. He glanced at the remains of the battle one last time. A hint of sadness flashed through his eyes. His sword no longer had any emotions. Everyone has their own path. Humans and demons walk different paths, but in the end, they all return to the same place. There's no need to feel sad for him, said Prince Yan. Yes. Wild came back to his senses and nodded. Half a day later, the 2 of them arrived at the West Jade Mountain. At the peak of the clear sky Lotus Mountain, the West Jade Lord felt a powerful sword pressure from afar. He opened his eyes and took a step forward, disappearing from the Lotus Mountain. In the next moment, the legend and the Bodhisattva met. The atmosphere was calm. There wasn't a hint of killing intent. Grand Xia, Prince Yan, said the West Jade Lord. The only person who could possess such sword pressure could only be the legendary swordsman of the East who had disappeared a long time ago. I've come to ask about what happened back then, said Prince Yan calmly. The West Jade Lord sighed and nodded. Come with me. Yanqin Prince nodded and followed him. At the highest point of the clear sky Lotus Mountain was the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass. Buddhist flames soared into the air. As soon as they entered, they felt a wave of unbearable heat. The 3 of them walked forward and stopped after 100 steps. Dozens of feet ahead of them was a beautiful woman floating in the flames. Her eyes were closed, as if she were sleeping. Wild's body trembled when he saw the familiar figure in the flames. He was about to walk forward when he was stopped. "Miss, it's too dangerous up ahead." "Please wait," said the West Jade Lord. Prince Yen narrowed his eyes. A Buddhist method of tempering one's body. The legend of the Grand Xia really has extraordinary knowledge. Qin Ning's body was destroyed by demonic qi and the resentment of the masses. "Only by using Buddhist flames will there be a chance," said the West Jade Lord softly. "How long will it take?" asked Prince Yen. 10 years if it's short, 100 if it's long. Whether or not Qin Ning can survive this tribulation will depend on her luck," said the West Jade Lord. Prince Yen frowned slightly when he heard that. Everyone who participated in that battle back then was killed by the Jiming Marquis. Many large sects in the Central Plains were also massacred. A few days ago, Piaoxu was also sent to the Wall of Repentance. She won't be able to step out for 60 years. "Let's end this here," sighed the West Jade Lord softly. Prince Yen looked ahead calmly and silently. After a long time, he turned around and walked out of the cave. "If she doesn't wake up, I'll come back." The legend's last words were bone-chilling. The Buddhist flames in the 7 Buddha heavenly pass seemed to have weakened.